Hello. Welcome back. Before we begin today to step into the halls of power and betrayal, be sure to subscribe. Sit back, relax, and witness the rise of royalty and the cost of the crown. Tristan, loyalty, a single word. 3 beats, 7 letters. No weight. Though if you took my brother's speeches at face value, you'd think loyalty coursed through his veins more potently than blood. The palace whispers echo the same sentiment. Prince Michael will be a strong ruler. He'll carry his father's torch proudly. A sharp lump forms in my throat as my eyes drift between the fireplace at the far end of the room and the oil lamp that lights the Privy Council's table. 6 men sit there. None of them show even a flicker of sorrow. My chest tightens. Perception matters, Your Grace. And for appearance's sake, we must act accordingly, Xander says. My father's old advisor, now under Michael, keeps his gaze fixed on my brother. Just as everyone believes the king died peacefully in his sleep, they also believe you. Enjoy your pleasures. Xander, I interrupt, leaning against the wooden panel behind me. We don't need a bedtime story about my father's final moments. I glance toward my mother, the only woman in the room. She dabs under her eyes with a delicate, embroidered handkerchief. Normally, she'd be miles away on the countryside estate, but Michael made it clear she should stay. Insisted, in fact. And what Michael commands becomes law. It's the peaceful part that's the lie, I mutter, locking eyes with him. A smirk creeps onto his face, his amber gaze flickering with amusement. Anger stirs in my gut and rises like bile. It coats my tongue with acid. My boot thuds against the floor as I push away from the wall and stride toward the center of the chamber, placing myself squarely between Xander and my mother. I take a moment, looking each councilman in the eye. They sit there like it's business as usual. Like we didn't just bury someone irreplaceable, the only person who still gave a damn. I'm not sure what you're implying, Xander squeaks, adjusting his glasses with a twitchy hand. I tilt my chin, studying the gray that now threads through his hair. He's been with us since I was young. Back then, I admired him. But time reveals all, and his loyalty vanished the moment greed entered the room. Just like the rest. Naturally, I murmur, tapping my temple. How foolish of me. Can we focus? Michael says, rubbing a hand through his hair. Where and how father died isn't the priority. Michael, our mother whispers, shocked. I turn to face her and gently reach out to wipe beneath her eye. Her cheek is stiff beneath my touch. She gasps, eyes shimmering, and I pull back, staring at my hand. Dry. Bone dry. They're all pretending. Mother, I say, shaking my head. Ease up on the act. Keep at it and you'll wrinkle. I wink and pat her cheek. Every gaze in the room locks on us. No secret's been made of our distance. I smile wide, flashing teeth and glance around. The tension thickens. Lord Reginald shifts uncomfortably in his velvet chair. Relax, I say, rolling my eyes. I'm not here to cause a scene. Reginald scoffs, and I zero in on him. Something to say, Reginald? He clears his throat, face flushing. Forgive me if I don't trust your restraint, Prince Tristan. I tilt my head. That's your highness, to you. He grimaces slightly, then dips his head. Of course, your highness. I stare him down. He's always been the weakest of the bunch, bitter and small. He latched onto Michael early on and stuck through every cruelty they dished out. But I'm not that same boy anymore. Xander sighs, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Your Grace, the kingdom needs a queen. You must marry. They already have one, Michael snaps, nodding toward our mother. And I have no intention of marrying. No one's asking you to give up your pleasures, Xander says, exasperated. But refusing to wed weakens your standing. The people expect a queen. If you can't handle the pressure, I say, waving a hand, then do us all a favor and vanish. Michael's eyes lock onto mine, his smile venomous. And leave Gloria Terra in your hands? The table erupts in laughter. My fists clench at my sides, a primal urge to silence them boiling beneath my skin. The clock ticks, pulling my focus. Evening approaches. I rake a hand through my hair and step back toward the heavy oak doors. Well, this has been enlightening, I say, turning. But I'm growing tired of the circus. You're not dismissed, Tristan, Michael snaps. You don't get to dismiss me, brother, I reply sharply. And frankly, I don't care who ends up stuck with your royal attentions for life. So crude, Xander mutters, disgusted. Show some respect. Your brother is king. I grin and lock eyes with Michael, heat pulsing in my veins. Well then, I say, nodding slowly. Long live the king.
First, S. A. R. A. B. You'll depart at first light. My uncle takes a slow sip of wine, his eyes dark and sharp, cutting through me from across the table. He's not known for warmth, but he's blood, and we share a mission: to bring down the Fossa family for what they did to my father. For months, we've been maneuvering our pieces into position, making sure that when the prince found himself in need, I'd be right there, the perfect candidate for his hand. A year has passed since father's death. 2 since the king's. And finally, we've received the signal. The plan begins now. Betrothals aren't unheard of, though they've fallen out of fashion. It's 1910, not the Dark Ages, and even in Silva's poorest alleys, people marry for love. Or something they believe is love. But I never fooled myself into waiting for a shining hero on horseback to rescue me from the mess of this world. I might be in distress, but I am not helpless. Sometimes the only way to change the system is from the inside, by taking hold of it and tearing out what no longer works. If that means charming, flirting, and making the new king believe I'm his sufficient, so it's my responsibility. To my bloodline, to my people. Silva was once rich with resources, an industrial gem. Now it's been abandoned, left to rot like a forgotten heir. Droughts and hunger plague the land, and the hopelessness runs as deep as the cracked streets. That's what happens when you live in the mist-covered peaks of the forest. Out of sight. Easy to ignore. Do you understand what this means? Uncle Raph asks, snapping me back to the present. I nod, dabbing my lips with a napkin before placing it back in my lap. Yes, I do. His smile deepens the lines in his face as he drums his fingers on the head of his wooden cane. You'll bring honor to the Beatreaux name. A spark of pride flares in my chest, and I straighten, smiling back. And you trust no one but your cousin, he adds. His gaze drifts to my mother, silent, withdrawn, slowly picking at her food. Her wild black hair, much like mine, shields her face as always. She avoids eye contact, her time spent lost in sewing and dusty books instead of bonding with the daughter who's had to shoulder it all since father died. I doubt she ever wanted children or a husband. She's never admitted it, but she doesn't have to. Father wanted her though, and that was enough. When she became pregnant, they expected a male heir to carry the Beatreaux name. What they got was me, a headstrong girl with untamed hair and a defiant tongue. And while she may not have been thrilled, my father adored me. Losing him, hollowed me out. A piece of me turned sour, calcified, and set up camp in my chest. He had gone to plead for aid, trekking alone through forest and field to reach the Saxon court. But his appeal fell on deaf ears. My cousin Alexander later sent word. They'd hanged him for treason. His crime? Daring to speak the truth. Alexander tried to stop it, but even a king's advisor has limits. Since then, Uncle Raph has been my rock, always present, always pushing me forward. Still, nothing replaces a father's embrace. All I have left is the family pendant resting at my collarbone, my silent vow to never forget, and to make sure justice is served. While girls my age fantasize about romance, I study power. I rehearse every gesture, every phrase, every expression needed to wear nobility like armor. Because if you plan to burn an empire, you have to learn to speak its language. The crown they expect me to wear weighs less than the expectations I carry. The Fossa dynasty has ruled long enough, their leadership now bloated with selfishness and indulgence. So I'll enter their court, and I'll do what must be done. For Silva. For my father. But it doesn't hit me until later that night. This is my last evening in Silva. My pulse quickens as I lace up my worn boots and fasten my cloak. I pull my hair back into a tight bun, cover it with my hood, and check my reflection. Satisfied that my features are hidden, I lock the bedroom door and climb out of the window. It's a long drop, but I've done it before, many times. My lungs burn as I scale the jagged stone wall, and finally my boots land softly on the grass. The risk is always there, but worth it. I pause to listen, all quiet. I slip along the side of the dilapidated estate, sticking to the shadows, until I reach the rusted 10-foot gate. My hands grip the iron bars, stinging from the chill as I pull myself up and over. Once I hit the ground, I take off. My cloak whips behind me as I race through the empty streets, hoping I remain unseen. It takes me 20 minutes to reach the edge of town where the orphanage squats in the dark. It's falling apart, underfunded, overcrowded, but Daria, who runs the place, is one of my trusted contacts. Anything I give her reaches the right people. This should help, at least for now. I press money and a bundle of bread into her hands. She sniffles, her eyes glinting in the candlelight. Sarah, thank you, I don't know. A sound outside the kitchen freezes us both. My breath catches. I turn toward the hallway, praying it's not a child sneaking out of bed. No one can know I'm here. I have to go, I whisper, pulling up my hood. I'll send word if I can, when it's safe. You've done so much already, Daria says. Not enough, I mutter. The clock chimes. Dawn isn't far. I have to move, I say again. I step forward and wrap her in a hug, heart twisting as she holds me tight. Don't forget me, I whisper. Never, she says with a soft, shaky laugh. I break away and move toward the side door, gripping the brass handle. Stay safe, my queen, she says behind me. My chest clenches. I'm no queen, I reply, eyes fixed ahead. Just the one who'll set fire to the throne.
Dusra Tristan. You'll depart at first light. My uncle takes a slow sip of wine, his eyes dark and sharp, cutting through me from across the table. He's not known for warmth, but he's blood, and we share a mission. To bring down the Fossa family for what they did to my father. For months, we've been maneuvering our pieces into position, making sure that when the prince found himself in need, I'd be right there, the perfect candidate for his hand. A year has passed since father's death, 2 since the king's, and finally, we've received the signal. The plan begins now. Betrothals aren't unheard of, though they've fallen out of fashion. It's 1910, not the Dark Ages, and even in Silva's poorest alleys, people marry for love, or something they believe is love. But I never fooled myself into waiting for a shining hero on horseback to rescue me from the mess of this world. I might be in distress, but I am not helpless. Sometimes, the only way to change the system is from the inside, by taking hold of it and tearing out what no longer works. If that means charming, flirting, and making the new king believe I'm his salvation, so be it. It's my responsibility, to my bloodline, to my people. Silva was once rich with resources, an industrial gem. Now it's been abandoned, left to rot like a forgotten heir. Droughts and hunger plague the land, and the hopelessness runs as deep as the cracked streets. That's what happens when you live in the mist-covered peaks of the forest, out of sight, easy to ignore. Do you understand what this means? Uncle Raph asks, snapping me back to the present. I nod, dabbing my lips with a napkin before placing it back in my lap. Yes, I do. His smile deepens the lines in his face as he drums his fingers on the head of his wooden cane. You'll bring honor to the Beatreaux name. A spark of pride flares in my chest, and I straighten, smiling back. And you trust no one but your cousin, he adds. His gaze drifts to my mother, silent, withdrawn, slowly picking at her food. Her wild black hair, much like mine, shields her face as always. She avoids eye contact, her time spent lost in sewing and dusty books, instead of bonding with the daughter who's had to shoulder it all since father died. I doubt she ever wanted children or a husband. She's never admitted it, but she doesn't have to. Father wanted her, though, and that was enough. When she became pregnant, they expected a male heir to carry the Beatreaux name. What they got was me, a headstrong girl with untamed hair and a defiant tongue. And while she may not have been thrilled, my father adored me. Losing him hollowed me out. A piece of me turned sour, calcified, and set up camp in my chest. He had gone to plead for aid, trekking alone through forest and field to reach the Saxum court. But his appeal fell on deaf ears. My cousin Alexander later sent word. They'd hanged him for treason. His crime? Daring to speak the truth. Alexander tried to stop it, but even a king's advisor has limits. Since then, Uncle Raph has been my rock, always present, always pushing me forward. Still, nothing replaces a father's embrace. All I have left is the family pendant resting at my collarbone, my silent vow to never forget, and to make sure justice is served. While girls my age fantasize about romance, I study power. I rehearse every gesture, every phrase, every expression needed to wear nobility like armor. Because if you plan to burn an empire, you have to learn to speak its language. The crown they expect me to wear weighs less than the expectations I carry. The Fossa dynasty has ruled long enough, their leadership now bloated with selfishness and indulgence. So I'll enter their court, and I'll do what must be done. For Silva. For my father. But it doesn't hit me until later that night. This is my last evening in Silva. My pulse quickens as I lace up my worn boots and fasten my cloak. I pull my hair back into a tight bun, cover it with my hood, and check my reflection. Satisfied that my features are hidden, I lock the bedroom door and climb out the window. It's a long drop, but I've done it before. Many times. My lungs burn as I scale the jagged stone wall, and finally, my boots land softly on the grass. The risk is always there, but worth it. I pause to listen. All quiet. I slip along the side of the dilapidated estate, sticking to the shadows until I reach the rusted 10-foot gate. My hands grip the iron bars, stinging from the chill, as I pull myself up and over. Once I hit the ground, I take off. My cloak whips behind me as I race through the empty streets, hoping I remain unseen. It takes me 20 minutes to reach the edge of town, where the orphanage squats in the dark. It's falling apart, underfunded, overcrowded. But Daria, who runs the place, is one of my trusted contacts. Anything I give her reaches the right people. This should help, at least for now. I press money and a bundle of bread into her hands. She sniffles, her eyes glinting in the candlelight. Sara, thank you. I don't know. A sound outside the kitchen freezes us both. My breath catches. I turn toward the hallway, praying it's not a child sneaking out of bed. No one can know I'm here. I have to go, I whisper, pulling up my hood. I'll send word if I can, when it's safe. You've done so much already, Daria says. Not enough, I mutter. The clock chimes. Dawn isn't far. I have to move, I say again. I step forward and wrap her in a hug, heart twisting as she holds me tight. Don't forget me, I whisper. Never, she says with a soft, shaky laugh. I break away and move toward the side door, gripping the brass handle. Stay safe, my queen, she says behind me. My chest clenches. I'm no queen, I reply, eyes fixed ahead. Just the one who'll set fire to the throne. Tristan, rephrased for YouTube narration. Tristan! A young voice cuts through the courtyard, and I glance up from where I'm lounging beneath the drooping branches of the weeping willow. Charcoal dust coats my palms, my sketchbook balanced on my knees. I swipe my fingers along my pants, flicking my head to clear the hair from my eyes. The boy jogs toward me, dirt smudged and loose clothes flapping. Clear signs he's been running wild through the tunnels I showed him. Hello, little lion, I say with a smile that tugs at the edges of my mood. His face brightens, eyes gleaming gold, sweat clinging to his light brown skin. Hi, what are you doing? He peers at my sketchbook. I sit up and shut the cover. Sketching. For your tattoos? He asks, pointing to the ink just visible beneath the sleeve of my tunic. A smirk tugs at my lips. Maybe. Mama says they make you wicked. His voice dips as he leans closer, nearly brushing my arm. My jaw clenches, a scullery maid thinking she can speak my name like that. It grates. And what do you think? I ask, tilting my head. He hesitates, biting his lip. Me? You can trust me, I say, leaning forward. I'm very good at keeping secrets. His grin returns. I think they're cool. I want some too. My brow arches. Only the bravest lions earn them. I'm brave. He puffs out his chest. I nod. Then when you're older, come find me. Simon, a woman's voice hisses. She rushes over, eyes darting nervously between us. Dropping into a deep curtsy, she says, Your Highness, forgive him if he's been a bother. I sigh, annoyance rising. I wasn't, until now. See? Tristan likes me, Simon beams. She pulls him close, still kneeling. Speak properly, Simon. Why? You don't. His brow furrows. Her shoulders go rigid. I run a hand over my brow, fingers brushing the faint scar that cuts from hairline to cheek. She needn't say it. I know what they call me behind closed doors. The halls echo with their whispers. Tristan is fine, little lion, I tell him, standing and brushing off my trousers. But keep it between us. Wouldn't want to start a trend. Simon, she snaps. To your quarters. Now. He glances at me. I nod, He smirks. Bye, Your Highness. He takes off. She stays bowed until the gates clatter open, drawing her attention. I step close and lift her chin, sunlight catching the silver on my rings. Kara, I say softly, fingers brushing her cheek. She gasps. My grip tightens. I don't recall giving you leave to rise. She drops again, head down. I stare at her. Your son tells me you speak of me often, I say, stepping closer. That's bold, Kara. Loose words can be dangerous. Some aren't as forgiving as I am. I crouch. Is it true you think I'm shameful? She shakes her head. He makes things up. Children do, I murmur, brushing her neck with my fingers. She trembles. But if anyone knows about shame, it might be his mother. I grab a handful of curls and yank, drawing a gasp from her lips. Do you think I don't know? I growl near her ear. She whimpers. You think I'm blind? That I don't see the resemblance? Please, she stammers. Did you beg like this back then? I whisper, hand around her throat. I glance toward the gates. The guards and onlookers don't move. They never do. Don't mistake me for my brother, I say, pulling tighter. Forget your place again, and I'll remind you. No matter how much you beg. I shove her back. She falls. I stand tall, sketchbook in hand, watching her at my feet. You may rise. She scrambles up, dusting off her skirts, eyes fixed on the dirt. Leave, I say, and don't let me see you here again. Yes, sir. I turn and head back to the willow, leaning against its rough trunk. From the shadows, I spot Xander, my brother, and his guard Timothy exiting the castle. They walk to the gate where a motor car rolls in. I don't move. Xander opens the door. A slim woman with blonde curls steps out, beaming, and moves aside. Then another hand appears. A smaller, daintier one. She steps out, placing her hand in Xander's. My chest twists. I should walk away. But I can't. Because she's here. The queen consort has arrived.
Moondram. Sara B. I've grown up staring at images of the Saxon kingdom. One hangs over the fireplace in my uncle's sitting room back home, a gloomy painting, clouds heavy over a blackened castle built centuries ago. I always assumed the artist had exaggerated the darkness. But standing before it now, I realize the painting didn't go far enough. The king's driver weaves us through the winding streets of Saxum. Outside the window, women laugh in the arms of polished men, completely untouched by the grim reality waiting just a few miles down the road. There, cobblestone gives way to dirt and elegance fades into tattered clothes and hollowed cheeks. Maybe they don't notice, or maybe they just don't care. Nothing prepares you for seeing it up close, Sheena murmurs beside me. Her blonde hair peeks from beneath her traveling hat as she stares at the looming castle in the distance. We hear so much growing up, but this place gives me chills. I follow her gaze. The fortress sits atop a cliff, its edges swallowed by pine and fog. Trees close in on both sides as if protecting it or warning people away. She's right. Paintings don't capture this. The clouds hang low over Saxum, and compared to the sunlit fields of Silva, everything here feels colder, more haunted. My chest tightens as we pass out of the city and into dense woods, the scent of pine and damp moss seeping through the carriage. The path narrows. My nerves spike. The castle backs into the raging Vita Ocean. This road is the only way in or out. Do you think the stories are true? Shayna turns toward me, eyes wide. Which ones? About ghosts Royal spirits still wandering the halls? She wiggles her fingers playfully. I chuckle, though I've wondered the same. You're too old for ghost tales. But you didn't say you don't believe them? A shiver slides down my spine. I believe in superstition, but I like to think souls move on. To peace, maybe. Heaven, if we're lucky. She nods. Or somewhere less kind, I add with a smirk. If they deserve it? Sheena giggles and covers her mouth. You shouldn't say that. I lean in. Just us, Sheena. You can keep a secret, right? She scoffs. Please, I've kept all your wild schemes since we were kids. I shift, my corset pressing tight against my ribs. Then they must not have been too wicked. They made me queen material, didn't they? Her smile softens. With you, anything's possible. I feel the warmth of her loyalty. Having her here steadies me. We grew up side by side, sneaking into the fields, whispering stories about poisonous berries and boys who deserved them. Her mother worked in our household, so Sheena and I shared more than a friendship. We shared dreams. Still, even with her, I keep my truest thoughts hidden. My father always said, trust only those who prove they can carry your silence. The carriage slows, the trees parting to reveal the fortress gates. Twin towers rise from the stone, streaked with rain or age. It's hard to tell. Ivy climbs the walls, disappearing into tiny glassless slits near the tops. Likely lookout posts. I wonder if my father stood here, heart full of hope, before they took everything from him. The ache in my chest deepens. We've arrived, milady, the driver announces. Yes, thank you, I say, straightening, hands smoothing the green fabric of my travel dress. The iron gates creak open. Guards in black and gold armor stand at attention, lion crests shining on their chests, the fossa sigil, banners bearing the same symbol flutter in the breeze. I swallow hard. Keep your poise. The carriage moves forward, finally stopping just past the gate. A modest crowd watches, but there's no grand welcome. A group of men stands nearby. One figure I recognize instantly. My cousin Alexander. Relief washes through me. Sheena steps out first, helped by a servant, then Alexander offers me his hand. I place mine in his, the lace at my wrist brushing against his skin as I step onto Saxum soil. Xander, I greet him. He bows and kisses my hand. Cousin, it's been far too long. Was the journey kind to you? I smile politely. Long and stiff, but I'm glad to be here. He frowns. And uncle? He's well? As much as he can be, he sends his regrets. Understood. He nods. Come, let me introduce you to His Majesty. He leads me toward a tall man in a light country suit. His posture is relaxed, but his gaze lingers as we approach. Even before Alexander speaks, I know who he is. King Michael, Fisa III. I've read enough, heard enough. I'd know him anywhere, from the broad shoulders to the smug tilt of his head, to the strange burnished hue of his eyes. Hatred simmers beneath my skin. I drop into a curtsy, my skirt whispering against the stone. Your Majesty. Lady Beatreaux, he replies, voice rich and arrogant. Far lovelier than I imagined. I rise, forcing a calm smile. You're too kind. He studies me with interest. I met your father once. Pain jolts through me. I smile wider. I'm sure that was a meaningful moment for him. Michael chuckles. If so, that favor's returned, since I now have yours. My uncle's words echo in my mind. Win his attention, win his trust. Michael steps closer. I can smell the starch in his coat. He kisses my cheek. Too familiar, too soon. I scan the courtyard. Some watch, most pretend not to. His hand brushes my waist. I don't pull away. You don't deny a king, especially not when you're playing his game. My eyes drift to the edge of the courtyard. A weeping willow droops near the wall. Beneath it, a figure leans in the shade, watching. A chill prickles my spine. Michael murmurs something, but I barely hear. I'm locked on the man under the tree. He doesn't look away. His stare holds me. It's not curiosity. It's challenge. He leans against the bark, dark hair messy, hand raking through it. Pale skin, sharp cheekbones. A silver ring catches the light as he adjusts his jaw. Ink decorates his forearms, and a scar, jagged and thin, cuts through his brow. My heart stumbles. I know who he is. Even if I hadn't studied the Fossa lineage, the rumors alone would be enough. Unstable, unpredictable, dangerous. Tristan Fossa, the king's younger brother, the scarred prince.
Nangavadu. Tristan. What's she like? Edward's voice slices through the quiet. He's the closest thing I have to a friend, though I'd never call him that. Friends expect loyalty. They demand emotion. I offer neither, but he's reliable, efficient, a general with access and discretion, exactly what I need. He lounges in a chair across the room, hair a tousled mess, eyes watching me curiously. I focus instead on the paper in my hands, carefully rolling the contents tight before sealing the edge. I rub my fingers together, brushing off the sticky bits of resin. Ordinary. I strike a match, flame blooming bright. It dances for a moment before I bring it to the end of the cigarette, drawing in smoke until the ember glows. Then I let it burn out. Michael's bride? Ordinary? Edward laughs. I think of the girl from earlier, wide-eyed, smiling too brightly, eager to impress. She annoyed me, too polished, too perfect. But I remember the way her cheeks flushed. The court says she's stunning, Edward adds. My standards are higher than the court's. I prop my boots on the table, crossing one ankle over the other. She's attractive, that's all. Pretty faces are common. Edward shrugs. What more do you need? Witty banter? I lean back in my chair, letting it tilt. The fire crackles in the hearth, but I feel nothing. Cold always wins. Another drag. Smoke fills my lungs, easing the chaos I never quite silence. You underestimate women. They're far more dangerous than they appear. Edward frowns slightly, straightening. That's a bit dramatic, even for you. I blow out a lazy cloud, number just accurate. His casual tone grates on me, but I let it go. For now. People have never comforted me. Even as a boy, I never fit in, not truly, and Michael made sure everyone knew it. The chair legs slam down. I sit up. Leave me. Retribution claws at my chest. I need to quiet the memories that haunt me. There's an informal gathering tonight to welcome Lady Beatreaux. Informal because I wasn't invited. Not that it matters. I came anyway. The Great Hall is alive with music and conversation. Nobles, officials, and socialites drift beneath towering columns, wine in hand, faces flushed with drink. At the center, on a raised platform, my brother holds court. Michael basks in the glow of attention, sipping from a goblet while flirting with a passing maid. He's always needed to be seen, always hungry for praise no matter who he steps on to get it. The sight of him turns my stomach. I stick to the shadows, watching the door. Waiting. Then she appears. The double doors creak open, and in walks Lady Beatreaux, chin high, her dark curls pinned back, her gown catching the candlelight like dew on leaves. She walks with confidence. The room turns toward her. Trailing behind is her blonde companion. The girl trips, stepping on the hem of the lady's gown, causing both to falter. For a split second, Lady Beatreaux's mask slips. Her eyes narrow, jaw tight. Then the smile returns. Interesting. She approaches Michael, curtsies low, and takes her seat beside him. He looks thrilled. I step from the shadows. The crowd parts, not with welcome, out of caution. Whispers follow me. Fear has its uses. When I reach the platform, Michael notices. His smile falters. I sit beside him, slouching in the velvet chair, crossing my leg casually. "Tristan," he says, surprised. "Didn't expect you. Here to meet your future queen?" I glance at her. Our eyes lock. Without a word, I lean across Michael and extend my hand. Improper, deliberate. She hesitates, then gives me her hand. I kiss it slowly. "Hello, sister." Michael scoffs. "Don't scare her off." She doesn't flinch. "Call me Sara," she says, voice low. "We're family soon." That smile again, pleasant, empty. Michael waves it off. "Don't waste manners on Tristan. He'll vanish soon enough." I'm still holding her hand. Her eyes flick to mine. "You're hurting me." I glance down. My grip is tight, too tight. I release her. "Am I?" She glares. I smirk. "That's enough," Michael warns. I lean back, bored. She turns back to him, speaking of weather and church plans, her voice smooth, her tone practiced. I tune her out. My gaze drifts across the hall. Edward stands at the edge, dressed in black and gold. Our eyes meet. I gesture subtly. He understands. Then it happens. A scream pierces the air. Gasps, cries, commotion. Edward bolts through the crowd, tackling a cloaked figure. They fall hard. The hood slips. A woman. Hair tangled. Eyes wild. Then something rolls across the floor. A head. It stops at Michael's feet. Lord Reginald, dead eyes, blue lips, a trail of blood. Michael rises, stunned. "What is this?" Edward yanks the woman upright, her wrists pinned, her head forced up. She smiles, a twisted, terrifying smile. "Consider this your warning, Michael Fossa." "From who?" He growls. She doesn't answer, just grins wider. I glance at Sara. No fear, she watches calmly, almost intrigued. Fascinating. "I am your king!" Michael shouts. The woman throws back her head and laughs. Edward tightens his grip. She spits. "You're no king of mine." Xander rushes forward. "Did you kill Reginald?" Her neck tilts unnaturally. "I'd do anything for his majesty." Xander slaps her. Michael raises a hand. "Let her speak. You'll die for this. But say your piece." The woman stills. Then she sings, voice high and eerie. "He's coming for you." "Who?" She smiles wide, rotted teeth on full display. "The rebel king."
Aindaவது. Sara B. The king's private office is as ornate as the rest of the castle. Deep, plum velvet draped over polished mahogany with ceiling murals so detailed they look like they belong in a gallery. Wealth oozes from every corner. The space itself is expansive, nearly as large as my own chambers, yet it feels close, suffocating. One of the king's royal guards stands stiffly behind the desk. Michael leans casually against it, eyes shifting back and forth as he watches Xander pace a trench into the rug. I haven't seen the Queen Mother since I arrived, not once, and Tristan vanished the moment the severed head landed at our feet. Oddly enough, I've already seen him more in 2 days than most do in a month. The thought of him makes my stomach tense. I shift in my chair, glad he isn't here. Something about his presence crawls beneath my skin. He looks at me like he sees things I'd rather keep hidden, or maybe he just wants to find something in me that mirrors the darkness in him. Relax, Xander. Have a cigar, Michael says, flipping open a wooden box on the desk. He pops one into his mouth and offers another to Xander, who accepts it with a scowl. My cousin is visibly unraveling. His fingers rake through his graying hair and he fidgets with his glasses, barely keeping them in place as he moves. I need to speak with Uncle Raph, I say, finally. It's all I've thought about since the woman in the Great Hall declared her warning. A shadow rising in the outer provinces, a man calling himself a king. I need to know if this changes things, if our plans are at risk. And I know who will have answers. Xander pauses, turning his gaze to me, though he speaks to Michael. Sire, it's not wise to permit that kind of communication right now. Heat flares in my chest at his dismissal. I'll write him myself, he adds, now directing his words to me. With respect, cousin, I say, he'd want to hear it from me. Xander frowns. You're not here to speak your mind, Sara. You're here to become queen. Stay quiet, look presentable, and let me handle it. He'll be informed, and he'll know you're safe. I hold my tongue, folding my hands in my lap. The walls of my patience thin. Michael watches me through a swirl of cigar smoke. Ease up on her, Xander, he says smoothly. But Xander snaps. Ease up. A traitor just paraded into court and hurled a head at our feet, talking about rebellion. Michael straightens, jaw tight. We were all there, Xander. I can't stop the flare of rage that bubbles at Xander's language. Hyena, a word spit like venom used to strip people of dignity. It lands like a slap. Michael shifts his tone. Let's not trouble the lady with this unpleasantness. Xander nods stiffly. You're right. Timothy, he calls to the guard, please escort Lady Beatreaux to her chambers. Disappointment settles like a weight in my stomach. But I expected this. They won't trust me with the truth. Not before the vows. Maybe not after. I rise and curtsy. Your Majesty. Michael lifts my chin, guiding me to stand. Sara, we'll get to know each other soon enough. Patience is always rewarded. I offer a polite smile. That's what they say. As I turn to leave, Timothy falls in step behind me. The polished gold of his uniform contrasts sharply with his deep skin tone, a rare sight in Saxum. Timothy, right? I ask, my voice echoing off the stone. He doesn't answer. Saxum-born? I try again. Silence. Ah, one of the quiet ones. Still nothing. I sigh. Xander called that woman a hyena, I say, testing him. No reaction. His face is unreadable. Can't speak or just not allowed? I press. His lips twitch almost imperceptibly. That must be awful, I add, not being allowed to have a voice. We reach my wing and I pause at my door. You planning to stand there all night? A raised brow is my only answer. Right, I say, the strong, silent type. He inclines his head slightly. I step inside. The moment the door shuts, my smile disappears. Shayna? I call softly, scanning the room. No answer. She must have already gone to bed. Good. Because if no one's going to tell me what's going on, I'll find out myself. There's a woman in the dungeons. And I'm going to see her. Aravade. Sara B. I've somehow ended up in the servants' wing, completely by accident. This castle is enormous and eerily quiet, and sneaking through its winding corridors without a guide has proven harder than I expected. A tight knot of nerves twists in my stomach. I just hope I remember how to get back. Dim voices drift from down the hall, barely audible over the shuffle of my own steps. Only the flickering glow of wall sconces breaks the shadows between tall arched windows. My feet slow, heart thudding in my chest. I hadn't planned on running into anyone tonight, but I should have known better. Someone's always awake in a place like this. I press closer to the cold stone, breath shallow, scanning the space in both directions. This might have been a mistake. The voices get clearer as I creep forward. I pause outside a cracked door and lower myself, fingers curling around the rough frame as I lean in to listen. Adrenaline thrums under my skin. The cool press of 3 silver blades tucked in my garter reminds me I didn't come unprepared. I'd never wander the castle halls alone and defenseless, especially not at night. Besides, there's a thrill in slipping into danger. In walking lines you're not meant to cross. I squint through the crack. The room beyond is mostly empty, save for a long table and a bookshelf shoved into the corner. A tall man stands in the center, his silhouette casting a long shadow over someone kneeling at his feet. My vision adjusts. It's Prince Tristan. My pulse lurches. What is he doing down here? Do you understand? He asks, voice low. A shiver slides down my spine. I remember that voice, smooth as smoke, dangerous like fire. The woman on the ground dips her head, posture submissive. Tristan cuts her off. That's enough. Go. She rises and turns, not toward me but away. Her hand presses a spot on the wall and the bookshelf swings aside, revealing a hidden passage. She slips inside. My eyes go wide. Tristan doesn't move. He's still as stone, like a predator waiting. I grip the doorframe tighter. I should have waited. Learn the layout before sneaking around. One wrong move and someone will start talking. The wrong ears, the wrong mouths. It could ruin everything. I won't make that mistake again. Are you planning to come in? I freeze. I glance around, hoping someone else is nearby. No one. Tristan turns slowly, eyes locking on mine. Or shall we keep pretending you're invisible? His boots echo on the floor as he strides toward me, each step purposeful. There's no escape, no place to hide. So I rise, legs stiff, forcing my face into calm. Fear is a luxury I can't afford. I push the door open and meet his gaze head-on for the 3rd time in less than a day. I didn't want to intrude, I say with a pleasant smile. His green eyes drag over me, top to hem and back again. My pulse races. Lost? He asks. I shrug, just enjoying a quiet walk. Is that something you do often? What, walking? I hold his stare, though it knots something tight in my chest. He steps closer. His sleeves are rolled up, revealing arms covered in black ink, tattoos that wrap and twist into his skin like vines. I've never seen them in person, only heard stories. The rumors were right, and somehow they suit him. King Michael is striking, but Tristan? He's dangerously captivating. He clicks his tongue. I meant eavesdropping, little doe. I'm not a doe. No? He tilts his head. Then what are you? I lift my chin, refusing to look away. Up close, I can see the scar that cuts through his face. It doesn't lessen his appeal. It sharpens it, deepens it. I edge nearer, closing the distance. I'm your future queen, I whisper. You might want to act like it. His eyes flicker, amused. He reaches out, curling a strand of hair around his finger. Then I suppose I should practice my bow. Tension barrels through me, but I keep my expression cool. Do you think you've earned respect? He asks. Voice low and sharp. I keep my breathing steady, though my body aches for air. I do, I answer. He raises his brows and finally lets the curl fall. His hand brushes his mouth, and I catch the gleam of a silver ring shaped like a lion's head. The fossa crest. My heart flips as our eyes meet again. Then a loud crash echoes down the hall. Tristan moves in a flash, grabbing my wrist and yanking me into the room. My hand catches on his chest to stay upright, his arms circling my waist. What are you? His palm covers my mouth, rings biting into my skin. Quiet, he whispers, unless you want someone to find the king's bride with his brother in the dark. I freeze. His hand stays put, and I feel the strength in his grip. His body radiates heat. Then he lets go and shoves me back. I stumble, catching myself. Don't come down here again. Next time, I won't be so forgiving. I glare. You don't get to tell me what to do like one of your servants. His eyes narrow. He closes the distance in one step, pinning me to the wall. Jealous? Not even close, I snap. Careful, he murmurs, breath warm near my cheek. Wander too far and someone might decide you're prey. I'm not scared of being hunted. No, he leans in, voice barely above a whisper. You should be. And just like that, he's gone, disappearing down the hallway without a sound, as if he was never there.
Tristan. Lady Beatreaux is not who she pretends to be. When your life demands constant vigilance, you begin to sense shifts long before they become visible. I felt her presence outside the door before I saw her, though I didn't know it was her until she appeared before me. My fingers twitch, recalling the way her curls coiled around them. Her stare, sharp as frost, cut through the air. She wore a plain gown, hair pulled back, far removed from the polished noblewoman who often sat beside my brother. I like her better this way. Leaning against the stone wall by the observatory tower, I pulled a match from my pocket. The flicker of fire warmed my skin while I thought about her sudden arrival. Is she here on my brother's orders? Is he spying on me? It's possible, though unlikely. She might carry out his wishes, but I doubt he holds her in high regard. Respect for women was never his strength. Still, she's not what I imagined. There's something darker about her. If I weren't the one she was sent to watch, I might even admire the mask she wears. But since I am, it leaves a bitter taste. One I keep close. Reminders are useful. That's the difference between me and everyone else. They escape the darkness. I become it. I take the rolled paper from behind my ear and light it with the dying flame. The earthy scent floats up and unwinds the tight coil in my chest. My boot taps the stone behind me, head tilted toward the open view. From here, you can see all of Saxham. The castle's cliffside perch grants a sweeping view past the thick forest. When I was a boy, my father used to bring me here. He'd talk about legacy and inheritance. This is my life's work. One day it'll be yours. You mean Michael's, I said, looking up at him. The breeze tousled his dark hair as he turned toward me. You and Michael share the same blood. You must work together. Unity keeps our kingdom strong. Division tears it apart. Remember that. I scoffed and rubbed my sore wrist, remembering how earlier Michael shoved me and called me a freak. Tell him that. He just laughed. Michael is still trying to figure out where he fits. And I'm not? My voice was defensive, sharp. You've always been different, he said, pressing a finger to my chest. Right here. Different. I hated the word. I didn't want to be anything but left alone. You spoke early, walked before most, and you were drawing as soon as you could grip a stick of charcoal. I looked at my hands, flexing them gently. Pain shot through my wrist, reigniting the anger from Michael's latest stunt. It's rare to know yourself in a world built on questions. That clarity is something others envy. I frowned. Why would Michael envy me? He has all of this. I gestured at the landscape and city below, lit only by the full moon. My father sighed, pulled me close. Sometimes, being born into power makes it hard to see your own path. Michael will be king. Pride coated his voice. It made my stomach turn. And you, my little lion, are free. But I wasn't. I never was. Years later, I'm still here. Still trapped in Gloria Terra. I flick ash from my smoke and trace the scar on my face with my fingers. It stings. The wind howls through the trees, mingling with distant wolf cries and the low hoot of night owls. I crush the smoke under my boot and walk away from the safety of the castle. Inside a crumbling tavern, dozens of eyes bore into me from benches and tables. The room stinks of damp rot, like the rain soaked through the walls and never left. But this isn't a place known for comfort or honor. This is the Elephant Bones Tavern, deep in the Shadowlands. Soldiers are warned to stay far away. I've spent the last few years turning it into the rebels' sanctuary. Its owners, Belinda and Earl, are loyal to the cause. Around Saxum, people call this region something else. The hyena's den, where the rebels hide. They say it mockingly. It's easy to joke when you've never suffered. When your life's built on privilege and arrogance, rebellion is just a story. A joke. Because who would dare rise against the Fossa bloodline? Our family has ruled for ages, unyielding, brutal, dominant. But power breeds carelessness. Over time, cracks appear. Small at first, then wide enough for someone like me to slip through. And that's not a tragedy. I'd rather lead chaos than serve beneath my brother's crown. He doesn't deserve it. Sire, a trembling voice cuts through. Belinda stumbles forward and drops to her knees, pressing her lips to my boot. You may rise. She lifts her face, eyes wet. I touch her chin, her hands clasping my wrist. I push past the disgust. She did as I asked, delivered Reginald's head. She earned her place. You've served well, I say. For you, always, she whispers, full of worship. My fingers move to the top of her head as I look out over the room. Let this moment stay with you. The road ahead is harsh, but it leads to victory. Be ready. I expect your full commitment. I know what I ask isn't small, but if you stand for me, I'll stand for you. I place a hand to my chest. That's a promise. I motion to Belinda. This brave woman believed in me. I run a hand along her jaw. Loyalty like hers gets rewarded. Then I face the crowd. Aren't you sick of starving while the nobles feast? The room buzzes with anger. Aren't you done being ignored, treated like ghosts while we keep Gloria Terra alive? I thump my chest. Isn't it time we rise together? Cheers erupt. Fists slam on wood. Down with the king! Someone shouts. I laugh and raise a hand, quieting them. Put your trust in me, I say, and I will take you home. Belinda drops into a full bow, forehead grazing the floor. One by one, the crowd follows. Satisfaction spreads through me. I spot Edward in the corner. He's returned with our messenger, freed from the dungeon. It was symbolic. Proof that I honor my word, that I can protect them. The numbers are small for now, but the whispers will grow louder. Not all of it is truth, but what matters is what people believe. I'll be the one to storm the gates, to burn down the castle, to take down my brother and his queen. I'll rebuild Gloria Terra in my image. And if a few lives are lost along the way, I search for sympathy. Nothing comes. They're pawns, strays clinging to my shadow. Their leader, their savior, the face of the rebellion.
Yertavade. Sara B. It's been 3 days since I've seen anyone of real importance. With a sigh, I shuffle the deck of cards, casting a quick glance at the two new ladies seated with me. Ophelia, the younger of the two, has flushed cheeks and a vibrant crown of red curls. Marisol is older, poised, and clearly assigned to guide me in preparation for life with the king. Both sit across from me, showering me with compliments every time I so much as breathe. Part of me recoils, knowing their praise is likely hollow. Still, being admired, even artificially, feels nice. There's something comforting in being wanted, even when the reason behind it is self-serving. But I wonder, are they here by choice or sent by their families with the hope of winning the king's favor? Have any of them already tried? Not that I care much. Everyone knows kings sample pleasures freely. And Michael? He doesn't discriminate. In fact, the more his attention wanders, the less I have to endure. He'll want my virtue, naturally, and eventually, an heir. But I don't plan to let it get that far. This is painfully dull, I say, dropping my cards and tapping my nails against the table. Behind me, Sheena gently combs through my hair. She chuckles. You always had a wild spirit, never could get you to sit still as a girl. I roll my eyes and look at Ophelia. Don't believe her, dear. I've grown into a proper lady. See? Tea and crumpets all day. Laughter circles the table, and I smile, warmth blooming in my chest. Now, I lean forward, lowering my voice just a bit. What do you know about the rebels? Ophelia stiffens, her wide green eyes darting to Marisol, who brushes her hair back and shifts uncomfortably. Did I overstep? I ask innocently. Forgive me, I overheard something and got curious. Judging by your faces, I touched a nerve. I let the silence breathe before adding, still, you should tell me. I'd hate to say something foolish in front of the king. I giggle, placing a hand on my chest. Imagine the scandal. Ophelia hesitates, then leans in. They're the outsiders? Outsiders? She nods. Marisol sneers. Scum! They think they deserve what we have. A knot tightens in my stomach. Don't they? Ophelia shakes her head. They're criminals. People say they drink themselves sick, then sneak into the east side and abduct people. Why would they do that? My brow furrows. To send a message? Ophelia bites her lip. They're animals, Marisol snaps. Lately they've gotten bolder. But now that they've gone against King Michael, she shrugs, they won't last long. Sheena's hands pause. That's a cruel thing to say. Marisol's eyes narrow. They strip people bare, leave them with nothing but shame. Some say they even beg for death afterward. Ophelia crosses her arms. No one's seen it, just rumors. My breath catches. But if they want support, wouldn't hurting people turn everyone against them? Ophelia looks down. Sometimes madness doesn't need a reason. And if they have someone leading them now, her voice fades, her eyes glaze over. My heart pounds. They're organized? I remember the woman at the party. Wild, angry. I brushed her off as unstable. Michael didn't seem worried, so I wasn't either. Marisol straightens, clearing her throat. We shouldn't talk about this. It's not allowed. I study her face, memorizing every word for later. Of course, Ophelia adds. They're dangerous. You should steer clear. Even knowing about them can put you at risk. Absolutely. I place my hand gently over hers. Thank you for telling me. I glance at Marisol. We girls must look out for one another. It's late. The palace is quiet, but my thoughts won't let me sleep. My stomach twists with unease. Rebels. I'd never heard of them until now, but Xander clearly had. I thought I was prepared when I came here. Less than 2 weeks in, and already everything feels off balance. A soft noise outside my room snaps me upright. My pulse quickens. Is someone there? I push off the covers and place my feet on the plush rug. At my vanity, I tie the belt of my deep red nightgown and slip a blade from the drawer. I open the door slowly, peeking out. Silence. The hallway is dim, lit only by faint sconces. Exhaling, I tuck a curl behind my ear and step out, closing the door behind me. 2 steps in, a figure moves from the shadows. Oh, I gasp, my heart lurching. Prince Tristan stands before me, hands in his pockets, eyes unreadable. You startled me. I step back, hiding the blade behind me. What are you doing here? He tilts his head, stepping forward. What are you hiding, little doe? Annoyance rises, stiffening my spine. That's none of your concern. Why are you in this part of the palace? He raises an eyebrow. Your part? Yes. Do you see anyone else here? He glances around. Not a soul. His tone cuts deep, infuriating. You really are as awful as they say. His posture shifts, becoming sharp, menacing. The air between us thickens with tension. This may be your wing, he says, stepping closer, but it's my castle, my halls. And don't think that just because I lack the title, I don't command your respect. I freeze. Still, the words come. Respect is earned. He smirks, closing the gap between us. Heat pulses through my body. His hand brushes my arm. I could make you, he whispers. Fear creeps up my spine, but I don't flinch. You could try. His hand glides to my shoulder, then skin. My breath hitches. "This is wrong," I whisper. His fingers trail to my throat, thumb under my chin, lifting my gaze to his. I can't breathe. A weight sinks deep inside me. He leans in, his voice soft. I care very little for what's proper. His other hand grips my waist. The silk of my gown clings to his touch. My fingers tighten on the hidden blade. I could strike. He wouldn't see it coming, but I didn't come this far to act on impulse. A sharp pain shoots through my leg and I collapse. He catches me, pushing down. Anger surges, my knees slam against the cold tile, the blade skids away. He notices. "Interesting," he says. I glare up at him, burning. "I like you like this," he murmurs, "on your knees, breathless, humbled." He grabs my chin, forcing my head back. "Remember this, little doe. Know your place." "And where's that?" I growl, trembling with rage. He grins, it's twisted cold. "At my feet."
Divyati Tristan. Smoke twists lazily in the air as I sit with a half-burned joint between my fingers, staring at my brother's massive desk. Xander and Michael are locked in debate over Sir Reginald's funeral, or more precisely, whether there should be one at all. As nauseating as their conversation is, I'd rather listen to their plans than remain clueless. If only they knew it was my blade that ended Reginald's life, that he cried and begged for mercy as if I had any left to give. The same man who puffed his chest in front of others crumbled on the cold floor, whimpering while I branded his skin with burning matches. "Sire, we should redirect attention elsewhere," Xander urges. Michael slams his hand on the desk, frustration boiling over. "I don't want to shift the focus, Xander. I want to find the woman who dared to waltz into my castle, toss a head at my feet, and vanish from my dungeons like smoke." His rage is almost entertaining. I think of Lady Beatreaux and wonder what it would take to peel back her icy calm and see the fire underneath. "If we dwell on the disruption," Xander insists, "the people will panic. We need to change the narrative. Give them something else to talk about." I chuckle, leaning back in my chair and crossing one leg over the other. Michael turns, his eyes sharp. "Something amusing, brother?" I flick ash onto the ornate rug, a grin tugging at my lips. Far be it from me to interrupt such riveting discussion. "You already are," Michael snaps. "Why are you even here? Since when do you care about royal matters?" I resist the urge to say I've always cared, just not in ways they understand. Just checking in after what must have been a stressful few nights. "You doing all right? You look a little pale." I smirk. "Did that woman shake you?" Xander cuts in. "If you have a point, Tristan, make it." I turn the ring on my finger, its lion's eyes catching the light. "No point, really. Just here to observe." "Tristan." "Xander," I echo, dragging out the syllables. He sighs, clearly annoyed. "Showing up now doesn't make you a dutiful prince. It's a little late to play that role." His gaze sweeps over me like I'm something distasteful. Maybe I am. My grin fades. "No performance necessary. I'm Prince Tristan Fossa, second son of the late King Michael II. Whether you like it or not." I rise and walk slowly toward him, looming over his narrow frame. He glares up at me through thick glasses, tense and sweating. I take a drag, exhale in his face, watching him sputter. "I know how important you think you are," I whisper. "Advisor to one king and now another. Must feel untouchable." I rest a hand on his shoulder, holding the ember of the joint near his skin. I want to press it in, watch him flinch. But I don't. "Just remember two things," I say. 1. My blood is royal, true and deep, even if it's buried under tattoos and darkness. He squirms. And the second? He asks. That I know what really happened to my father, and I won't forget who left him to die. The cigarette grazes his neck. He flinches. Oops. I smile. That sting? You know far less about him than you think, he mutters. I laugh, low and dry. And you know nothing about me. Michael interrupts. What about Sara? Let's announce the engagement. That'll steer the public. I glance over. Calling her by her first name already? Moving fast. She's my fiancée. Not yet, I say, the words bitter. I grab Xander's hand, placing the smoldering joint in his palm and curling his fingers around it. He grimaces. Be a dear and toss that for me, won't you? You're leaving? Michael pouts. Shame. I shrug. You two are unbearable. Important matters aren't meant to be entertaining, he says. You've never been one to care for the important. My jaw clenches. Good thing someone does. Otherwise, who would look after you? His expression sours. Fetch Lady Beatreaux before you run off to whatever brothel you're heading to. I click my tongue and head for the door. If I turned back, I'd see their surprise. I'm not known for following orders, but this time, I'm willing. The memory of her, on her knees, breath ragged, hair tangled, eyes blazing, sparks a surge of heat deep inside me. She hated me, wanted to strike, wanted to kill. No one's ever looked at me like that. So yes, I'll find her. Not for loyalty, not for duty. Just to feel that fury again, one more time, before I hand her over to my brother.
Pater amturi and airy. Patavade. Sara B. Smoke twists lazily in the air as I sit with a half-burned joint between my fingers staring at my brother's massive desk. Xander and Michael are locked in debate over Sir Reginald's funeral, or more precisely, whether there should be one at all. As nauseating as their conversation is, I'd rather listen to their plans than remain clueless. If only they knew it was my blade that ended Reginald's life, that he cried and begged for mercy as if I had any left to give. The same man who puffed his chest in front of others crumbled on the cold floor, whimpering while I branded his skin with burning matches. Sire, we should redirect attention elsewhere, Xander urges. Michael slams his hand on the desk, frustration boiling over. I don't want to shift the focus, Xander. I want to find the woman who dared to waltz into my castle, toss a head at my feet, and vanish from my dungeons like smoke. His rage is almost entertaining. I think of Lady Beatreaux and wonder what it would take to peel back her icy calm and see the fire underneath. If we dwell on the disruption, Xander insists, the people will panic. We need to change the narrative. Give them something else to talk about. I chuckle, leaning back in my chair and crossing one leg over the other. Michael turns, his eyes sharp. Something amusing, brother? I flick ash onto the ornate rug, a grin tugging at my lips. Far be it from me to interrupt such riveting discussion. You already are, Michael snaps. Why are you even here? Since when do you care about royal matters? I resist the urge to say I've always cared, just not in ways they understand. Just checking in after what must have been a stressful few nights. You doing all right? You look a little pale. I smirk. Did that woman shake you? Xander cuts in. If you have a point, Tristan, make it. I turn the ring on my finger, its lion's eyes catching the light. No point, really, just here to observe. Tristan. Xander, I echo, dragging out the syllables. He sighs, clearly annoyed. Showing up now doesn't make you a dutiful prince. It's a little late to play that role. His gaze sweeps over me like I'm something distasteful. Maybe I am. My grin fades. No performance necessary. I'm Prince Tristan Fossa, second son of the late King Michael II, whether you like it or not. I rise and walk slowly toward him, looming over his narrow frame. He glares up at me through thick glasses, tense and sweating. I take a drag, exhale in his face, watching him sputter. I know how important you think you are, I whisper. Advisor to one king and now another, must feel untouchable. I rest a hand on his shoulder, holding the ember of the joint near his skin. I want to press it in, watch him flinch, but I don't. Just remember two things, I say. One, my blood is royal, true, and deep, even if it's buried under tattoos and darkness. He squirms. And the second, he asks? That I know what really happened to my father, and I won't forget who left him to die. The cigarette grazes his neck. He flinches. Oops. I smile. That sting? You know far less about him than you think, he mutters. I laugh, low and dry. And you know nothing about me. Michael interrupts. What about Sara? Let's announce the engagement. That'll steer the public. I glance over, calling her by her first name already, moving fast. She's my fiancée. Not yet, I say, the words bitter. I grab Xander's hand, placing the smoldering joint in his palm and curling his fingers around it. He grimaces. Be a dear and toss that for me, won't you? You're leaving? Michael pouts. Shame. I shrug. You two are unbearable. Important matters aren't meant to be entertaining, he says. You've never been one to care for the important. My jaw clenches. Good thing someone does, otherwise who would look after you? His expression sours. Fetch Lady Beatreaux before you run off to whatever brothel you're heading to. I click my tongue and head for the door. If I turned back, I'd see their surprise. I'm not known for following orders, but this time I'm willing. The memory of her, on her knees, breath ragged, hair tangled, eyes blazing, sparks a surge of heat deep inside me. She hated me, wanted to strike, wanted to kill. No one's ever looked at me like that. So yes, I'll find her. Not for loyalty, not for duty, just to feel that fury again. One more time before I hand her over to my brother. Sara B. Rephrased for YouTube narration. There are likely a dozen kitchens in this castle, but the one I found myself in is easily the biggest. Back home, I had freedom. I could wander wherever I pleased, then retreat to the quiet of my room. But here, the only time I'm truly alone is when I lie in bed at night. I never realized how claustrophobic constant company could be. It's been 4 days since I've seen or heard from the man I'm supposed to marry. My focus should be on our future, on the mission that brought me here, but it's hard, not for the reasons I expected. Even in sleep, I can't escape thoughts of Prince Tristan. He haunts my dreams, always pulling me to my knees, though not the way he did before. It's maddening. Not because I'm naive, though if anyone knew the truth about me, I wouldn't be sitting here, but because out of everyone I've ever met, Prince Tristan might be the worst. That he's crept into my subconscious feels like betrayal. Earlier, while we played cards, Ophelia suggested I nap. She probably noticed the shadows under my eyes. I agreed, but not to rest. Instead, I slipped away to the kitchens. I wanted to meet the people who really run this place, the ones who see everything and talk to everyone. Win their loyalty now, and I might rely on them later. That's how I ended up here, seated at a wide metal table, while Paul, a cook, bangs around making me tea and a snack. Honestly, Paul says, wiping his brow beneath a hairnet, you're too pretty, milady. Those eyes make me nervous. I smile, tapping the table. No need for nerves. I like your company. You do? He brightens. Of course. I mean, he bows quickly. Thank you, milady. I chuckle. You don't need to be formal. It's just us. He laughs. Not many nobles come down here to chat. He places a dish in front of me and gestures to it. I lean forward, grinning. Well, I'm not like the others. Technically, a smooth voice interrupts, you're not a royal at all. I stiffen as Prince Tristan materializes. That smug grin fixed to his face. Paul gasps and kneels. Your Highness! Hello, Paul, entertaining the future queen? The fact that he knows Paul's name catches me off guard. Most royals wouldn't bother. So what if he is, I ask? Tristan turns to me. Then I'd say he's lucky today. He steps closer. You're always turning up where you shouldn't, aren't you, little doe? I lift my chin. It's not wrong to talk with the people who make this place run. He raises a brow. Agreed. A thump echoes from across the room, pulling my attention. First turn. What was that? No answer. I rise and smooth my skirts, walking toward the sound. Another thud. Louder. I turn back. What's behind here? Tristan leans against the table, unfazed. Paul? Paul fidgets. Not sure I follow, milady. Another knock. You don't hear that? Maybe your hearing's off, Tristan offers. It's not, I snap. Don't gaslight me. He steps forward, looming. Funny how much power I seem to have over you already. You have none, I hiss. He clicks his tongue. Power isn't given, it's taken. You speak French, I ask, catching the foreign phrase. He smirks. I'm a prince. His arm lifts, my breath catches, but he doesn't touch me. Instead, his hand presses a panel near my head. The wall groans and shifts, revealing a tunnel carved from stone. My eyes widen. A hidden passage. Milady! I whirl around and look down. A child stares up at me, wide-eyed. I'm stepping on his toy sword. Oh! I step back. I didn't see you! I crouch, pick up the toy. Are you a knight? He puffs his chest. I'm the king. I grin. Of course, I should have known. Forgive me, your majesty. He smiles and takes the sword. Who are you? I've never seen you. My mama knows everyone here. Lady Beatreaux, Tristan answers. Milady, this is Simon. Simon tilts his head, studying me. Do we like her? He asks. Tristan laughs. We do. My heart stutters. Simon squints. Still a girl. I can't like you too much. I laugh, standing. I'll try not to take it personally. Simon shrugs and turns to Paul. I'm hungry. I glance at Tristan. Why do you keep showing up everywhere I go? I heard you were a ghost. Now I see you constantly. Been asking about me? He teases. Hardly. Do I bother you? You do. He sighs. My brother wants to see you. I'm just the delivery boy. I snort. You taking orders? His eyes gleam. I raise my hand. Don't say anything. Tristan, wait. Simon rushes forward and hugs his legs. I'm caught off guard again. This child adores him. And Tristan kneels, brushing dirt from Simon's face. You've been in the tunnels? Simon nods. Don't be mad. The other kids laugh at me. My chest aches. Paul turns away, hiding his expression. Tristan grips Simon's shoulders. You're a lion. They're sheep. Lions don't worry about sheep. Understand? Simon nods, eyes shining. You're better than they'll ever be, Tristan murmurs. Emotion coils in my chest, spreading like smoke. Tristan stands and looks at me. Come on, little doe. Let's not keep your future king waiting.
11th, Tristan. So, what exactly does your brother want?
I glance at Lady Beatreaux as we stride down one of the castle's lengthy corridors. Sunlight spills through the stained glass, casting ribbons of color across her skin. My fingers twitch with the urge to sketch her. He's the king, I say. He doesn't need a reason to get what he wants. She smirks. You sound bitter. Do I? A little. Her brow lifts. Are you? I slip a joint from behind my ear and roll it between my lips. My tutors once called it an uncouth habit, claimed it was unbecoming for royalty. They never cared that it calmed me, that it helped still the noise inside my head. Are we friends now, little doe? I ask. Stop calling me that. She shoots me a look that makes my pulse jump. You're quite demanding, you know that. And you're infuriating, she shoots back. Not the best trait for a future queen. I grin. You might want to work on that before your tutors try to whip it out of you. She halts, turning sharply to face me. Whip it out! Her words trail off as her gaze lands on the scar above my brow. The air between us thickens. I tap the raised line with my finger. This wasn't earned by poor manners, not mine anyway. She nods, doesn't look away. Thanks for the warning. I step to move again, but her hand catches my wrist, stopping me. The contact burns. Tell me about the rebels. I turn to face her, letting her hand linger a beat longer. I scan her, her midnight curls, those dark eyes, and the curve of her dress. She drops my wrist and steps back, chin high, defiant. My fingers itch to touch her again. I remove the joint from my mouth and tuck it behind my ear. What exactly do you want to know? Everything Wait. Her brows knit. You're not going to shut me down? Tell me to stop asking? I tilt my head. Why would I? Because everyone else does. She bites her lip. That tiny gesture, her teeth on soft skin, sparks something in me. Before I realize I'm moving toward her, she backs up until she's framed by colored glass and stone. A halo of gold and green surrounds her. She glances left, then right, checking if we're alone. Good. I love when she's uncertain. I'm not everyone else, little doe. I take another step. My fingers brush her cheek. She flinches. Whether from my touch or the chill of my rings, I can't tell. I wouldn't dare silence your curiosity, I murmur. I'd rather unravel it, see what else is buried in that clever mind of yours. Her hands brace behind her, pressing into the window. She looks like a painting brought to life. I trail my fingers along her throat. To my surprise, she tilts her head, leaning into it. Careful, I say. You're trusting me with dangerous questions. One might think you want to end up in chains. Her pulse flutters beneath my thumb. You wouldn't, she whispers. You sound sure. My grip firms. You'd make quite the picture, tied up and breathless. Her pupils expand, her body warm against mine. I slide a hand to her waist and guide her back until she's nestled in the curve of the alcove. This is reckless, she says. If anyone sees... They'd try to kill us both, I interrupt. Will you pull that little dagger again, try to carve your way out? I press her gently to the wall. You don't fool me. You're not nearly as pure as you pretend to be. Her hands land on my chest, fingers gripping my tunic. I lower my face until I can breathe in her scent. I see you, I whisper, even when you try to disappear. My control phrase. Every instinct screams to take her, mark her, own her, but I don't even know why I want her. You don't have to pretend around me, I murmur. I'm not pretending, she purrs. I'm disgusted. Footsteps echo down the hall. We break apart fast. She fingers her necklace. I curse under my breath. Why did I touch her? Why here? She's right. One witness could ruin us both. And my brother? He'd love the excuse to exile me, maybe even worse. I glance at her again. Is she doing this on purpose? Stop staring, she snaps. Watch your tongue, I bite back. Remember who you're speaking to. She sneers. You're mad, completely unhinged. My jaw tightens. Your Highness, a voice booms. A guard approaches, posture stiff. What? I snarl. He hesitates. Am I interrupting? Before I can answer, Lady Beatreaux steps forward. Her demeanor shifts instantly, now all regal confidence. Who are you to question a prince? Heat spikes through me. Her voice, her command, it hits hard. The guard stiffens. I'm a commander in the king's army. And she is your queen, I add, stepping in front of her. His expression flickers. Has he seen too much? I smooth my sleeve, annoyed. Name? Antony. Anyone expecting you? He shakes his head. There's a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Perfect. You'll come with me. I need a guard. I glance at Lady Beatreaux. You can find your way to my brother, can't you? She studies me. For a moment, I think she'll speak up. Stop me. But she doesn't. She dips into a graceful curtsy. Your Highness? Then she walks away, and I let her.
Pannirandavathu. Tristan. It never ceases to amaze me how easy it is to take a life. Even when I was younger, I never felt the weight others seem to carry. Only one death has ever shaken me. The rest? They can fade away. I've always known I was set apart. Smarter? Without question. More capable of ruling? Absolutely. When you're kept at the edges, yet expected to be present, you see things others miss. Those center stage rarely look beyond their spotlight. And most people? Utter fools. They believe what's on the surface. They give their trust freely. That perhaps explains my brother's popularity. Michael has no special charm, no sharp mind, no talent for anything beyond dominance. But he looks the part, and he's always had the title. For many, that's enough. He built his image on crushing others, and people still cheered. But power isn't about brute strength. Real power is subtle. It's knowing where the strings are and how to pull them. It's being the hand behind the curtain, not the face in front of it. Michael and his little entourage used to shove me into the dirt, laugh while I bled, told me I wasn't even worth the ground they pushed me into. They robbed me of power, day after day. It wasn't until years later I learned how to reclaim it. And when Father died, something inside me wanted more. I didn't just want mine back, I wanted theirs too. The memory needles at my chest, but I shake it off. My hand rests lightly on the shoulder of the guard beside me as we arrive at the dungeon doors. He glances at me, tension vibrating off his frame. I gesture toward the narrow stairs. Down here, the issue? His voice tightens. You think I brought you here for something else? I chuckle. He swallows hard. No, of course not. Just, this area isn't usually my assignment. Your assignment, I say, stepping closer, is wherever I say it is. Yes, Your Highness. We descend. The stone steps echo beneath our feet. It smells of mildew and stale air, abandoned cells with no prisoners, just shadows and old rust. Water drips somewhere in the distance. The guard's breath grows uneven. I'm enjoying this. He casts a nervous glance my way. I flash a grin and point toward the far end of the hall. Last cell, I say, striding past him to the wall of keys. I grab the one I need, walk to the door, and unlock it with a satisfying click. It creaks open. He hesitates. I don't think I'm qualified for... I push him forward, the key biting into my palm. He stumbles into the cell. The moment he's in, I slam the door shut. The clang rings off the walls. Your Highness? His voice breaks. I pull the joint from behind my ear and light it, the flame small and sharp. Inhale. Exhale. Antony. His name rolls off my tongue as I eye him head to toe. He looks the part. Crisp uniform, lion emblem, polished shoes. Antony, I repeat. Do I look like someone who can't tell the difference between a guard and a carpenter? No, sir. I mean, Your Highness. I didn't mean... You'll refer to me properly. Your Highness. Or my lord. His body stiffens. My lord? I like the sound of it. I approach slowly. It carries a certain reverence. He backs up and reaches for his weapon. Sloppy move. I grab his wrist before he can draw it, twisting until the bones crack. His weapon hits the floor. He gasps, pain turning his face pale. As I said, I murmur, people often whisper prayers before the end. I can be the one you pray to. The dull light from outside the cell spills through the barred door. It catches the tears on his cheeks. Please, Your Highness. I apply pressure to his broken wrist. Kneel, Antony. He collapses. I step back and inhale, the joint glowing at the tip. I nudge his weapon farther away with my boot. For a commander, you're not very impressive. I didn't see anything, he blurts. I swear. I circle him. That's hard to believe. I swear on my life. There's a cabin, I say casually, out in the forest. I used to go there as a child. Did you know? His breathing stutters. I grab his hair and yank his head back. Smoke curls from my lips. Answer. No. Exactly. No one knew. No one cared. I toss him down. He lands hard, cradling his mangled hand. There's a tunnel that leads straight there. Amazing, isn't it? He doesn't answer. I expect replies, Antony. Yes, it's amazing. I'd draw for hours there. It was the only place I could go where no one would follow. I crouch and lift him into a seated position. Everyone let me vanish, pretended it was for my own good. They were wrong. I inhale deeply, then speak through the smoke. Tell me, are you beyond saving? He shakes his head quickly. They all say that. I press a finger to the hollow beneath his throat. Do you know what it's like to choke over and over? No. I could show you, or you could be honest. His expression shifts. Anger flares behind the pain. You're not a savior, just a scarred-up freak. The words slice deep. My hand flies before I can stop it. My rings crack against his cheekbone. He crumples, blood splashing the floor. A tooth skids near my boot. I lift my foot and slam it down. He chokes on another scream as his face caves under the pressure. Blood pools around him. I breathe through the chaos, steadying myself. Everyone underestimates me, I say softly. But right now, Anthony, I'm your god. I grind my heel into his wrist. He groans. Don't hold back. Scream if you like. No one will hear. He grabs at my leg with his good hand, desperation in every twitch. Just speak, I whisper. Say the words. And it ends. Will you let me go? I flick the ash from the joint. You have my word. I saw you and the lady, in the hall, at the window. You were close. I thought. His words garble as more blood pours from his lips. I ease the pressure slightly. Inappropriate. That's what it looked like. Please, please, my lord. His confession sinks in, and I hate how reckless I've been. But I smile. Thank you for telling the truth. I step behind him. My hands wrap around his neck. And lucky for you, I whisper, I'm merciful. One twist, his body slumps, eyes vacant, blood pooling around his jaw. Be free, Anthony. I take one last drag, then drop the joint on his chest. The flame catches the lion's insignia. I watch it burn. Ash drifts upward, and I feel calm.
Padimundravade. Sara B. I need to speak with Uncle Raph, I say to Xander, who lounges across from me while Sheena works on my hair. She chats quietly with Ophelia, who's stitching something off to the side. Xander adjusts his glasses and brings a thick cigar to his lips, exhaling a warm cloud of sweet smoke. The scent hits me hard, reminding me of my father's study, the hours spent watching him work. A pang of homesickness punches through my chest, and I miss Silva's sun-drenched afternoons. I'll make the arrangements, Xander replies. I force a polite smile. Uncle Raph once said Xander was someone I could trust, a confidant in a den of wolves. But the longer I stay here, the more that trust frays. Sheena, Ophelia, leave us, I say. Their voices stop. They leave without protest, though Sheena glances back nervously before shutting the door. She's been distant lately, and watching her go makes my heart sink. If she left now, I wouldn't blame her, but I'd feel more alone than ever. I fold my hands in my lap, staring Xander down. I let the silence stretch, making it clear I'm not here to play his game. Cousin, he starts. Don't call me that. He stiffens. I'm done pretending everything's fine. Your father said I could trust you. Can I? Sarah, he taps the chair's arm. You're only here because of me. These things take time. They're delicate. I don't have time, I shoot back. It feels like I'm being paraded around while the people who destroyed my family go untouched. He exhales, shaking his head. Do you even understand what had to happen to get you here? This is the endgame. You just need to stay in character a little longer. I brush a curl from my cheek. I didn't come here to gossip and drink tea. I came for justice. Maybe you wouldn't understand that. He fingers the cigar. In an hour, the king will take you into the square. There will be a public meal. He'll announce the engagement, then a ball. Everyone will attend. My heart skips. And after that, we move, he confirms. He eyes me carefully. Is there something else you're not telling me? My posture tenses. Flashes of yesterday with Tristan dance in my head. Number I'm here, waiting, trusting. Xander sighs. Once the engagement is official, you'll be kept busy. Planning, etiquette lessons. Just stay focused. My expression twists. Don't forget what you're here to do, he says, voice low. Precision over impulse. I know. He rubs the bridge of his nose. I didn't mean to leave you feeling isolated. I'll do better. Thank you. The wedding will be within 6 months, he says, rising and buttoning his jacket. 6? My brows shoot up. He shrugs. No one said you have to wait that long. Use the time wisely, stay close, and strike when ready. I know the plan, I snap. He smirks. Then we're fine. Perfect. I raise my arms in mock celebration. He's finally letting me in. I should feel relief. But something about his tone, it chills me. Like he's reciting a script instead of confiding. Maybe Uncle Raph was wrong about him. The unease tightens around my ribs. Lady Beatreaux, you look radiant. Michael's voice echoes across the courtyard as my attendants and I walk toward the waiting vehicles. The autumn air bites at my skin, though it's only September. I glance at the overcast sky and miss Silva again. It's warmth. It's light. Amazing how one country can hold 2 worlds. I suppose borders mean nothing to nature. She follows no rules but her own. Thank you, Your Majesty, I reply with a curtsy. My corset digs in, but I keep my posture graceful. Where are we going? I ask as Timothy opens the car door. Michael waves me in. Just enjoy the day. Enjoy being at my side. I bite back a scoff. The arrogance rolls off him in waves. How anyone finds him endearing is beyond me. How could I resist? I say, lightly peeking at him from beneath my purple hat. Timothy takes a seat across from us. My eyes catch the crest on his coat, and my mind flashes to yesterday. The guard who walked off with Tristan. I shouldn't have let him trap me in that hallway. One wrong move here has consequences. And Tristan? He's dangerous. But that doesn't stop my pulse from spiking when I remember his hands, his mouth, his breath. That moment was a mistake, one I can't afford to repeat. That guard didn't do anything wrong. But I know, deep down, that he's probably not coming back. Tristan didn't have to say a word. His eyes said it all. I don't wish death on the innocent. But sometimes sacrifices are made in the name of revolution. The car rolls forward and my gaze drifts to the old weeping willow across the courtyard. There's no shadow beneath it, no pair of green eyes watching me from the trees. And I hate how my heart drops because of it.
14. Tristan. Lately, my soon-to-be sister-in-law has become a fixation, a distraction I don't have time for. I keep telling myself it's because she's unreadable. I've always been able to decode people within minutes. But her? She's like a cipher. That alone makes her irresistible. The old wooden floorboards groan as I pace across the upstairs room of the Elephant Bones Tavern. Outside the glass balcony doors, a crowd has gathered, hundreds packed into the field behind the building, waiting for me to speak. Anticipation crackles under my skin. My pulse is steady, but my veins are alive with fire. Everything I've worked for is close. The future that should have always been mine. Since my father's death and Michael's rise to the throne, the kingdom has been unraveling. What people see as chaos is exactly what I've orchestrated. Anger is easy to stir when people are starving. Abandon them long enough, and they'll follow anyone who listens. I've been listening, and placing my people in the right positions. Waiting. I step through the rickety doors onto the small balcony, lifting my chin as cheers erupt from the crowd below. The sound fuels me. I stand tall, letting their energy soak into my bones. There's power in their eyes. They see me. Finally. "Hello, friends," I call out. "You've heard the rumors. Let me confirm it. King Michael is to be wed." "To who?" someone shouts. "That's not the point. You'll know her soon enough. What matters is why she's here. She wasn't chosen for love. She was planted. To earn your trust. To make you believe things are changing. That the sun is rising." A familiar face flashes through my mind, and my chest clenches. "But I promise you, the only light on the horizon will be the fire we set when we burn their king to ash." A thunderous roar builds, feet stomp, the land vibrates. "Burn the king's whore!" someone yells. My body goes rigid. "She is not to be touched," I snap. Silence falls, confusion rippling through the crowd. I spot Edward at the edge, beside Belinda and Earl. His face says everything. He's surprised. I'm surprised. But I meant it. "Don't show your hand too early," I continue smoothly. "Let them believe in her. Let them hope. That's how we win." A lone voice cuts through the quiet. "Why should we trust you? You're one of them." I smile, slow and sharp. "If you doubt me, come up here and take my place. I won't stop you." No one moves. I scan the sea of faces until I find the one who spoke. A young man with copper hair and a scowl. I point. "Step forward. Let's hear what else you have to say." He hesitates, then pushes through the crowd until he's standing front and center. "Have I not done enough to earn your faith?" I ask. "It's been 2 years," he says. "We're still waiting." "You've waited 2 years. I've waited a lifetime. And this isn't a parade. It's treason. One wrong move and we all die." I raise a hand and snap my fingers. Edward emerges, dragging a body. Antony Scarenborg, former commander of the king's army. Gasps ripple through the crowd as Edward tosses the corpse to the ground. His uniform is scorched. His face is barely recognizable. "This is what happens when I fight for you behind closed doors. Don't mistake my absence for inaction." The redhead stares, stunned. Edward returns with a bucket of kerosene. I nod toward the skeptic. "Let him do it." Edward hands off the bucket. The young man pours the fuel, soaking the body. Some of it splashes onto his boots, but he doesn't flinch. The crowd howls in approval. Edward and I lock eyes. We both know this one won't survive the week. But for now, I let him play the hero. Let the others believe they matter. From my cloak, I pull a match. "Brute force can win battles," I say, striking flame to wood. "But empires fall from precision, patience, planning. That's our strength." I drop the match. Flames erupt. The scent of burning flesh curls through the air like incense from hell. "Down with Michael Fossa!" Someone screams. "Death to the king!" Another joins. I nod, soaking in the firelight. "Soon, my friends," I say. Soon. Stay ready.
19. Sara Beatreaux, it's been a week since I arrived, but today's the first time I've stepped beyond the castle gates into Saxum itself. A towering clock stands in the heart of the square, while shops line the cobbled streets on either side. Sleek new lampposts cast neat pools of light over the sidewalks. Modern touches that surprise me. I've never seen a street lamp up close before. The realization makes my chest tighten. This town thrives while Silva is left behind in the dust. Michael and I are sitting inside a well-known patisserie, the Chocolate Gorge. It's supposedly famous for its sweets. Timothy, Xander, and my ladies-in-waiting sit at a separate table nearby, while guards keep watch at the entrance. Other than that, the shop is quiet. Too quiet. Is it always this empty? I ask, nudging my half-finished dessert aside. Michael smirks, his neatly groomed hair gleaming beneath the cafe lights. I didn't want the commoners distracting me while I tried to charm you. Outside, a small crowd has gathered behind barricades, hoping for a glimpse of their king. The sight presses a weight against my ribs. Do you come here often? I ask. Not since I was a kid, he replies. My father used to bring Tristan and me every now and then. His brother's name heats the blood under my skin, but I bite down the reaction. I won't let someone who isn't even here get under mine. Still, the image forms anyway. Two brothers with their father, sharing chocolates and laughter. Everything I've read about King Michael II focused on how poorly he led his nation. It's difficult to picture him as anything but a failed ruler, much less a loving parent. That's surprisingly sweet, I say. Michael snorts and gives me a look. There's a shadow behind his smile, like the memory cut deeper than he'd like to admit. You're a soft one, Sara Beatreaux. I sit straighter. Isn't that a quality you'd want in your queen? He lifts an eyebrow. You think you'll be queen, do you? I breathe out slowly, lowering my gaze before meeting his again through my lashes. I was raised to be yours, Your Majesty. You'd be foolish not to take what's already yours. He rubs his jaw, intrigued. Raised for me? I nod, sipping my tea. My uncle turned away plenty of offers. He always believed I belonged beside you. It's a stretch, but if I know one thing about Michael, it's that he enjoys being desired and adored. I'm counting on that. He leans in, his voice low. And you? What do you want? Our eyes lock, and for once the lie comes easily. After meeting you, I can't imagine wanting anything else. A pleased grin slides across his face as he leans back, fully satisfied. Sire, Xander says, stepping to the table. The reporter's ready outside. After photos, the Privy Council awaits. Michael frowns. That many people outside? They're contained behind the barrier, Xander assures. Michael stands, placing his top hat on with flair. He offers me his arm. Come on, Sarah, you want this? Then give them a show. I wrap my fingers around his elbow, my stomach tightening like a coiled spring. Timothy opens the door and we step outside. The crowd rustles, excitement buzzing through the air. A man in a tweed suit stands next to a tripod-mounted camera. He bows deeply. Your Majesty, m'lady. Michael barely looks at him. My annoyance spikes. Are you the reporter? I ask. He nods, smiling. That I am. Michael interrupts. Let's get to it. He pulls a ring box from his pocket and takes my hand. Lady Beatreaux, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I blink. That's it? No knee, no emotion, just words tossed into the air like a rehearsal. His grip tightens. He's waiting. Swallowing my disappointment, I lift my other hand to my chest. It's beautiful, I say, eyes on the ring. I would be honored. He slides the ring onto my finger. It belonged to my mother. Don't waste the gesture. My face stays fixed in a smile as he pulls me to his side for the camera. People cheer behind the barricades, but none of it reaches me, because across the street, leaning on a lamppost, stands a figure in a cloak. I can't see his face, but I know it's him. Tristan. Michael waves to the crowd and leads us to the car. My smile stays even as my heartbeat hammers in my chest. By the time I sit in the car and glance back, he's gone. I've attended Sunday service my entire life. In Silva, our churches were simple, wooden benches, faded walls, slowly emptied by poverty and loss. Faith doesn't always survive starvation. Now I sit in Saxum's Grand Cathedral. It's magnificent, stone and stained glass with vaulted ceilings painted in scenes that must have taken generations. The candlelight flickers beside golden detailing and colored light dance across. Fry, share your saharbo or kraso your. Everyone's left. Michael, the nobles, even my ladies. I told them I needed time to pray. But really, I'm waiting for Xander. Restless, I rise from my bench and glide down the aisle, my pale pink dress whispering along the floor. My gloved fingers smooth down the fabric. The crucifix above the altar stares down at me, and for the first time, I feel an odd kinship. He sacrificed everything to save the undeserving. Is that what I'm doing? I don't doubt my purpose or our cause, but for once I wonder if I understand his sorrow. I turn away, drawn by something in the shadows. A large oil painting rests near a hallway. A king in dark robes stares out with piercing jade eyes, sharp and cold. A chill curls up my spine. That's my father! I jump. Tristan stands behind me, his voice low. My hand flies to my chest. You scared me. He steps beside me, his eyes on the portrait. I glance at him. Do you miss him? His face tightens. Yes. I miss mine too, I whisper. We stare at the painting together. He looks like you, I say. He smirks. Devastatingly handsome? Terrifyingly so. He turns to me. Do you run from what scares you, Sara, or do you face it? My pulse stutters. I don't run. You might start. Was that a threat? A warning. I saw you yesterday, I blurt. In the square, hiding. He steps closer. You ask a lot of questions for someone who gives nothing back. My feet root to the floor. What do you want to know? Everything. That'll take time. We've got time unless Michael tires of you first. His voice drops. Or unless you've got your own plan. My fists clench. I'm not a whore. His hand lifts, brushing my jaw. No, you're something far more dangerous. My breath catches. You don't scare me. You should be scared. You're not going to stop me from marrying him. His expression darkens. So that's your game. His hand trails lightly across my collarbone. You want power, he murmurs. I can give it to you. All of it. A crash echoes from behind us. I flinch. Leave me alone, I whisper. He steps back, but his eyes hold mine. Then he turns and vanishes into the shadows. And just like that, Xander appears in the hallway, watching me, expression unreadable.
Badinare. Tristan. A cocktail of disgust and desire churns in my gut, sharp and toxic. That's what she's become to me. Poison. Lady Beatreaux, my brother's future bride. She gets under my skin in ways no one else ever has. I can't stop prodding, pushing, testing her mask until it slips. And when it does, I see the hunger, the ambition. She wants the throne, but she's betting on the wrong man. Michael won't deliver her a crown, just a coffin. And yet, even as I curse her, I admire her. She plays her part to perfection. For that alone, I'll make sure her end is swift. She's not the innocent she pretends to be. She's cunning, strategic, dangerous. Grinding my teeth, I storm through the cathedral's hallway into the castle foyer. My hand slides along the carved banister as I take the stairs two at a time, footsteps echoing against the polished tile. Portraits of dead royals stare down from the walls, judging me, as if they know how far I've let her twist my focus. Servants pass by without meeting my eyes. They know better. Everyone keeps their distance, except for her. I'm not sure if she's drawn to my power or just foolish. At my chambers, I shove the door open. It slams shut behind me. I stalk to the table beneath the bay window, grab the jar at its center, and sit. My hands go through the motions, rolling hash and thin rice paper. But my mind is locked on her. I bring the joint to my lips, light it, and inhale. Smoke unfurls in my chest, easing the knots in my stomach. But then I see her again, in my head. Bent over the table, skin flushed, breath caught. The flame from my match dancing along her bare shoulder. A groan breaks from my throat. My hand drops to my lap, fingers brushing the ache beneath my clothes. I shouldn't. I won't. But her image is all-consuming. I loosen my trousers and slip my hand beneath, jaw tight. Her mouth, her eyes, the way she'd look gasping around The joint slips from my lips, the ember burning against my skin. I don't flinch. I'm too far gone. But just as I'm on the edge, one brutal thought cuts through the haze. She's going to belong to him. Michael. I yank my hand away like it's been scorched, shame and fury crashing over me. I won't be controlled by lust. Not for her. She wants power? Let her fight me for it. You look distracted, sire. Xander's voice drifts from the hallway, and I stop mid-step, pressing against the wall. I'm not supposed to be here, but when I saw him slipping through the halls alone, I followed. Now I'm outside Michael's chambers. The door didn't close fully. I lean closer. Want a dreamless sleep potion? Xander offers. No, Michael grumbles. It clouds my thoughts. That's just the opium, sire. It might help the nightmares. Don't coddle me. Silence. Then Michael's voice again, quieter now. If you really want to help, go talk to the dead and tell my father to leave me alone. I blink. Nightmares. Of him? Xander speaks again, hesitant. Have you seen him while awake? Another long pause. The tension seeps through the walls. Have you considered seeing someone? I'm speaking to you, aren't I? I meant a specialist. Someone who could help you understand what's happening. Silence. They'll call me mad, Michael mutters. A grin curves my lips. I push off the wall, footsteps light as I head for the tunnels. So the mighty king hears ghosts. The people should know when their ruler is losing his grip on reality, especially when I'm ready to take everything from him.
Padintras price Hauer in Srei Padineravada. Sara B. whispers of Michael's proposal have taken root, and the castle is buzzing. Most already suspected why I was here, but now, with the engagement confirmed, heads bow a little lower and backs straighten a little more. Respect that I haven't earned is being handed to me, simply because the right man asked the right question. Marisol burst into my room at sunrise, flinging curtains open and throwing fabric samples at me. She rambled about the engagement ball, insisting it's my duty to plan it. She has no idea what duty really means. Her hair is perfectly curled, her eyes sharp as blades as she holds up the 30th purple swatch, asking me to compare it to the last 29, as if I've been keeping track. I hate purple, I tell her flatly. What? She lets out a laugh. But it's the color of royalty, my lady. Perfect. Pick whichever shade you like best, I sigh, rising from the couch. I need air. Her gaze cuts to me. Why? The question burns. Must I explain every decision I make? Her lips pinch. Your time is filling up. Once you're queen, you won't be able to just disappear when you feel like it. The implication stings. Then I'll enjoy the freedom while I still can. Besides, I'm confident you and Ophelia can finalize the details. Unless I'm wrong? Her spine straightens. Of course not, milady. Wonderful. I crack my neck. Have you seen Sheena? She avoids my eyes. Not recently. My stomach twists. Ever since the others arrived, Sheena's all but vanished. I miss her, and I want to know what she's up to. I'll go look for her. I move toward the door. You can't just wander the castle alone. Marisol's shrill voice follows me. I turn, walking slowly back until I'm right in front of her. We lock eyes. She looks away. I'm not asking your permission, I whisper. You're not in charge of me. Apologies, milady. I let the silence hang thick. Then I smile. Good. You'll stay here and continue planning. Make it impressive. I've got a reputation to build. I squeeze her shoulder, just tight enough to make a point. Don't disappoint me. Her posture stiffens. She's jealous. I step into the hallway, heart skipping when I nearly run into someone. "Timothy," I exhale, "you startled me." He doesn't answer, only watches me with those dark eyes. Still sworn to silence, I fold my arms. "If you're here, who's guarding the king?" A subtle brow lift is his only response. "So I'm the assignment now?" I nod. "Come on then, let's walk." His footsteps follow mine. Minutes pass, I'm definitely lost. He doesn't offer to help, and I refuse to ask. "Seen Shayna?" I ask, knowing he won't answer. "Who's Sheena?" a cheerful voice calls. I freeze. Paul rounds the corner, casual in tan trousers and a light shirt. "Paul," I smile. "Good to see you." He glances at Timothy, then back at me. "You were hoping to see me?" "You know each other?" "Of course. Timmy's my best friend." I turn to Timothy, surprised. "Really? He barely says a word to me?" Paul grins. That tracks. The laughter in my chest is light, and I hold onto it tightly. "We're walking. Want to join?" Paul hesitates. "Might not look good, me walking with you." I arch a brow. "Let me worry about that." He flashes a smile and links his arm with mine. "Then lead the way." He steers us through unfamiliar halls down a narrow corridor. A dark wooden door waits. "Secret passage?" I ask. "Better." He pushes it open. Cool air greets me. Clouds stretch across the gray sky. Waves crash in the distance, but in front of me, a secluded garden. Deep purple blooms, creamy whites, moss-covered statues, and a fountain in the center. What is this place? "The Queen's Garden," Paul says. "The Queen Mother used to spend time here. No one comes anymore, but it's peaceful." It's stunning. I move toward the fountain. Behind it, towering trees remind me how isolated we are out here. I turn to ask about the forest, but I freeze. Timothy and Paul are laughing. Timothy's hand on Paul's shoulder. Warmth swells in my chest, followed by something sharp. I envy the ease between them. Have I ever had that? A laugh in the distance pulls my attention. I follow it. Curiosity overriding caution. Leaves crunch underfoot. I lift my skirts as I weave through trees. Then I see them. Simon, cross-legged, smiling wide, and facing him, Tristan, mirroring him, focused, calm. He draws on Simon's arm with a pen, sleeves rolled, hair loose, black suspenders, cream shirt. He's beautiful. Neither notices me. I stare, letting myself look. His tattoos shift with his movements. He's relaxed, almost kind. "Hold still, little lion," he murmurs. "It tickles," Simon giggles. I step on a twig. Simon turns. "Hi, lady." Tristan doesn't look up. "Just exploring," I say. "What are you two doing?" Simon grins, but I see the bruise under his eye. My stomach clenches. Tristan still hasn't looked at me. I inch closer. Another twig snaps. "Next time you sneak into forest," Tristan says, finally, "wear something more practical." I wasn't sneaking. I heard laughter. Now he looks at me. "Alone?" "Technically, Timothy and Paul are back in the garden." Simon snorts. "They're probably glad you left." "That's not nice. I'm delightful." "Yeah, but they love each other." I blink. Simon, Tristan warns. I make a mental note, but I drop to the ground beside them. "What are you drawing?" Simon chews his lip. "I wanted a tattoo. He said no, so this." I lean in, and I forget how to breathe. It's art. Raw, breathtaking art. A lion's face peers through what looks like torn skin, drawn in ink so detailed it seems alive. I'm speechless. "Why do you want tattoos?" I ask. Simon looks at Tristan. He has them. "And they're scared of him. I thought if I had some..." He shrugs. "They'd be scared of me too." Tristan finishes and leans back. "You're done." I love it. "You think it'll help?" "This is for you. Forget them." "I don't know how." Then I'll draw it again. "Lady Beatreaux." I freeze. Tristan looks at me. I hate him. I'm supposed to. But right now, I don't. Timothy steps through the trees. You shouldn't run off." I smile. "Is that what it takes to get you talking?" He frowns, then turns to Tristan. "Your Highness?" Tristan rises. The softness vanishes. The scarred prince returns. He walks past me, hand brushing mine. Our fingers touch for a moment. My heart stutters. I pretend it means nothing, but I feel it.
18வது. Tristan. The upper level of the Elephant Bones Tavern features a narrow hallway, a modest bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, one of which I keep ready in case I decide to stay the night. Lately, I haven't. Most of my time has been spent at the castle, partly because Lady Beatreaux continues to intrigue me, and partly to remain accessible whenever Simon needs an escape route. But Edward has informed me that my absence has been noticed. Spirits are low. Apparently, burning the king's commander wasn't a strong enough reminder that my commitment hasn't wavered. So tonight, I'm here to be seen. I climb the stairs and head down the corridor toward my room. As I reach the door, I pause. Muffled noises echo from inside. Frowning, I twist the handle. The door flings open and crashes into the wall behind it with a sharp crack, loud enough to make the bed's occupants jump in alarm. Sheets tangle around them as they scramble. The woman clutches the covers to her chest, eyes wide in terror. The man, my second in command, tries to speak. Edward. And her, rosy cheeks, wild blonde curls, and freckles, one of Lady Beatreaux's maids. My jaw tightens. "You brought me a present, Edward?" I ask, voice like ice. He fumbles for words, yanking on his clothes. "Your Highness?" I silence him with a raised hand, eyes sweeping over the girl's trembling form. How generous. She shrinks back, trying to disappear into the mattress. I walk forward and grab her by the arm, dragging her off the bed and letting her hit the floor. Her shriek slices the air. That sound, fear, raw and real, sends a rush through my veins. Edward finally moves, shoving her clothes into her hands. "Bit late for modesty, isn't it?" I murmur, amused. She doesn't move. I don't enjoy repeating myself. Edward pleads quietly. "Sheena, please do what he says." "I don't want him to look at me," she whispers. "Take a few minutes," I say, my tone almost gentle. I smooth a hand over her hair. "Get dressed, then come downstairs. We'll sort this out." Edward starts to protest, but I cut him off again. 10 minutes. I leave them behind, fury simmering just below the surface. I've trusted Edward with everything. He knows better. And yet, he's brought an outsider, one tied to the castle, right into our stronghold. The stairs creak under my boots. When I reach the main floor, I cross the room to where Belinda sits perched in Earl's lap, laughing as her fingers twirl through his beard. She straightens at my approach, sliding off and kneeling. "Sire." "There's a girl upstairs with Edward," I say flatly. "Make sure they don't leave." Belinda kisses my hand. "Yes, Your Highness. If they try to flee, kill her. Bring Edward to me." She nods, her face lighting up with that wild gleam I've come to rely on. I stride toward the raised platform and settle into the black velvet high-back chair at its center. A makeshift throne for now. Around me, the tavern buzzes. Rebels feast on bread and soup, courtesy of Paul, coats piled beside them in preparation for the coming cold. A gesture of goodwill to keep them loyal. It doesn't take long before I hear the tread of boots. Edward and the girl emerge from the stairwell. Heads low, they weave through the room with Belinda nudging them forward. I rest my chin on my knuckles, watching them approach. "Kneel before greatness," Belinda sneers, forcing the girl down. Edward steps between them. I raise an eyebrow. Still, he remains standing. "Do you no longer kneel, Edward?" He meets my stare, then drops. Disappointment coils in my chest. Friends, I say, standing and addressing the room. It seems we have a new visitor, straight from the castle. A low murmur ripples through the crowd. I fix my gaze on her. Are you here to join our cause? She doesn't answer. Anger flashes beneath my skin. Or were you simply here to get bedded by the king's right hand? She flinches, shame blooming on her cheeks. Stop, Edward says. One word. That's all it takes. I'm on him before he finishes. My hand connects with his face, the sharp crack echoing through the room. Blood splatters from his split cheek. He stumbles. I grab his arm and twist. He grunts, forced back to his knees. You do not tell me to stop. I brought her for you, he croaks. I pause. Did you? I turn to her. A gift, then? I kneel beside her. Tell us your name. Sheena, she whispers, tears streaming. And what are you to the king? No one. Louder. I said I'm no one. And to me? She glances at Edward, who nods encouragement. I'm whoever you need me to be. I release her chin, weighing my options. She's not one of us, but she could be useful. Maybe. You may stand. She rises slowly, brushing off her skirt. I lean in, whispering so only she hears. You'll serve me, or I'll make sure you watch every person you love suffer. Then I'll tie you up and let the lowest among us ruin you until you beg for death. And still, I won't grant it. She trembles, lips quivering. I step back and raise my arms to the room. Everyone, welcome Shayna, our newest ally in the fight.
19 Sara B. I cross the ballroom, irritation prickling under my skin. I'm not an idiot, Marisol. I know how to dance. She lifts her chin and places a hand on her hip. Her latest favorite posture. This will be your first dance with His Majesty. It has to be flawless. I grab a glass of water from the edge of the room and take a long sip, stalling. I've known how to waltz since I was old enough to walk. It's just awkward dancing with another woman, I mutter, shrugging. She exhales sharply. Milady, I'm trying to keep you from embarrassing yourself and the king. My eyes narrow, her words sharp enough to cut. Of course. Heaven forbid we do that. She moves to the phonogram, lowering the needle until music spills into the room. I breathe in deeply, trying to settle the tension in my spine, just as the eastern door creaks open. Did I miss anything good? Sheena's voice cuts through the air. I turn and grin, warmth rushing to my chest. Sheena, where have you been? I've missed you. She wraps her arms around me. I've been awful, haven't I? I have so much to tell you, she whispers. We separate, fingers still linked. Curiosity itches at me. Anything I can help with? She asks, eyeing the room. Not unless you can magically become a better dance partner, I tease, nodding toward Marisol. No offense. Marisol sighs, clearly over it. This is pointless. Come on, Marisol, breathe a little. You've been amazing. I'm just being difficult and I'm sorry. I promise I won't trip. Her expression softens. Planning a royal ball isn't exactly easy. That's why I gave it to you. I trust you more than anyone. She nods, seeming a little lighter. Why don't you take a break? Sheena and I need to catch up. Thank you, milady. She curtsies and heads out, heels tapping until the door clicks shut behind her. Only then do I truly relax. Sheena and I lock eyes and we burst into laughter. I don't think she likes me, I say. Sheena grins. I don't think she likes anyone. Hands on my hips, I tilt my head. I bet she likes my fiancé. Her eyebrows shoot up. Do you think she's one of his mistresses? I shrug. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe you are too. She shoves my shoulder. Be serious, Sara. Well, you've been invisible since we arrived. Her smile dims. She fidgets with her fingers. I met someone. My brows lift. Already? He's a general and he's amazing. I grin. And you call me wicked. She hides her face. I'm foolish, but I promise I won't disappear again. A warning flare stirs in my gut. Will I meet him? Her face falters. Of course. But I see the hesitation. Later, I glance over my book at Timothy lounging by the fire. Can you remind me how to get to the Queen's Garden? He glances up. Why? Because I'd rather leave this place, but you've made it clear I'm basically a child now that I'm engaged. He frowns. Are you calling me your nanny? If the shoe fits? He straightens. I chose to be your guard. My heart skips. That's so? Should I be flattered or offended? You'll be queen. Of course you need protection. His tone makes my skin prickle. From what? His gaze slides past me to Ophelia, who quickly looks back at her needlework. Forget it. I stand. If you don't know how to get there, just say that. He scoffs. I know every inch of this castle. I grin. Even the hidden parts? He pauses, considering. That pause tells me everything. Ophelia, we're heading out. Wanna come? She glances up. Marisol's coming soon to review the dinner menu. That sounds miserable. Glad you're handling it. She laughs. Exactly. I link my arm with Timothy's. He stiffens, but lets me lead him to the door. The second it opens, he drops my arm and masks himself in formality again. I stay silent, mentally mapping our path. At the garden door, I spin to face him. You said you knew every corridor. I do. Even the secret ones? His eyes meet mine, weighing something. Finally, he nods. My heart flutters. He presses a hand to a wall sconce. A soft click echoes, and part of the wall vanishes, revealing a narrow, hidden passageway. I stare into the dark. Everything you need to see, I think, is always hiding in plain sight.
ഇരുപதாவது. Tristan. When Michael and I were young, our father was rarely around, too occupied to spare time for us, and our mother, well, she simply didn't bother. In a royal household, that's how it is. Queens give birth to heirs. They don't raise them. So nannies raised us. The other children roaming the halls were servant kids, either off-limits to us or forbidden from mingling. Still, Michael always had his loyal crew, and they made it their mission to hunt me down and cause chaos. I made for an easy target. I never craved attention. I preferred quiet corners, my sketchpad in hand, watching from a distance. There's a lot you can learn when no one's paying attention to you. For reasons I never understood, Michael hated that about me. Honestly, he's never liked me. I feel the same. Our bond is blood, nothing more. Even as a kid, I used to fantasize about tying him up and draining every ounce of life from him, just to cut that connection. Of course, I lacked the means back then. But if you get pushed down enough, called a freak enough, you start to believe it. That being different makes you less. They called it kids being kids. But the bruises, the bloody noses, the emotional isolation, that stuck. Being the second-born son gave me freedom, but they chained me in Michael's shadow. Still, for a time, Father saw me. He'd take me to the cliffs and teach me the stars, told me how even in the darkest skies, light could guide us home. Those quiet nights meant everything. He made me feel like I belonged, until I didn't. As I got older, those nights faded. Michael became his priority. He had to train the next king, and like everyone else, Father forgot me. Turns out, the stars lose their magic when you're staring at them alone. Michael got everything. So why did he always make sure I had nothing? I thought adulthood might change things. It didn't. The petty bullying turned cruel. Shoves became broken bones. I started sneaking through the castle's hidden tunnels to escape. That's how I found the mountain path, how I discovered the forest routes. That's also where I decided I would no longer be his punching bag. I started envisioning a future where I took everything from him and from anyone who ever stood by and watched. Resentment is like ivy. It twists and wraps, feeding on bitterness until it consumes every part of you. And I had all the time in the world to water it. Michael's always had the muscles, but I'm the one with the mind. He doesn't deserve that crown. My scar throbs. I blink it away, crouching to open the chest beneath my bed. My pulse hums as I snap the lock closed and slide it back into hiding. Then I grab a candle, step into the hallway, and make for the tunnels. It's the quickest route to his office, and at this hour, no one will be around. The stone corridors are cold and narrow, the chill biting through the walls. I move fast, a twisted kind of excitement building with every step. I can already see his reaction to what I've left him. A scuffing sound halts me. I pause, straining to hear. Footsteps. Breathing. Someone's down here. Not many know about these tunnels. A long sigh bounces off the walls, and I relax, pulling a joint from behind my ear. I light it off the candle's flame, leaning into the stone, smoke curling around me. Then the breathing stops. I smirk. Pretty bold of you to sneak around here, little doe. No response. Just silence. If you don't show yourself, I'll assume you want to be chased. And that won't end well for you. I wait, then crush the joint under my boot. All right then. Wait! She appears, lamp in hand, the flickering light casting her face in an angelic glow. My gaze travels up. Boots, black trousers, cloak, hair tied back. I smile. Up to no good, are we? She lifts a brow. Could say the same for you. Did anyone ever say I was good? She bites her lip. My groin tightens. I imagine biting it instead. She exhales. You won't tell anyone, right? That depends. I move closer. What do I get out of it? Her mouth parts. What do you want? Another step. We're inches apart. Her pulse pounds under her skin. Tell me a secret, ma petite menteuse. I don't have secrets. We all do. So share one of yours. They're too heavy, even for you. She points. That French, what does it mean? So many questions, and no answers. What am I doing here at this hour? I murmur, resting my hand against her throat. Her heartbeat jumps. Maybe I'm following you. Are you? Would you want me to? She groans. You deflect everything. It's maddening. My chest warms. We're alone down here. Completely alone. I could ruin her. Take her. Own her. The urge claws at me. I press in. Her breath catches. Do you react like this to him? I ask. What? When my brother touches you, does your breath hitch? Do you blush like this? Not your business. My fingers trace her throat. Do you get wet thinking about him the way you do for me? I don't. She gasps. Wax from my candle hits her collarbone. Her hand grips my shirt. Oh. I press the cooling wax against her skin. My pulse pounds. She licks her lips. I lean in, hovering over the wax. My body aches to bite, to mark. Silence falls, tight and crackling. I tip the candle again. A droplet lands on her neck, trailing down. Her head tilts, offering more. I push her into the wall. "Tristan," she breathes. My blood boils. "Say it again." "What?" "My name." "Say it." "Tristan." Her fingers twist in my hair. I rest my forehead to hers. I want to destroy her, own her, claim her. "I should kill you for making me feel this." "Then do it," she whispers, pulling me closer. "Death would be mercy," I growl. "I'd rather let you suffer." I breathe her in. Wax hardens on her skin beneath my lips. I want her. I hate that I do. So I tear myself away. My anger flares, hatred for Michael burning like wildfire. "So you're a witch and my brother's whore?" I snap. She flinches. But I'm already walking away, refusing to look back, even when every part of me wants to.
21. Sara B. venturing into the tunnels was reckless, but reckless seems to be the theme of my time at the castle. I should have known better. It was foolish to assume I'd go unnoticed down there, especially with the prince always lurking in the shadows. He seems to thrive in dark corners, and he drags me with him more often than not, either to throw threats or to whisper wicked things too close to my ear. And no matter how hard I try, I can't quite master how to feel about it. I despise him, yet sometimes I don't. Sometimes he's not so monstrous, like when he gave Simon courage with his art or when he kept my secret without hesitation. I hate that I trust him. I hate that I seek that trust in the first place. The emotions are a tangled mess I can't begin to unravel. His brother, though, Michael, is much simpler. "Thank you for inviting me to lunch," I say politely from across the small table in his office. I'd dressed expecting a formal appearance, something public. Instead, I was led here where a modest meal of tea and sandwiches awaited. Michael dabs the corner of his mouth with a white napkin, smiling. "The pleasure is mine. Tell me about yourself, Sarah." "What do you want to know?" I tilt my head, aware he's not asking from genuine interest. Men rarely do. He shrugs with a grin. "Anything you think matters?" I mirror his smile. "I'm simple. My needs are few." He laughs, loud and warm, echoing off the stone walls. He throws his head back, clearly amused. "I doubt that very much," he says, still grinning. I shrug. "I'd rather talk about you." He raises an eyebrow. "Haven't you read the papers? I'm sure they've told you everything you need to know." His expression brightens, but there's a flicker of something else. A brief sadness. Gone in an instant. "We didn't get the papers in Silva, I reply quiet. "No?" He chuckles. "I thought everyone did." I press my lips together, irritation flaring. There's nowhere to print them. No businesses left that would distribute even if there were. "In Silva?" He frowns. "I find that hard to believe." My jaw tightens. "Well, I lived there my whole life." "I visited once as a child," he muses. "It was beautiful." A pang shoots through my chest. I remember Silva before it fell apart, before everything changed, before I lost my father. "It's strange, isn't it?" I murmur. "How quickly things fall apart. One moment you're on top, and the next..." Michael's eyes darken. "Yes, I suppose it is." He sips his tea, then shifts his smile back into place. "Now, what would you like to know about me?" "I'd like to know you're no longer breathing." I tap my nails against the polished wood. "Tell me what will make you a great king." His smile vanishes. A sudden weight fills the air, heavy and tense. "Are you implying I'm not already?" His tone sharpens. I keep my voice measured, only asking what legacy you'll leave behind. As your queen, it's important I understand your vision. I must amplify your strengths. How can I do that if I don't know what they are? He studies me, rubbing his jaw. My pulse picks up. "What makes you great, Your Majesty?" Before he can respond, a knock interrupts. Xander enters with a thin smile. "You two look cozy," he remarks. Michael leans back, smirking. "She's to be my wife, Xander. Of course we enjoy each other's company. Marriages don't always mean compatibility." Michael moves to his desk, opening a small case of cigars. "Fortunately, she's lovely and charming. A perfect match." He stops mid-sentence. His face goes pale. "Sire?" Xander steps forward, alert. "What is it?" I rise from my chair. "Are you all right?" Michael stares into the case, horror in his expression. He reaches in, then recoils, trembling. "Don't touch it!" he barks as I approach. I freeze. "What?" Inside the case, resting among the cigars, is a black handkerchief with gold trim. MFII stitched in the corner, his father's initials. I start to reach for it, but he slaps my hand away. "Don't be stupid." My hand flies to my chest. Xander steps in beside me. "Sire, please." Michael paces, gripping his hair. "You see this? Tell me I'm not mad, I told you." I stare at him, alarmed. Xander examines the box. His eyes find mine, and I recognize the same look Michael gave me. Suspicion. "There must be an explanation," Xander says carefully. "Then explain it." Michael slams the desk, the room trembling. Xander's gaze shifts. "Perhaps it's best to send Lady Beatreaux back to her chambers." I stiffen. "If the king is distressed, I should stay. I'm meant to support him." Michael steps toward me, gently cupping my cheek. His touch is too soft to offer comfort. There's no warmth, no spark, only tremors. "You're a gift," he murmurs, eyes flicking wildly. "I overreacted. That cloth is sentimental. I thought it was lost." He lifts my chin. "Maybe you're my lucky charm." I smile politely. "I hope to be more than that." He takes my hand, pressing it to his chest. His heart races. If I didn't know better, I might think I was the reason. But I do know better. Something has rattled him. And it has everything to do with the ghost of his father.
22வது. Tristan. When I told Antony about the abandoned cabin right before I ended him, I wasn't bluffing. I stumbled on it years ago, running from my brother and his loyal pack. I don't know who it once belonged to, and I've never found clues to its past. But in the 10 years since discovering it, not a single soul has come near, much less inside its sagging, splintered walls. I've slowly cleaned it up over time. There's no electricity, no plumbing. Still, it's livable. And it's buried so deep in the forest, no one hears what happens here. "I don't want to keep hurting you," I say, circling Edward. His arms are chained down to an angled wooden table, his head hanging lower than his chest. His breath catches in ragged pulls, the thin cloth over his face rising and falling with each panicked inhale. "You acted recklessly," I continue, "and now everything hangs by a thread. Do you even grasp what you've done?" He shakes his head, the chains rattling. "I'm sorry," he mutters behind the soaked fabric. I feel a slow burn in my chest, resentment, frustration. Still, I exhale slowly. It's too late for apologies. Mistakes demand consequences. Scooping up a metal pitcher from the bucket at my feet, I lift it over his face. Water pours in a steady stream, soaking the cloth, flooding his nose and mouth. His body convulses, muscles straining as he chokes. "This is nothing," I say evenly, "compared to what happens if your little tryst talks. Treason is not taken lightly. You know that better than most. You've enforced the law with your own hands." He flails, sputtering and gagging, drowning without submersion. After a few seconds, I stop the water and pull the cloth away. His skin is purpled and wet, eyes ringed red from burst capillaries, lips split and trembling. I flatten the table so he's lying straight. "If you were anyone else, I'd kill you." His head rolls to the side. "I know," he rasps. "Grateful for the mercy?" He meets my gaze, breathing hard. I'm not trying to break you, Edward, but you made a dangerous move. Bringing her here without approval. Reckless doesn't begin to cover it. His voice is barely a whisper. Thank you. For not killing me. I nod, then collect the bucket and snuff out the candles. I don't release him. He'll stay bound through the night. By morning, I'll see if he's learned what he needs to. You're leaving me here? He asks, voice unsteady. Hand on the doorknob, I glance back. Think hard on your choices. Tomorrow we begin again. I step outside and close the door behind me, locking it with a skeleton key. I crack my neck, light a joint, and begin the quiet walk back toward the castle. The moon is full and high, casting a cold light across the forest floor. I've always taken different paths to the cabin, just in case. But tonight I choose the one that cuts straight through my mother's old garden. Torture leaves a weight behind. As I emerge from the trees, I spot a silhouette near the fountain. Lady Beatreaux. Again, out when she shouldn't be. Insomnia's a dangerous habit, I say, stepping behind her. She turns, the moon lighting her features. You'd know. I circle the bench and drop beside her, legs stretched out. I lift the joint and take a long draw. She studies me quietly. Her eyes too deep, too sharp. They burn through every wall I've built. I tilt my head back, eyes on the stars, and hold the joint out. I don't expect her to take it, but she surprises me. Her small hand plucks it from mine. She inhales, coughs hard, and beats her chest. That's awful. Why would anyone do that? Smirking, I take it back and edge closer. What do you know about pain? It burns, she complains. You just need to learn how to breathe it in. I lift the joint again, offering it. Her fingers brush mine as she accepts it, raising it to her lips. Slow draw, I murmur. As she inhales, I touch 2 fingers to her throat, feeling her pulse jump. Now swallow. She obeys. Her eyes meet mine. Exhale. She breathes out, a soft cloud curling into the night. Good girl, I say, removing the joint, now damp with her touch. She shifts away. I still don't like it. I shrug, eyes to the sky. It's not for everyone. Why do you smoke? It settles me. She doesn't answer, only mirrors my pose. The quiet stretches, broken only by nature. Sometimes, I say, the thoughts won't stop. They pile up, and I can't breathe. This helps. She turns. Did you just admit something can beat you? Anxiety beats everyone, I say, even me. She takes another hit. I get it. Before my father died, I was just another girl, but after, she hesitates. He promised he'd be home for my birthday. I waited by the window every day. I knew something was wrong. She swallows. Sometimes, doing the right thing makes you a casualty. My chest tightens. I've never stopped waiting for bad news, she adds. It lives in me now, like a shadow. I watch her, the moonlight kissing her face. I reach out, brushing a loose strand of hair back. You'd make a beautiful portrait, I whisper. She frowns. What? I'd like to draw you, just like this, head tilted to the stars. She stiffens, and I feel my pulse roar in my ears. "Are you calling me beautiful?" she asks softly. I lean close. "I'm saying a man could lose his mind chasing your smile." Her breath catches. Every part of me screams to take her, to ruin her for anyone else. But I think of my brother, of the wedding, and I remember she'll belong to him. So I step back, fingers gliding down her hair. Then I walk away, the weight in my chest heavy and unfamiliar.
23வது. Sara B. It's been nearly a month since I last heard from anyone in Silva. I knew silence would come, but that doesn't make the ache in my chest any duller. The absence stretches around memories I can't help but revisit. Familiar faces, familiar places. I've always had a wanderer's heart, but wandering unfamiliar terrain is different. Back home, I could navigate every turn with my eyes shut. Here, though, nothing feels settled. The map in my mind remains mostly blank, with only scattered fragments filled in. Every time I try to get my bearings, something interrupts. Or rather, someone. Maybe that's why I find myself sneaking out at night. Maybe it's the last piece of freedom I have before it's stripped away for good. Deep down, I know that once everything falls into place, I won't come out the other side unscathed. Death always leaves its mark. Tomorrow, I'll be paraded around like a prized gem on the king's arm, a decorative token in his collection. Tomorrow is important, Xander says as we stroll through the front courtyard. I nod, swallowing around the tight knot building in my gut. You've been restless, he adds, like a bird waiting for the trap to spring. Is it that obvious? I arch a brow at him. He chuckles. Well, you did say so yourself. There will be press there, you know. I'm not helpless, Xander. I can handle a few reporters. He stops, turning to face me, boots crunching on loose gravel. After tomorrow, everything changes. I know he's right. The engagement ball marks the start of something bigger. I feel it tightening around me like a noose, but there's also something else blooming in my chest. A weight I can't name. I close my eyes and try to shove it down, hoping it stays buried. I keep walking, and Xander catches up quickly. Anyway, he says, I have something for you. A gift? Why now? Because I think you'll like it. Do I at least get a hint? He smirks. Soon. Before I can press further, Simon comes dashing across the lawn, wooden sword in hand, his laughter trailing behind. Little gremlin, Xander mutters. I whirl on him. What did you just say? He gestures toward Simon. How many times have we asked the staff to keep that boy out of sight? My stomach twists. And where exactly do you think he belongs? Somewhere out of view. He's a child, I snap. He's the son of a scullery maid. I step away from him, jaw tight. So that makes him lesser? Don't be naive, cousin. Status is everything. Some people fit, some don't. Because of his skin? My voice sharpens. Xander grimaces. Because he's an aberration. My hand itches for the blade beneath my dress. You're the aberration, Xander. I leave him behind, fury coursing through every step. Simon stands near the old willow tree, engaged in battle with an invisible opponent. Keep your wrists straight, I call. He turns, eyes bright. Hey, lady, what do you know about swordplay? Enough, I say. Come here, let me show you. He trots over, beaming. I adjust his stance, soften his shoulders. You can't be rigid, I tell him. Your body has to flow. He relaxes, and I guide his grip on the sword. Be like water, smooth and sharp. He scrunches his nose. Water? It looks soft, but it cuts stone. Never judge by appearances. He nods. How'd you get so smart? You'd be surprised what a woman knows. That's right, a voice booms. Never underestimate her. My heart stumbles as I turn. Uncle Raff. Uncle, what are you doing here? He leans on his cane, a grin spreading. Hello, little one. Simon steps in front of me, sword pointed at Raff. Who are you? Raff's smile falters. I move beside Simon, resting a hand on his shoulder. This is my uncle, Sara Beatreaux, I explain. Then to Raff, this is his majesty. Simon looks up at me, wide-eyed. There's something in his gaze, a flicker of familiarity. My chest tightens. Number could it be? Raph laughs. Surely you're joking. I shake my head. He's the king. You should bow. Simon puffs his chest and stabs the air. Bow before me. I choke on a laugh as he pokes Raph's leg. Little lion, a voice says behind us. The sound punches through me. I turn to find Tristan, watching. Simon darts to him, joy lighting his face. He loves him, and maybe he's the only one who does. I meet Tristan's gaze. My pulse flutters, stomach knotting. Is that? Raph starts gripping my arm. It is, I say, pulling free. The scarred prince, he whispers. My spine snaps straight. Don't call him that. Why is he looking at you like that? I force a laugh. Probably wondering why I'm still alive. We're not exactly friends. Good, Raph mutters. Keep it that way. He offers his arm, and I take it, feeling Tristan's eyes on my back the entire way. Irpati nangavade. Sara B. Marisol circles me, adjusting fabric and smoothing folds with delicate precision. She makes sure the gown fits perfectly. Tight where it should be, flowing where it needs to. It's the final fitting before the engagement ball tomorrow night. The dress is breathtaking. Black lace, laid over cream silk. Fitted at the waist with a soft train that trails behind me. Quarter-length sleeves end in black gloves that hug just above the elbows. I've never felt so elegant. It's exactly what I'd pick for myself, if I'd ever had the means. But until now, that wasn't my reality. My wardrobe has always consisted of hand-me-downs from a better time. Dresses my mother once wore, back when we could afford luxury. Everything I brought with me to Saxum was gifted by my cousin, carefully chosen to keep up appearances. Because no one must know that despite my title, I'm nearly penniless. Especially not the king. Michael found out he never admit the downfall was due to his own family. You look incredible, milady, Ophelia breathes, hands clasped to her chest. Thank you, Ophelia. I give her a warm smile. She's only 3 years younger than me, but sometimes the gap feels enormous. Maybe that's what happens when life teaches you too much too soon. As I look at her, so full of light, I send a silent hope to the stars that she holds on to her innocence for as long as possible. Once it's gone, there's no reclaiming it. Do you have family in Saxum? I ask. She nods sweetly. Yes, my mama, my papa, and my older brother. I smile at the affection in her voice. And what do they do? Papa serves on the Privy Council with your cousin. Mama keeps the house. Do they live here in the castle? She giggles. Oh no, milady, they live in Saxum, but outside the palace grounds. My brother's in France. Just then, Sheena walks in carrying a tray of tea. She stops, eyes wide. Sheena? I laugh. You're looking at me like this is the first nice gown you've ever seen. She sets the tray down, still staring. You look ready to be queen. A chill flutters beneath my skin. I'm nervous about tomorrow and the days that will follow. But I can't show it. In this world, vulnerability is weakness. Everything hinges on that ball, on appearances, on alliances. The Queen Mother will be there. So will the rest of the royal family. I let out a slow breath, trying to still the tremble in my fingers. There's a knock, and Timothy peeks in. His brows lift when he sees me. He quickly steps aside, holding the door open for Uncle Raph. The ladies all turn, but not before Timothy places a hand on his chest and winks at me. A smile tugs at my lips. He doesn't say much, but we're quietly becoming friends. Sarah, sweetheart, Raph says warmly. He walks in slowly, leaning on his cane, his gaze kind and steady. You look radiant. I tear my eyes from the door and focus on my uncle, his familiar blue eyes and salt-streaked hair calming my nerves. He reaches me, scanning the room. How much longer will you need? I came hoping we could share tea. I glance down at Marisol. Boss? She scoffs at the nickname, a smirk playing at her lips. We're finished for now, milady. I clap my hands, eager for a moment alone with Raph. He's the one person in this world I trust. It's time, he says seriously, tapping his cane with measured beats. My stomach knots. I nod. I know. He lifts a brow. Have you gained the king's ear? I shrug, chewing the inside of my cheek. As much as I can, but he's hard to pin down, and your son, he's not exactly making it easy. Raph frowns. That boy is always up to something, but trust him, things are changing. It won't be simple. I hold my tongue. Raph's riddles often make more sense in hindsight. He leans closer. You were always the cleverest one in the family. I'm not a child anymore, he chuckles. To me, you'll always be little Sara B. I sip my tea, letting the heat scald my tongue. Maybe it'll keep me from saying what I'm really thinking about shadows and princes and the dark thoughts that have taken root in my mind. Raph's smile fades. His eyes darken. Your father would be proud, and every fossa left standing should be made to answer. I nod slowly, my throat thick with grief. The weight of it all bears down on me again. I let myself be distracted, but not anymore.
Irbatende. Tristan. Most of you already know that tomorrow night is the engagement ball for my brother and his bride-to-be. A chorus of boos erupts from the crowd gathered in the dim tavern. Someone even spits onto the wooden floor in clear protest. I casually inspect a fingernail, letting out a long sigh. They probably assume I won't show up, but let's be honest. I never pass up a chance to defy expectations. A few laughs ripple through the room. We're standing at the edge of a new beginning, I continue. One where your birthright doesn't dictate your worth, where being different doesn't make you prey. I scan the crowd, meeting gazes sharp with hunger, for change, for justice. The fire in their eyes burns hot enough to sear flesh. The king has lost his grip. He hides behind polished speeches. But I see the truth. Why not storm the castle now? A woman shouts from the front, her voice raw, her cheeks sunken. We've got the numbers. Murmurs rise in agreement until I raise a hand. I hear your frustration, I say calmly. But quick victories rarely last. I'm not just after one man. I want lasting freedom for all of us. Removing Michael is a step, not the goal. But if he falls, the crown's yours, she insists, fists clenched. That's how it should be. I grin. That's true, and it'll look good on me, no doubt. But our goal isn't just a new monarch. It's a new world. I lift the hem of my shirt, exposing a fresh tattoo on my chest, still red and tender. A snarling hyena crouches on a bed of bones, flames dancing in its eyes. Below it the words, "Together we rule, divided we fall." I know the name hyena has long been used to shame us. Dirty, vile, unfit. Scowls twist the faces before me. I let their rage thicken the air. But the powerful only hold control because we hand it to them, I say, stepping forward. Let's take it back. I lock eyes with the same woman who questioned me. The shift in her face is immediate. Doubt replaced by reverence. She drops to her knees. They call us beasts, I say. Let's show them what beasts can really do. A wave of cheers surges as mugs slam against tables. Roars echo off the stone walls. Tonight, eat. Enjoy what we've brought. Go home full. Hug your families. You're part of something bigger now. Trays of food arrive, and people scramble, grabbing bread and beans like it's their first real meal in days. I leave the stage, weaving through the crowd until I reach Edward in the back corner. He's pale, lips tight. Shayna stands with him, nestled against his chest. Sheena, I say, you did well bringing the castle's stores. She nods. Thank you, sire. Any trouble from Paul? None, she says, eyes skimming the room, watching the frenzy of eating. They act like they haven't eaten in days. That's because many haven't, I reply, my thumb grazing the edge of the matchbox in my pocket. Her eyes shimmer when she looks back at me. What you're doing here? You're not what they say. Edward stiffens. Barely, but I catch it. I glance at her, unsure if she's naive or just forgetful. Maybe she's already blocked out the memory of what I threatened her with. Still, her words cut. I lean in, voice low. I'm exactly what they say, and worse. Her fingers tighten around Edward. If Sara knew, she'd help. My body tenses. Don't say her name to me. I press a hand against her lips. Firm. Remember what I said would happen if you crossed me? She nods, eyes wide. Good. Don't bring her up again. I step away, turning back toward the noise. So, have you met her yet? My mother asks. She adjusts the rich fabric of her gown, her silver hair pulled so tightly it lifts her face. The Dowager Queen, poised as always, even after a long journey from our estate. Yes, I answer, exhaling smoke from where I recline on the couch. And I push myself up to meet her stare. You want the truth? She's everything you're not. Her frown tightens, and I relish the way her ego bruises. I wish you'd quit that foul habit, she snaps. You've already got enough reasons for people to talk. A bitter laugh escapes me. The wounds from childhood still sting. Your concerns mean little to me, Mother, especially when you never cared about mine. That's unfair, she says, offended. She tries to soften. We've all grieved your father. But it's been 2 years. I rise, pacing toward her, jaw locked. Don't pretend you understand my grief. I crouch beside her chair, ash drifting off the end of my smoke. Where were you the night he died? She lifts her chin. That's not your business. Funny. He died in his bed, alone, skin blue. Doesn't sound like a queen mourning her king. Just then, a knock. One of her ladies answers. Timothy enters and bows. Your Majesty, Lady Beatreaux has arrived for tea. Her name tugs at something inside me, and for a second, I want to stay, to shield her from the woman who raised me. Absurd, given how often I've wished to break her myself. My mother pats my hands. Tristan, dear, we'll finish this later. I nod, turning, and there she is. Strong, stunning, unafraid. Good. She'll need every ounce of it.
26. Sara B. I wasn't expecting to be summoned by the Dowager Queen, and certainly not in such a commanding tone, as if I were some servant ready to spring at her beck and call. Honestly, I had no desire to face her, but my uncle insisted I comply, reminding me how crucial it is to remain in her favor until I gain real influence. So, I fastened my blades to my thigh, chose the most elegant gown I own, and let Sheena lace my corset tight enough to crush breath from my lungs. Now, here I am, following Timothy down the corridor, each shallow inhale a reminder of the tension wrapping around me. Do you know her? I ask Timothy, my voice low. I do, he replies. And what? What am I walking into here? Is she more thorn than bloom? He chuckles as we near her chambers. Milady, she's not a rose, but then again, neither are you. I think you'll manage just fine. His words should sting, but instead, they warm me. He sees me for what I am and accepts it. A young maid opens the door, dressed plainly in powder blue. She steps aside with a smile, letting us in. My gloves cling to my clammy palms, and I force my posture tall, feigning confidence I'm not sure I have. Her personal quarters mirror my own. Rich browns, red and cream wallpaper, and a hearth glowing with fire. 2 burgundy sofas face each other, flanked by a pair of brown leather chairs around a round table set with porcelain teacups rimmed in gold. But what catches me isn't the decor, it's him. The air shifts. I feel him before I see him, a silent force wrapping around me. I fight the urge to look, but I fail. Tristan's eyes are locked on mine. I feel pinned, as if I'm on display. His gaze slides downward, and I have to tense my thighs to suppress the heat that rushes in response. Timothy's soft cough snaps me back. I turn toward the queen, pulling away from Tristan's stare. Gertrude Fossa, the woman who stood by while my father was executed, the very same woman whose silence condemned him. Fury sparks deep in my gut. I step forward, offering a respectful curtsy. Your Majesty? Come here, girl, she snaps. Stand up. Let me have a proper look. Her words cut like glass. Sharp, cold. I obey, stopping in front of her as she scans me from head to toe. So, you're the one marrying my son, her eyes narrow. Has no one thought to tame that wild hair of yours? I square my shoulders, meeting her jab with a smile. Curls like mine don't surrender easily, ma'am. My ladies try their best. Perhaps you'd like to show them how it's done. Her lips purse tightly. And what makes you fit to wear a crown, Miss Beatreaux? Instead of waiting for permission, I slide into the seat beside her. Thank you for the invitation. She nods to her maid. Do you come from nobility? My father was a duke. The maid pours our tea in silence. And what does he do now? The knot in my stomach tightens. He's deceased? A scoff rings out from behind. I glance over my shoulder to find Tristan watching, amusement dancing in his eyes. He hasn't left, and for some reason, knowing he's there settles something inside me. So he's gone, she asks. Yes, Your Majesty. Her indifference stings. She knows my name and lineage, yet can't recall the man whose life she allowed to be taken. My father's death was a wound I'll never forget. But to her, it meant nothing. The realization leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. To her, it was routine. To me, it was everything. I see. A pity, she says, stirring her tea with meticulous care. My sons lost their father as well, she adds, but of course, you already know that. I nod. Yes. The king's passing was significant. We're still in mourning, she says with a long sigh. Tristan speaks up. Yes, tragic. If you'd like to keep reminiscing about father, by all means, let's revisit our earlier conversation. The sharpness in his tone surprises me. I've always believed the royal family was unified, bound in loyalty. But this tension between mother and son? It hints at deeper fractures. Tristan, you're dismissed, she snaps. I turn toward him with a smile. She's right. You're not needed here. He pushes off the wall, sauntering over. Dressed in black, he takes the seat beside me, legs spread, arm draped across the back of the couch, his fingers brushing near my shoulder. I shift away, determined not to let any part of me touch him, but he knows what he's doing. He enjoys getting under my skin. Tell me, Miss Beatreaux, the queen begins again. How does a fatherless girl manage to hold her own in polite society? The jab slices deep, but I keep my voice calm. The same way a widowed queen manages hers, with resolve and a strong will. She scoffs, eyes trailing down me again. Being queen requires far more than what you possess. My hands clench in my lap. I look forward to the challenge. Is it as delightful as it seems? I ask sweetly. You must enjoy retirement, no pressure, no obligations, just quiet days in the countryside. Her eyes sharpen. Sounds restful, I continue. Perhaps once I'm queen, we'll visit your estate. I'd love to show you the legacy I intend to build atop the one you left behind. She places her cup down with a loud clink, clearly irritated. Then I feel it, barely a touch, like a whisper across the nape of my neck. Tristan. His fingertips graze my skin, leaving a trail of goosebumps. Panic flares. His mother could see. but thrill chases it, curling round my ribs and tightening in my chest. I don't move away. He's watching me, and I feel every inch of his gaze, and the worst part, I like it.
Yerde, Tristan. I wasn't expecting to be summoned by the Dowager Queen, and certainly not in such a commanding tone, as if I were some servant, ready to spring at her beck and call. Honestly, I had no desire to face her, but my uncle insisted I comply, reminding me how crucial it is to remain in her favor until I gain real influence. So I fastened my blades to my thigh, chose the most elegant gown I own, and let Shayna lace my corset tight enough to crush breath from my lungs. Now here I am, following Timothy down the corridor, each shallow inhale a reminder of the tension wrapping around me. "Do you know her?" I ask Timothy, my voice low. "I do," he replies. "And? And what? What am I walking into here? Is she more thorn than bloom?" He chuckles as we near her chambers. "Milady, she's not a rose. But then again, neither are you. I think you'll manage just fine." His words should sting, but instead they warm me. He sees me for what I am, and accepts it. A young maid opens the door, dressed plainly in powder blue. She steps aside with a smile, letting us in. My gloves cling to my clammy palms, and I force my posture tall, feigning confidence I'm not sure I have. Her personal quarters mirror my own, rich browns, red and cream wallpaper, and a hearth glowing with fire. 2 burgundy sofas face each other, flanked by a pair of brown leather chairs around a round table set with porcelain teacups rimmed in gold. But what catches me isn't the decor. It's him. The air shifts. I feel him before I see him, a silent force wrapping around me. I fight the urge to look, but I fail. Tristan's eyes are locked on mine. I feel pinned, as if I'm on display. His gaze slides downward, and I have to tense my thighs to suppress the heat that rushes in response. Timothy's soft cough snaps me back. I turn toward the Queen, pulling away from Tristan's stare. Gertrude Fossa, the woman who stood by while my father was executed. The very same woman whose silence condemned him. Fury sparks deep in my gut. I step forward, offering a respectful curtsy. "Your Majesty." "Come here, girl," she snaps. "Stand up. Let me have a proper look." Her words cut like glass, sharp, cold. I obey, stopping in front of her as she scans me from head to toe. "So, you're the one marrying my son." Her eyes narrow. "Has no one thought to tame that wild hair of yours?" I square my shoulders, meeting her jab with a smile. "Curls like mine don't surrender easily, ma'am. My ladies try their best. Perhaps you'd like to show them how it's done." Her lips purse tightly. "And what makes you fit to wear a crown, Miss Beatreaux?" Instead of waiting for permission, I slide into the seat beside her. "Thank you for the invitation." She nods to her maid. "Do you come from nobility?" "My father was a duke." The maid pours our tea in silence. "And what does he do now?" The knot in my stomach tightens. "He's deceased." A scoff rings out from behind. I glance over my shoulder to find Tristan watching, amusement dancing in his eyes. He hasn't left. And for some reason, knowing he's there settles something inside me. "So he's gone?" she asks. "Yes, Your Majesty." Her indifference stings. She knows my name and lineage, yet can't recall the man whose life she allowed to be taken. My father's death was a wound I'll never forget, but to her it meant nothing. The realization leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. To her, it was routine. To me, it was everything. I see. A pity, she says, stirring her tea with meticulous care. My sons lost their father as well, she adds. But of course, you already know that. I nod. Yes, the king's passing was significant. We're still in mourning, she says with a long sigh. Tristan speaks up. Yes, tragic. If you'd like to keep reminiscing about father, by all means, let's revisit our earlier conversation. The sharpness in his tone surprises me. I've always believed the royal family was unified, bound in loyalty. But this tension between mother and son, it hints at deeper fractures. Tristan, you're dismissed, she snaps. I turn toward him with a smile. She's right. You're not needed here. He pushes off the wall, sauntering over. Dressed in black, he takes the seat beside me, legs spread, arm draped across the back of the couch, his fingers brushing near my shoulder. I shift away, determined not to let any part of me touch him. But he knows what he's doing. He enjoys getting under my skin. Tell me, Miss Beatreaux, the Queen begins again. How does a fatherless girl manage to hold her own in polite society? The jab slices deep, but I keep my voice calm. The same way a widowed queen manages hers, with resolve and a strong will. She scoffs, eyes trailing down me again. Being queen requires far more than what you possess. My hands clench in my lap. I look forward to the challenge. Is it as delightful as it seems? I ask sweetly. You must enjoy retirement, no pressure, no obligations, just quiet days in the countryside. Her eyes sharpen. Sounds restful, I continue. Perhaps once I'm queen, we'll visit your estate. I'd love to show you the legacy I intend to build atop the one you left behind. She places her cup down with a loud clink, clearly irritated. Then I feel it. Barely a touch, like a whisper across the nape of my neck. Tristan. His fingertips graze my skin, leaving a trail of goosebumps. Panic flares. His mother could see, but thrill chases it, curling around my ribs and tightening in my chest. I don't move away. He's watching me, and I feel every inch of his gaze. And the worst part? I like it.
28. Sara B. Strychnine. Hardly discreet, but I wasn't looking for subtlety. I needed certainty, something incurable, fast-acting, and final. Lord Takan posed no real threat, but he was still a fossa. A branch of the tree I'm determined to burn to the roots. As the powder dissolved into his drink, I felt a part of me flake away, brittle and unredeemable. Watching him lift the cup to his lips, I swallowed the guilt alongside him. He wasn't close to the throne, but his bloodline cursed him all the same. Now, Michael clutches my arm with a shaky hand, his knuckles pale and sweat dripping from his brow. We're surrounded by guards, Timothy at the lead, followed by another officer with unruly blonde hair. I remember him faintly. He helped restrain the woman who carried Reginald's severed head. Xander paces ahead of us, his fingers dragging through his hair like he's trying to rub thoughts out of his skull. Inside the king's office, Timothy scans me head to toe as if expecting signs of poisoning to show up on my skin. Michael's voice cracks through the silence. What in the hell just happened? Xander starts pacing, all dramatic flair and furrowed brows. He's a convincing liar. After all, he's the one who gave me the vial. The ball must go on, Xander declares. Now, more than ever, you need to show unity. Strength in the face of tragedy. Together. His fingers flick between Michael and me. I arch a brow. Is there ever a time you aren't campaigning? He doesn't bother to answer. The doors burst open, slamming against the wall as Prince Tristan enters, a cold front of rage trailing behind him. His arrival sucks the air from the room. "Ah, Tristan," Xander says mockingly, "you only show up when someone's dying." Tristan doesn't answer. He moves like a storm, silent, swift, and deadly. Xander backs up instinctively until he's pinned against the desk. Tristan's hand shoots out and clamps over his face, shoving his glasses askew. "Tristan," Michael warns wearily. Tristan lifts him slightly off the ground, fingers digging in. I should be worried for Xander, but I'm not. I'm captivated. Tristan commands the room without speaking. Every ounce of dominance, of fury, coils through him like live wire. I can't help but remember that same hand brushing between my thighs beneath a crowded table. Regret stings. I should have taken more from that moment. "Our kin dies under this roof, and you dare speak to me like I'm nothing?" Tristan growls. The imagery his words paint turns my stomach. Xander tries humor. "If you plan to eat me, I assure you I'm stringy and bland." Tristan snarls and lets him drop. I kneel, helping Xander up, shooting Tristan a glare. Restraint suits a prince. Tristan's gaze drills into mine. Gone is the flirtation. What remains is fire and chaos. My uncle's warnings echo. Keep your distance from the scarred prince, Sara, until the time is right. You saw the convulsions, the wheezing, the way his limbs locked up, Tristan says, turning to Michael. It was poison. Don't pretend otherwise. Michael hesitates. He's dead? Tristan lets out a dark, joyless laugh. Hyenas, Xander mutters. My stomach knots. Of course he would blame the rebels. It wasn't part of our arrangement, but I understand the logic. Still, innocent lives could be caught in the crossfire. Inside the castle, Michael asks. It's not impossible, I say. They've breached before. Tristan leans against the wall, jaw flexing. He plucks a joint from behind his ear, rolling it across his lips before lighting it with a match. His scar glows under the flicker. The flame nips his skin, but he doesn't flinch. He's not trying to be subtle. He wants to be watched. I watch. He smirks, exhaling a lazy curl of smoke. It doesn't matter, Xander says briskly. I'll handle the cleanup. Michael paces like a caged dog. Just weeks ago, a head rolled at his feet and he didn't blink. But now, he's unraveling. I press my hand against the pendant around my neck. Lord Takan is dead, and no one suspects me. Not yet, but I have a feeling Tristan is watching more closely than he lets on.
29வது. Tristan. Do you think it was a rebel? Edward asks, straightening the cuff of his uniform. The idea sparks a heat in my chest. The thought of one of mine acting without orders sets me on edge. I glance sideways at him, suspicion taking root. Why would anyone choose to die slowly and painfully at my hands? I ask, voice flat. They'd have to know that's what waits for them. He scratches at the stubble on his jaw. Could it have been Alexander? That little coward? At this point, I trust no one. I stand and walk to the corner of his quarters, catching my reflection in the mirror perched on the dresser. He leans against the wall. Not even Lady Beatreaux? His words slam into me, a wall of instinctive defensiveness rising hard and fast. I turn, fixing him with a look. If you have a question, Edward, ask it. I don't play guessing games. He raises a shoulder in mock surrender. Didn't mean anything by it. She's just beautiful. My jaw tenses. He has no idea who she is, what she's capable of. And speaking about her like she's just another pretty face, it grates. She belongs to my brother, I say tightly. He slides beside me, watching our reflections. And yet you warned the rebels not to harm her. I sigh, growing tired of this interrogation. I'll be the one to end her, preferably while Michael watches. But my mind goes back to the banquet, her fingers grazing my thigh, then curling into Michael's hand as if it hadn't happened. And suddenly, a thought strikes. What if she's the one who poisoned Takan? She's always creeping into places she shouldn't be, always armed. She plays the devoted bride-to-be, but I've seen the sharp teeth behind her smile. She was sitting right next to him. I exhale sharply as the truth snaps into place. It would be her. My cunning little liar. But the anger I expect doesn't come. Instead, arousal curls low in my stomach. If she's behind this, she's even more ruthless than I imagined. I want to test her, break her open just to see what's inside. I pull on my black vest, then slide into my tailcoat. Nothing changes, I tell Edward, grinning darkly. We move forward. Maybe tonight we make it a double feature. The last ball held in Saxham Castle was the night Michael claimed the crown. A spectacle unlike any in the last 10 years. I skipped it. No one noticed. But I knew that once Lady Beatreaux entered court, she'd be the center of the room. What I didn't expect was how much it would get under my skin. From the shadows of the ballroom, I watch her glide between partners, every lord desperate for a moment, with the woman destined to be queen. My blood churns. Michael lounges beside our mother beneath a canopy of black and gold velvet, a portrait of royal pomp. She's something, huh? A slurred voice croons nearby. I glance back. Lord Claudius. Plump, red-haired, jeweled like a prize hog, he sways on unsteady feet, wine sloshing in his cup. "Slinking in shadows, Your Highness?" he asks, grinning. I sigh. Claudius, still leeching off my brother's coattails? He chuckles. And you're still brooding in corners, afraid of the spotlight. I step into his space, towering over him. Were you even invited? Or just hoping Michael will toss you a bone? I grip his shoulder, squeezing hard. Maybe put on a dress. He might mistake you for someone worth screwing. His face crumples in fury. He shrugs me off and storms toward the ballroom. My eyes follow as he intercepts Lady Beatreaux, cutting in and placing his grubby hands around her waist. My jaw tightens. She forces a smile, but her eyes betray her unease. Normally, her discomfort would amuse me, but not when it's someone else causing it. He pulls her closer, hand slipping lower. She peels away from him, bowing and stepping back before heading toward the hall. I see him make his choice. He follows. I look toward Michael, expecting fury. Instead, he's too busy flirting with a servant girl. Pitiful. I should let it go. She's not mine to protect. But I do care. Damn it, I do.
30. Sara. B. I sense him before I hear him. I've barely reached the threshold of the women's washroom when I'm yanked backward into a shadowed alcove off the main corridor, my back pressed against cold stone. "Let me go!" I snap, glaring at the flushed face of Lord Claudius. His breath reeks of wine, even more pungent than it was on the dance floor. I've had enough for one night. Being passed from one dance partner to the next, twirling until my toes go numb. Marisol made me practice, but I thought it would be to dance with my fiancé, not every eligible mancher. Michael, meanwhile, has barely looked at me. He gave a bland speech, blamed his cousin's death on a long-standing illness, and hasn't said much since. I've been a decorative fixture, passed around like a favor he regrets giving. "You'll regret this in the morning," I warn, pushing against his tuxedo. "You're stunning," he slurs, grinning. "No one would blame me for wanting a taste." "His Majesty would," I shoot back, unease curling through my gut. "You'd face execution." He chuckles, hands wandering, his arm presses against my throat, weight pinning me as the air thins. I claw at his sleeve, panic rising. "No one would believe you," he sneers. "You've been begging for this." My vision narrows. I glance toward the hallway, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone. Anyone. But we're alone. His body shoves closer. I feel the hard press of his arousal against my stomach. He fumbles at my skirt, the fabric crinkling, tearing. I try to shift, to move my arms, reach for my daggers, but he's too heavy, too drunk. My father trained me to fight. I'm good with a blade, deadly with a pistol. But nothing prepared me for this. So I go limp. Let him think he's won. He groans, adjusting his stance, giving me the slimmest of openings. His palm creeps beneath my dress, grazing my stocking, sliding past the lace of my drawers until his fingers brush skin. He doesn't notice the cold metal strapped to my thigh. Good. My heart pounds as I reach past his wrist, fingers curling around the hilt. In one swift motion, I draw the blade and raise it to his throat, the edge biting into the soft skin beneath his jaw. He freezes. My gown falls from his grip. He stumbles back, horror dawning across his face. You should know better than to corner someone like me, I say, voice low, heat flooding my veins. I advance, driving him backward until he slams against the opposite wall, arms raised in surrender. Should I end you here? I ask, trailing my hand down his front, disgust curling my lip. I grab his crotch through his trousers, twisting until he yelps. Seems like you were asking for it. I twist harder, my knife presses deeper into his throat, a thin red line blooming down his collar. His pulse jumps against the blade. It would be easy, just one more inch of pressure. Footsteps echo down the hallway. I step back, hiding the dagger behind me. Claudius stands there gasping, unsteady. The footsteps fade, he bolts. I could chase him. But the adrenaline is gone, leaving only nausea in its wake. My body sinks against the stone wall as I stifle a sob. I close my eyes, willing the tears to stay put. A few escape anyway. They burn as they fall, and they feel a lot like failure. You're safe. You stopped him. You're strong. I push off the wall and head into the washroom. Every creak makes me jump. My nerves are splintered. He didn't go far, but it feels like he took something from me. My hand shakes as I rinse the dagger under the faucet, crimson swirling down the drain. I watch it vanish, hoping it'll carry away the shame with it. He didn't take my innocence, but he stole something worse. My dignity. And I don't know how to get it back.
31. Tristan. I follow. Of course I follow. How could I not? But by the time I arrive, it's already too late. What I see twists my stomach with fury. Claudius's vile hands tearing at her dress, his body pressing her into the wall. Logic evaporates. My chest constricts, breath catching as rage blazes through every vein. I can't think. I can't move. I can't breathe. Only one word echoes through me. Mine. The thought crashes through me like an avalanche, obliterating restraint, opening a rift I'll never seal again. Sara Beatreaux is mine. In that moment, I see it all. The throne, the crown, her beside me, not as a pawn, but as a queen. Why shouldn't she be? Claudius's muttered curse snaps me out of my trance. I surge forward, intent on carving his name into the walls of hell. Every step fueled by the raw, primal need to end him, violently, publicly, without mercy. Then she shifts. Her hand flashes. A blade glints under his chin. I stop, stunned. My arousal burns hot in my gut. Her voice is like thunder as she threatens him with death. She's not weak. She's not prey. She's a predator dressed in silk. I lean back into the shadows, hand pressed to my chest, containing the pounding beat of admiration and lust. She doesn't need saving. She never did. She is breathtaking, rage and beauty coiled into lethal grace. Mine. Footsteps echo down the corridor. I vanish into a nearby alcove beside a portrait of my great-grandfather. The silence returns. Did she kill him? I almost hope so. Then comes the reward. Claudius's pathetic form stumbles toward me. My hand moves before thought kicks in. I grip his throat, rings biting into my palm as I drag him against me. He chokes, struggles, but I silence him with a smirk. Easy now, I whisper. I shift the portrait, revealing the tunnel entrance, and pull him into the shadows with me. The wall closes behind us. Inside, I throw him to the stone floor. His skull hits hard, music to my ears. He groans, reaching for his head. I press my boot to his chest, keeping him down. I light a joint, crouching beside him. What am I going to do with you? He moans, dazed. I slap him hard. No passing out. Get up. He tries to resist. Wrong choice. I yank him up, arm twisted behind his back. You lost your right to say no the moment you touched her. Dragging him through the tunnel into the forest, we reach the old hunting cabin. I shove open the door and toss him inside. The wood creaks under his weight. You've always been filth, Claudius. But this crosses a line. He bleeds down his neck, her blade still evident. My brother will hear about this. He sputters. I roll my eyes. He can add it to the list. I head to the tool cupboard. When I return with a hammer, his expression changes. You won't get away with this. I raise the hammer. I'm not worried. The first swing crushes his kneecap. His scream is glorious. I drag the claw edge along his leg, gaze burning. You touched what's mine. He sputters, groaning, blood pouring. I hate imbalance, I mutter. Let's fix the other one. The second blow echoes. His cries shake the walls. I toss the hammer, tracing her cut on his throat. Pride swells. I drag him across the room to the wooden cross fixed to the wall. Leather cuffs hang from its beams. I bind him limb by limb. His body sags, but I make sure he won't move. Please, he whispers. You didn't ask her for mercy. He chokes. No more talking, unless you want your tongue next. I step back, admiring the scene. Now, time for something more precise. I grab a small knife, examining the blade. He trembles. You touched her skin. That's something I'll erase. I slide the knife along his finger, peeling it clean. He shrieks, his voice cracking. Unpleasant, isn't it? One finger down. I lift the second. This reminds me of our childhood. You laughing while he hit me. His tears drip like rain. I grin. You called me unhinged. I lean close. Good, because I'm your god now.
32. Sara. My eyes sweep the ballroom again and again, searching every corner for the squat figure of Lord Claudius, but he's nowhere to be seen. The absence doesn't soothe me, it only fuels the tight, anxious burn in my chest. I should have ended him. I had the chance. And now I can't stop imagining that maybe he's found another target. Maybe someone else isn't armed the way I was. Michael sits beside me, silent, our attention fixed on the dancers. His mother and my uncle have already retired for the evening. Laughter bounces off the marble floors, the crowd spinning and twirling as if this night is a celebration and not a carefully constructed illusion. It feels like I'm watching strangers play pretend. Isn't that always how it is? We curate stories, mask truths, all to shape perception, sometimes our own, sometimes others. Are you enjoying yourself? Michael asks, finally acknowledging me. I paste on a polite smile. It's been charming. He stands and extends a hand. May I have this dance? My stomach knots, but I rise and take his hand, ignoring the rip near the hem of my dress. The floor clears, eyes turn toward us. I want to disappear. His hand wraps around my waist, too tight. His fingers lace through mine. Too possessive. His smile too false. You are quite the prize, Lady Beatreaux. Acid climbs my throat. I'm not a prize. The music shifts into another song. My feet ache. My soul feels threadbare. Your Majesty, Xander's voice cuts in. May I steal her away for a dance? Michael nods without a glance in my direction. It doesn't matter what I want. Xander steps in. I smile, but he doesn't return it. The next tune begins, and he pulls me across the floor with harsh precision. My toes fumble to keep up. His grip on my hand tightens until my bones protest. What exactly do you think you're doing? He hisses. I blink. I'm dancing. Don't play coy. His voice drips venom. I saw you. My heart stutters. Saw what? Don't insult me. Everything we've built, risked, you'd throw it away for one night? I swallow hard. You have no idea what happened. I know enough, he growls. If it had been the king, if someone had seen you with him, do you think that'd go unnoticed? I flinch, because he's right. Michael wouldn't have cared about context, just optics. Tears prick the backs of my eyes, but I blink them away. Then let me finish what I came here to do. Why make me wait? Lower your voice, he snaps. People are watching. You're the one accusing me in public, I whisper fiercely. I believe this dance is mine. Xander halts. Tristan. The voice, smooth and commanding, slices through the tension. My pulse skitters as our eyes meet. Xander straightens, but there's no ground for defiance here, not with an audience. Of course, Your Highness, he says, releasing me with a fake bow. Tristan doesn't acknowledge him, he only looks at me. Butterflies erupt in my stomach. He steps forward, sliding an arm around my waist, pulling me in with a force that feels like gravity. Our hands meet, our bodies align, and we dance. He moves like he owns the music. I follow, instinctively breathless. It's too much. Too close. Too raw. Tears rise again because for the first time tonight I feel safe, seen, important. He reminds me of myself, the parts I suppress, but he wears his darkness openly, and I don't know what to do with that. My throat tightens. I blink fast. Hold it together. His fingers squeeze at my waist before he twirls me, pulling me back into his arms. Closer than before. Unquestionably intimate. No, little doe, he murmurs at my ear, voice a balm. Not here, they don't get your tears. I nod against him, inhaling deeply, grounding myself. Yes, people are watching. But I don't care. His touch anchors me, his presence shields me. He steps back, bends at the waist, and lifts my gloved hand to his lips. A soft kiss. A secret press between our fingers. Something crinkles. I squeeze lightly, trapping whatever it is. Thank you for the dance, he says, and just like that, he's gone. A storm in motion. I clutch the small object in my hand, heart pounding. Smiling at the onlookers, I drift to the edge of the room, calm on the outside, electrified within. Once alone, I unfold the paper. Meet me where you kiss the stars.
33. Tristan. Jealousy is a brutal emotion. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't familiar with the burn of it, the way it twists through your chest and curls into cruel thoughts. The first time I remember feeling it, I was a boy. My father skipped our evening talk to meet privately with Michael, some council meeting, apparently. I waited by the cliffs for hours, convincing myself he'd come, but deep down, I already knew better. Eventually, I hardened myself against it, told myself I was meant for more, that one day everything would be mine. And as for my father, well, pain fades once you stop giving it a pulse. Still, the scar along my cheekbone throbs now, as if reminding me that jealousy always leaves something behind. Watching Claudius put his hands on Sara filled me with revulsion, like he'd dirtied something sacred. But seeing her in Michael's arms, that jealousy wasn't just heat, it was disease. It rotted through me, dragging up old wounds and whispering the same story I've tried to bury, that I'm the spare, the shadow, the one always left wanting. Michael would rather destroy her than suffer the shame of losing her. So until the crown is mine, all I can steal are moments in the dark. Tonight, the clouds have swallowed the sky. The ball may still be going, but I've detached from it completely. Edward confirmed our goals were met. Now in my mother's garden, all is still. The leaves shift behind me. I exhale a plume of smoke. Technically, comes Sarah's voice, amused. There are no stars out tonight. I smile. Maybe they were waiting for you. She steps into view. Gone is the elegant gown. In its place, a plain black dress with a hem just above the ankle. And somehow, she's even more stunning. She closes the distance and plucks the joint from my lips, her perfume washing over me. She inhales, keeping her eyes locked with mine. My hands ache to grab her, to hold her in place. So, this is different, she says. Is it? You really can't answer a question like a normal person, can you? She sighs. I stretch my legs, bracketing her body between them. Think so. I grip her hips, pulling her in until her knees meet the bench, her shins brushing my boots. You're out of line, she says breathlessly. No. I take the joint back, letting my fingers skim her lips. I've just figured out where your line actually is. She doesn't move. Her breathing stutters. You once asked me for a secret, I say. Do you still want one? She sits beside me, eyes wary. Feels like a trap. A twig snaps in the woods. Her gaze darts to the shadows. I should leave. I gesture toward the path. Then go. But she doesn't. We both know she won't. You like the risk, little liar, don't you? She exhales sharply. Stop doing that. Doing what? Twisting everything, acting like you're some riddle. I should have stayed inside. Listening to you talk in circles is like drinking bleach. I laugh. Ask me a real question then. Stop calling me pet names. I take another drag. She leans in, and my eyes drop to the dip of her neckline. I imagine more than I should. Her fingers graze the scar on my face. My skin tightens. How did you get this? The memory knocks the breath from my lungs. What's that? Michael's voice, cool and mocking. I hunch over my sketchbook near the fireplace. I don't look at him. Without warning, he yanks it from my hands. The pages slice my skin. Give it back, I say, low. He scans my drawing, my father and me by the cliffs. His face hardens. So sweet, he sneers. Is this how it used to be, before he realized you were a waste of time? Michael, now. He smirks. What'll you do, little lion? He's at luncheon prep. With me, not you. Each word hits like a stone. Why are you still here? He taunts. You should vanish. Run off to the plains. See if he even notices. I snap. He talks to me because he wants to, not because he has to. Michael's eyes go cold. He said he wished you'd never been born. You're lying. We all wish it. I retreat toward the fire. His shadow closes in. Give me the drawings, I whisper. Catch, he says, tossing them into the flames. I lunge, but it's too late. They burn. Rage propels me. I tackle him. My hands wrap his throat. I squeeze. He flips me. A heartbeat later, searing pain rips down my face. My world spins. Blood blinds me. Michael stands above, poker in hand. Now you don't even look like him. He snarls. He spits. Then leaves. I curl in on myself, shaking. No one comes. Tristan. Sara's voice grounds me. She starts to withdraw, regret clear. You don't have to. I grab her hands, pressing them back to my face. Michael hated how much I resembled father. This was his solution. Her eyes trace the scar. Michael did this to you. He's done far worse. Her grip tightens. I believe you. I finish the joint, the end singeing my fingertips before I stamp it out. My hand finds the back of her neck. I draw her in. Closer. Closer. Our lips barely touch. The air between us charges. I tilt her chin. Her mouth parts. My lips brush hers, teasing, waiting. I exhale. Smoke dances from my mouth into hers. She gasps. My hand strokes her throat. I'm going to kiss you now, I whisper. Why? Because the thought of not kissing you makes me want to die. And then I do. And everything changes.
Mupatanan kawade. Sarabi, being around Tristan makes the world blur. Sounds fade, the air thickens, and suddenly nothing else exists. I know the ball is likely still spinning in the castle's belly, music echoing down the halls, but none of it touches me here. We're in the open, technically exposed to wandering eyes. I've been told this garden is deserted, but even if it weren't, I can't make myself care. Not right now. Not when I'm supposed to be planning how to kill this man, and all I can think about is kissing him again. His mouth covers mine, stealing thought, stealing breath. I melt into it, hoping his touch burns away the ghosts of everyone before him. He groans low, possessive, one hand gripping the back of my neck, the other gliding down my side. His fingers press through the fabric of my slip dress and chemise like they aren't even there, raising chills on my arms. He reaches my thigh, gathering the hem in his palm. His lips drift from my mouth, trailing down my neck. I tilt my head, granting him more access, even though some distant voice in my brain warns me to stop. But I like the way his lips feel. We shouldn't be doing this here, I whisper. I disagree. His teeth graze my collarbone, fingers sliding beneath the strap on my shoulder. Tingling shoots through me, settling deep. Someone might... He bites my shoulder firm. Someone could see? I try again, breath shaky. Then I'll kill them. The way he says it, casual, absolute, should terrify me. It doesn't. It thrills me. There's something intoxicating about being touched by someone who would burn the world down for you. Still, I know better. I push lightly at his chest and slip out of his grip, fixing my hair. Your brother would kill me if he found out. Tristan exhales sharply, his jaw clenches, then, before I can react, he's up and pulling me with him, fingers wrapped around mine. Tristan, wait. What are you doing? I try to yank free, but he just grins over his shoulder and walks faster. I should stop this. I should turn around. But I don't. He leads us deep into the woods. The trees thicken, swallowing the moonlight. Darkness wraps around us, dense and quiet. Where are we even going? You can't just drag me. Oh! He spins me, slamming me gently against a tree. The bark scrapes my back, the sudden sting sharp. My dress slips off one shoulder, revealing white lace beneath. Tristan crowds into me, his arms braced on either side of my head, caging me in. Do you ever stop talking? I glare, mouth opening to retort, but he kisses me. Hard. I gasp, grabbing the back of his head, holding him there. He tastes like smoke and danger. He grinds against me, the shape of him rigid and pressing into my stomach. His teeth bite down on my lower lip, hard enough to hurt. I cry out into his mouth. He sucks the wound, licks the blood, moaning like it's the best thing he's ever tasted. I pull back, stunned. Did you just lick my blood? He slides one hand to my waist, yanking me against him. His other tangles in my hair, pulling until my head tilts back. I'll lick and bite and take whatever I want from you again and again until you beg for more. The words coil inside me like a fuse, hot and sharp. I want you everywhere, Sara, until you echo in my blood. That's sick, I whisper. I thought you hated me. He stills. His fingers brush my jaw, thumb wiping away the blood. Hate is just obsession in disguise. I open my mouth, but he covers it with his palm. Stop talking. His hand slides up my thigh, dragging my skirt with it. My breath catches. He reaches my leather garter, his fingertips ghosting over the daggers strapped to my leg. Little liar, playing innocent. He drops to his knees. His lips brush the skin between my weapons, kissing the bare spots. I shake. He kisses up, stopping just before the lace edge of my underwear. He pulls a blade free, spinning it in his fingers. My heart lurches. What have I done, giving my enemy a knife and trusting he won't use it? But I stay. Even if this is the end, I stay. He lifts my dress with one hand while the other traces my thigh with the flat side of the blade. It doesn't cut, but it threatens. And still, my body hums. He slips the knife beneath my lace. Looks up. Do you trust me, little doe? My voice cracks. No. He smiles. Perfect. Then he slices through the fabric. Cool air hits my skin. I gasp. But soon his mouth replaces the chill. His tongue finds me, devours me, and I collapse into the tree behind me, moaning. My hands bury in his hair. I grind into his face. I can't. He licks and sucks, slow then fast, each motion driving me closer to the edge. When I can't take it anymore, I tug his hair, pulling him away. I'm shaking, breathing hard. His mouth is slick, his eyes hungry. He drops the blade and stands, pressing his body against mine. He lifts my wrists above my head, pinning them to the bark. His fingers slide inside me, curling deep. God, I cry out. He presses close. Lying little thing. You act like you don't want this. I buck against his hand, overwhelmed. So sure I'd stop if you said no, he whispers. So naive. His thumb brushes my clit and my hips jolt. I whimper. Please, I beg. Please, what? Let me come. I need to. Do you deserve it? I glare. I'll kill you. He laughs, dragging his fingers slowly in and out, keeping me teetering. Say you're mine, that no one else has touched you. I freeze. Then I'd be lying. He goes still. Who? Not your business. Tell me his name, he murmurs, so I can cut him apart. I arch against him. No. His smile hardens. He drops my hands and steps back. I collapse to my knees. Then you don't get to come? You're a monster, Tristan! But he's already walking away and I'm left trembling, furious and desperate. Mopatein davade. Sara. B. Michael's shout pierces the room, shrill and desperate. I shrink instinctively against the cold stone wall, trying to disappear. Across from him, my uncle grips his cane, leaning heavily on it as if it's the only thing holding him back. His eyes flick to me, cold and cutting like ice through flesh. He looks furious, like this is somehow my fault. I don't know what's happening. One moment I was asleep, and the next Ophelia was barging into my room saying the king demanded my presence. I barely had time to get dressed. My hair is wild and untamed, falling in frizzed curls, dawarao, winter simper inchi perwarak. I managed to throw on a simple day dress. No corset, no jewelry. I feel exposed, unprepared, like I've wandered into a battlefield with no armor. What's going on? I ask, confused and wary. Uncle Raph turns on me, scowling. It's the first time I've seen this anger directed at me. My stomach drops. Could they know about last night? If they did, I'd be chained in the dungeon, not standing here. What's happened, he says, voice tight, is that your cousin, my son, has been taken. I freeze. Taken? Michael's hands claw at his scalp, his voice cracking as he mutters, "They know. He's told them. He must have told them." He looks pale, haunted. Shadows bruise the skin under his eyes. I step closer, careful. "Who knows, Your Majesty?" He doesn't answer, just pushes a wooden box toward me across the desk. Dark hinges. A carved hyena standing over a dead lion, its teeth bared, eyes like pits of flame. My breath hitches. Despite myself, my fingers reach for the carving, tracing the intricate ridges. "Open it," Michael says, voice hoarse. Inside is a severed hand, blood dried to a deep rust color coats the wrist. Next to it, a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. My stomach twists. "Is that?" Raph nods. He slams his cane on the floor. "A note came too," Michael murmurs. He pushes it toward me, but before I can read it, the door swings open. Tristan strolls in like he owns the place. His eyes land on me first, dragging slowly down my form. His jaw ticks slightly when he sees my loose hair. "Tristan," Michael says, nearly sagging with relief. "Finally? You called, brother? You look terrible. Trouble sleeping?" "This isn't a joke," Uncle Raph growls. "We need the Privy Council convened, now." I blink. Uncle Raph despises the council, always has. Why? What can they do that we can't? He slams his cane again. "Silence! We don't have time for nonsense." His words sting worse than a slap. Tristan's eyes narrow. Michael pounds his desk. His hair falls messily across his forehead. "You don't order me, Raphael. I am the king. You are nothing." Raph steps forward. "You're only as strong as your weakest link. And clearly there are many. My son is gone. Your father would never have let this happen." The silence that follows is like a blade hanging in the air. "Not to interrupt this riveting performance," Tristan cuts in, "but why am I here?" "Yes," Michael says sharply. He rounds on Raph. "Get out, before I make you leave permanently." "Your Highness." I said go. The command thunders across the chamber. My heart races. Uncle Raph bows stiffly, then grabs my arm and yanks me toward the door. I stumble, surprised by his roughness, but say nothing. Not here, not in front of them. Appearances matter. Just before we reach the door, the grip on my arm disappears. First turn. Tristan has Raph's wrist twisted in his hand, bent unnaturally. "Tristan!" I gasp. He doesn't acknowledge me. "Is that how you handle women, Lord Raphael?" "She's my niece. My responsibility." Tristan leans in, voice low. "Then start acting like it. Don't lay hands on her again." The warmth in my chest blooms suddenly, unexpected. He releases Raph without another word and turns away, striding back toward his brother. Raph rubs his hand, glaring. "Well," I exhale, trying to calm my nerves as I step into the hall. We pass several guards, more than usual. Timothy falls in behind us, silent. "Uncle," I say, my voice soft, "we have to stay hopeful." He says nothing, but the energy between us is strained. When we reach my quarters, I expect him to leave. Instead, he follows me in. He turns sharply. "It's the rebels." I blink. "You're sure?" He storms into the sitting room, collapsing into a green couch. "The hyena symbol, it's them. They've taken my son, my future." "What do you mean, your future?" He taps his cane, lost in thought. I sit beside him, placing my hand on his. "I don't think Xander is dead. They sent a hand, but not a head." I grimace. "They want to make a statement, which means they need him alive." He turns, eyes rimmed with sorrow. "If he's alive," I press, "we can still get him back." He squeezes my hand, then lets go. "It's too dangerous." "So is everything we're doing." "Nobody goes to the Shadowed Lands," he snaps. "Your father did. Look what it got him." He freezes. So do I. "What did you say?" He grabs my hands. "Sara, if you think you can get to them..." My pulse spikes. "What happened to my father?" "I meant what I said. He was killed." "Don't lie. Not now." He hesitates. "It wasn't the king who did it." The world tilts. "What?" "The rebels took him, used him as leverage, just like they're doing now. Only then..." His voice cracks. "You told me it was the crown. He was a duke, appointed by the king himself. The rebels thought he mattered more. They were wrong." I shoot up. Betrayal claws at my insides. "So why lie? Why make me hate them?" Because they let it happen. They watched him die. That's on them. That's why we fight. Number, you manipulated me. You used me. I feel tears threaten, but I force them back. I was trying to protect you, he yells. Your father trained you well, but this mission, it's not like the others. The rebel leader is a ghost. It's suicide. I stare him down. Then I'll die making them pay. He breathes out slowly. Then you'll need to kill the rebel king.
36th, Tristan. The guilty must answer for what they've done. I look down at the note, its message sharp and deliberate, the same one I wrote myself, then place it on Michael's desk before meeting his eyes. Tell me, brother, what sins have you committed? What did Xander do to deserve this? Michael glances away, his gaze flickering. Nothing. We've done nothing. My boot shifts on the floor, causing the wood to creak beneath me. He flinches at the sound. A flicker of amusement stirs in me. I force myself not to smile. Do you think of Father often? He asks, gripping the back of his chair so tightly his knuckles pale. The question strikes like a blow to the gut. Did Mother send you in here with questions meant to haunt me? I glance around the room half-heartedly. I don't know if she's in the castle, and frankly, I don't care. Michael shakes his head. I pull a joint from my coat and walk to the table, lighting it with the flame of a nearby candle. I puff once, twice, then offer it to him. He eyes it like it might explode. If I wanted to kill you, Michael, you'd see it coming, I say, gesturing for him to take it. It might help. Take the edge off. He accepts it hesitantly and brings it to his mouth, grimacing as smoke curls from his nose. Do you believe in God? He murmurs, studying the joint. I slip my hands into my pockets. I do. Yet you rarely attend Mass. Belief isn't the same as devotion, I say, returning to the lounge and reclining on the chaise. I stare at the ceiling, feeling the pull of the moment. One creates clarity. The other, chains. Still, if you're speaking of the afterlife, well, there must be one. How else would I keep seeing our father's ghost? I snap upright and cover my mouth, feigning alarm. Michael's eyes widen. He rushes from behind his desk, dropping into the chair across from me, smoke still rising from his hand. Say that again. I shake my head, running a hand through my hair. Ignore me. I don't know why I said that. Tristan. He leans forward, voice urgent. Have you seen him? I hunch over, lowering my voice. I think I'm losing my mind. Michael lets out a laugh, soft and nervous. Relieved. Fool. It's when I sleep mostly, I lie. He warns me. At first I thought it was just dreams, but lately, he echoes. The things he tells me, they happen. They come true. I stand quickly. Forget it. I sound mad. I shouldn't have said anything. I stride toward the door. I see him too, Michael says. The corner of my mouth twitches. Victory. I find Sara in the servants' kitchen, surrounded by warmth and laughter. She sits at a small table, her head thrown back in a smile that tightens my chest. Simon, Paul, Timothy, and a young lady in waiting are gathered close, caught in her glow. My stomach knots. I hate that others get to see her like this, carefree, open. Tristan! Simon jumps off his stool and runs over, hugging my legs. Hello, little lion, I say, my eyes drifting to Sara. What's this? Just tea, Your Highness, she replies. Care to join? Paul springs up, rushing to the stove. Let me get you a cup. I'm not thirsty. He freezes, unsure. Right. Of course. I take Paul's vacated seat, Simon following close. My gaze stays locked on Sara. How's your uncle's hand? Her shoulders rise slightly. He'll survive. How's your brother? Depends on who you ask. Did you know Lady can fight? Simon asks, grinning. My eyes trail slowly down her form. Can she now? She smirks. Look at that. Your habit of answering questions with questions extends beyond me. I look at Simon. Let me guess. She told you to be strong and noble? Brave and kind? She told me to be water. Be water, I echo, raising a brow. Being noble doesn't mean much when your enemies play dirty, she says, sipping her tea. You need to adapt. Simon stares at her in wonder, and something sharp twists inside me. Wise words, I nod. But survival isn't just strength, it's strategy. Sara leans forward. Is that so? I drum my fingers on the table, rubbing my thumb against the underside of my father's ring. One of many things I could teach you. Her lips part slightly, but before she can respond, Ophelia leans in. Milady, your outing is soon. Shall we prepare? Sara blinks, startled. Of course. Timothy, are you ready? Can I come? Simon chimes in. Paul returns with a plate for Simon, glancing briefly at Timothy. You know you can't go into town. Your mother would tan your hide. Simon's face falls. I never get to go anywhere. Sara lowers her voice playfully. One day I'll take you. Promise. Paul and I exchange a glance, but neither of us speak. No one outside these walls knows Simon exists. He is Gloria Terra's best-kept secret. And the truth? If word got out about a brown boy with the king's eyes, chaos would follow. If Michael ever acknowledged him, Simon wouldn't just be the royal bastard. He'd be the rightful heir.
37. Sara B. This was my first official engagement, aside from the ball as the future queen, and I had strict instructions on how to conduct myself. No unnecessary conversations, no straying from the guards, smile, wave, cut the ceremonial ribbon for the medical center, pose for photos, and return straight to the palace. I followed each command flawlessly, right up until I saw him. A boy stood at the edge of the crowd, clothed in ragged, dirt-streaked fabric. His head was shaved, and he stared at me with an intensity that pierced through my chest. Something about his face looked different, even from this distance. Before I could think twice, I turned toward Timothy. Do you see that boy? I asked, my eyes locked on the figure. Timothy stepped closer, following my gaze, and nodded. Bring him here. No, Marisol interjected sharply. We need to move on, milady. A flame lit inside me, and I squared my shoulders, stepping so close to her our noses nearly touched. You are not my master. You don't get to decide what I do. I've been patient with you, Marisol. Don't push me to show you what happens when I'm not. Milady, Ophelia said gently, stepping in. Marisol just means we should be cautious. That boy, he doesn't appear to be one of ours. Sheena and I both turned to her sharply. And what does that mean, Ophelia? I asked coldly. Color rushed to her cheeks as she lowered her eyes, hiding behind the brim of her hat. He's disfigured, one of the guards chimed in. You can see it plain as day. Most of them are, if not physically, then mentally. I inhaled deeply, struggling to contain the storm inside me. Who do you mean exactly? He gestured at the boy. The rebels, hyenas, whatever name you prefer. He's probably bait, Marisol added, narrowing her eyes. I want to speak with him, I said firmly. None of them moved. Disappointment weighed down on me like a stone in my chest. Their indifference was suffocating. Fine. I forced a smile and met Sheena's eyes. Her lips curled with mischief as she subtly stepped between me and Timothy, shielding my escape route. Without hesitation, I bolted, the cobblestone stinging beneath my shoes as I sprinted toward the boy. "Milady! Sara!" I glanced back, laughing through shallow breaths as Sheena did her best to block the others. It wouldn't buy much time, but it was enough. The boy hadn't moved. As I knelt before him, dust clinging to my skirt, a wave of doubt hit me. Maybe this was reckless. He looked fragile, but also too still, too composed. "Hi," I said softly. Up close, I saw the truth. His lip was cleft, the center of his mouth missing. His eyes were wide and solemn. His bones jutted out beneath tight skin. The unfairness of it all made my chest throb. Here he was, on a road lined with innovation and privilege, ignored like he didn't belong. "What's your name?" I asked. His eyes flicked past me. "A royal guard," he whispered. Then he smiled, a chilling too-wide grin, and ran. "Wait," I called, jumping to my feet. "Sara!" Timothy's voice rang out, louder and harsher than usual. I spun around, startled. "I'm okay, Timothy. Everything is—" The explosion cut me off. A blast of sound rang in my ears, deafening and high-pitched. I bent over, clutching my ears, the world spinning. When I looked up, I saw Timothy staring at me, mouth open, eyes wild. His hand was pressed to his chest. Behind him, my lady stood frozen. Around them, people spilled out into the street, panicked. Timothy dropped to his knees. "No!" I screamed, rushing to him, stumbling as tears blurred my vision. I knelt beside him, pressing my hands to the wound, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. It gushed between my fingers. He clutched my wrist, barely, and I clung to that sliver of hope. Sweat and tears clung to my skin as I turned to the crowd. "Help him!" I yelled. "Don't just stand there!" They stared, silent, horrified. "Timothy, stay with me," I begged, focusing on him again. His eyes started to fade. "You're not allowed to die," I whispered. "We're supposed to be best friends, remember?" The corner of his mouth twitched. "Fireplace, chats, your favorite thing," I choked out. His hand slipped from mine, landing in the growing pool of blood. "Please," I whispered. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." His chest rose once more, and then nothing. The life vanished from his body. I broke. Sobs racked through me as I collapsed onto him, hands soaked, heart torn. "I told you," Marisol's voice said quietly behind me. "You were the target." A wave of cold rolled over me. I looked up, meeting her gaze. "Then I'll make sure they pay." "Mupattı, yertavadı." Sara B. The silk sheets beneath me are soft, the blanket heavy and warm, but I feel nothing. Sickness coils in my chest. Timothy's blood has long been scrubbed away, yet it clings to me like a second skin. No matter how clean I am, the guilt won't let me go. I've carried the weight of my choices before, but tonight it's unbearable. If I had just listened, if I hadn't been so stubborn, maybe Timothy would still be alive. Breathing, laughing, complaining about tea. My eyes burn, swollen from the hours I spent crying, but there are no tears left, just a simmering anger that pulses in time with my heartbeat. The rebel king sent someone to kill me. They missed. Now I'll make him regret it. Since returning to the palace, I've been met with silence. No extra guards stationed outside. No knock on the door. Not even a whispered word of comfort. I don't deserve any. Still, a part of me hoped my uncle would come. But he hasn't. The low hum of movement echoes through the walls. I don't bother to turn. Not even when someone enters the room and the mattress sinks under their weight. I'm too hollow to react. "Ma petite menteuse," Tristan murmurs. "What am I going to do with you?" His voice wraps around me like silk. His arm slides around my waist, drawing me to him until our bodies are flush. It's such a simple gesture, yet it slices through me. A single tear slips from my eye, trailing down to my lips. His hand glides along my stomach, tender, reassuring. His breath skims across my neck. He kisses me softly there. Nothing like the man I've known. I accept it. I need to be seen, even if it's by the one person I shouldn't trust. Another tear falls. He shifts, guiding me gently onto my back. His green eyes search mine as he brushes away the remnants of my grief. "Are you hurt?" he asks, his voice low. I shake my head. He exhales slowly, then runs his fingers over my face in long, quiet strokes, tracing beneath my eyes, down my nose, across my lips. And with each pass, the pain dulls. Just a little. "Tell me what you need," he says. I look away, ashamed to let him see the crack in me. But he cups my face, turning me back to him. "Sara, say what you need and I'll make it happen." My lips part, the word rising from the storm inside me. "Vengeance!" My voice shakes. "Find the ones who did this and end them." His forehead leans into mine, our lips almost brushing. "Done." He says it like a vow, as if nothing could keep him from carrying it out. And somehow, I believe him. I close my eyes, feeling something dangerous break free inside me. My fingers slip into his hair. "Kiss me," I whisper. He obeys. His lips meet mine with aching tenderness, then deepen into something harder, desperate. My mouth opens, letting him in, clinging to him like he's my lifeline. He groans as I pull his bottom lip between my teeth. His hips press between my thighs, thick and unyielding. My hands tighten in his hair, needing more. His palm cups my breast, fingers teasing. He breaks the kiss, moving to my neck, biting until I gasp. Wetness pools between my legs. Still, he pauses, searching my eyes, almost like he's giving me one last chance to pull away. I don't. Another tear falls. He catches my hands and pins them above my head, fingers interlacing. He kisses my temple, my cheek, the corners of my lips, chasing away every trace of sorrow. "Sara," he breathes. Our mouths collide again. I wrap my legs around his waist, needing him to ground me in something real. He groans again, the sound rumbling through my chest. "You're mine," he says. It's not a question. Still, I nod. "Yours." There's no shame in the way it makes me feel. He releases one hand and grabs the front of my nightgown, tearing it open. All I feel is power, and a desperate need to let him consume me whole, just like he said he would.
39வது. Tristan. One word and I'm unhinged. My hands skim across her skin, searching, no, needing, to confirm she's unharmed. A storm of fury brews in my chest, knowing someone disobeyed my orders. No one was to lay a hand on her. When Edward told me what happened, rage flooded my system. But beneath the rage was something I didn't expect. Fear. The crown used to be the only thing I wanted. It was everything. But then she came along. Now, nothing compares. Nothing matters more than her. If she's hurting, I won't rest until the ones responsible feel it tenfold. I wrap my arms around her, needing her close. She fits against me like she was made for it, the warmth of her body doing what no title or throne ever could, steadying me. "Ma petite menteuse," I murmur, my lips brushing the top of her head. "What am I going to do with you?" She doesn't answer. Her body is still, too quiet. I shift beside her, brushing a thumb under her eye, wiping away the last remnants of her tears. "Are you hurt?" I ask, my voice softer than I intended. She shakes her head, her breath shallow, but she says nothing. I take her silence for what it is, grief wrapped in guilt, the kind of pain that burrows deep and makes it hard to speak. My hand glides along her cheek, then across her jaw. I memorize the feel of her face like it might disappear if I blink. Every part of me aches to absorb her pain, to make her feel safe. "Tell me what you need," I whisper. Her eyes close for a second, and when she opens them again, there's fire behind them. Raw, wild. "I want whoever did this found," she says, "and I want them gone." I nod, forehead pressing to hers. Done. And I mean it. I'll track down every last soul responsible and erase them from this world if that's what it takes to give her peace. The tension between us shifts. Not just rage now, but something else. A current of emotion pulling us closer. Her fingers brush through my hair, and she whispers, "Kiss me." So I do. Our lips meet, slow at first, careful. Not because I doubt her, but because I need her to know this isn't about lust. It's about something far deeper. When I kiss her, it's with every promise I've never spoken, with every wound I'll protect her from. She exhales into me, the sound sending sparks through my blood. My hands cradle her face, then her back. I hold her like she might break, even though I know she's stronger than most. As the kiss deepens, so does the quiet between us. A shared understanding. No demands, no expectations. Just two people trying to forget the world outside the door. We stay there, tangled together under the silk sheets, her breath steadying, her pulse slowing. There are no more words, just silence, warm and full. And for the first time in what feels like forever, we both sleep without fear.
Narpadavadu. Sara B. By morning, he's gone. I expected it, but it doesn't stop my chest from feeling hollow. I never held on to my virginity because of some idealistic tradition. It wasn't a gift I saved for someone. I simply never met a man who made me want to risk that kind of vulnerability, until now. A knock pulls me from my thoughts. I wince at the soreness as I stretch under the sheets. The door swings open before I can answer. All three of my attendants stride in, giving no regard for boundaries. Marisol yanks open the curtains, flooding the room with Saxum's dreary light. "Up and at 'em," Sheena chimes, breezing past my bed. I try to sit, but pain flares between my legs. I let out a small gasp. Ophelia moves closer, concern pinching her brow. "Milady," she whispers. "Are you all right?" She's likely asking about everything that's happened. I'm far from okay, but I won't let them see that. I can't afford to. "I'm fine, thank you," I force a smile. She leans in, glancing toward Marisol, and lowers her voice. "There's blood on your sheets." Mortified, I follow her eyes. The sheets are stained, both with blood and dried wax. My face burns with embarrassment. I tug the blanket over the evidence. "Thank you, Ophelia," I murmur. She nods subtly. I clear my throat. "What's the agenda for today?" Marisol turns, her gaze sharp. "Your uncle and his majesty have requested your presence for breakfast." Her tone stings, whether from guilt or dread at having to face the king after last night, I don't know. She claps and steps toward me. I tighten my hold on the blanket. "Let's get you ready." Ophelia gently redirects her. "We'll draw a bath. You deserve some peace after everything." I offer her a grateful smile. When they disappear, I exhale shakily. Sheena stands nearby, holding out a robe. "Stop gawking and help me," I hiss. She laughs softly. "Marisol must be blind, your hair's a mess, and you're clearly naked." I snatch the robe and slip it on. Pain spikes again as I stand, and yet I don't mind it. The ache reminds me he was here. That someone, at least for a night, truly cared. "Don't say a word," I snap. She smirks. "At least wipe the smug satisfaction off your face." I swat her shoulder, trying not to laugh. "You're impossible." Tying the robe's sash, I glance at the rumpled bed. "I've got it," she says. Relieved, I squeeze her forearm. "Can we spend some time together tonight, just the two of us?" She hesitates, then nods. "Of course." But something's off. Her eyes don't meet mine. "If you're busy." "For you, never." She smiles. "Now, go enjoy your bath." Still, the unease sticks to me like a second skin. It stays while I dress, while my corset is tightened, and even as rouge is brushed onto my cheeks. The only distraction comes when we run into Paul on the way to the dining hall. "Paul," I say, stopping abruptly. Marisol halts behind me, exasperated. "Milady!" First turn. "Marisol, we're steps away. You've done your duty. You're dismissed." Paul's mouth curves into a slight smile, but his eyes carry nothing but grief. "Now," I repeat when she doesn't move. She bristles. "You shouldn't be alone with a man in the hall." "I'll take my chances." I step closer, voice low. "I respect your authority, but remember, You do not have it over me. She scowls but curtsies, then storms off. I face Paul again. His face is strained. They won't even bury him, he mutters. My breath catches. What? He's not getting a service, Paul says, not even a simple one. My heart breaks. I squeeze his hands. Paul, I'm sorry. It was my fault. He shakes his head. He died doing what he believed in. A martyr? I ask bitterly. A protector. The words hit me like a blow. He whispers, you know what gets me? The rebels treat their dead better than we do. That makes me pause. How do you know that? Paul stiffens, runs a hand through his hair. Sara. Uncle Raph's voice cuts through. He's in the hallway, leaning on his cane. I fake a smile. I was just on my way. Paul walks off without bowing. Raph notices, his eyes narrow. Were you planning on making the king wait? He asks. I feel sick. If he knew what happened last night, I don't want to imagine the fallout. I approach him carefully, heart pounding, fearing he'll smell the truth on me. He says nothing, no mention of the attack, no concern for my well-being. At the long dining table, crystal chandeliers twinkling above, Michael sits waiting, dressed impeccably, smiling. Lady Beatreaux, he greets. You're radiant. I nod, thanking the servant who pulls out my chair. Uncle Raph jumps into council talk. I sip water, watching them. He's replaced Xander as the king's advisor. He's not going home anytime soon. The first course arrives, but I have no appetite. My body aches. I shift in my seat, seeking some reminder of Tristan. I blurt, is it true there won't be a service for Timothy? Everything stills. Michael lowers his glass. That's correct. He deserves to be honored. Uncle Raph cuts in. We can't glorify an event that encourages rebellion. They already won, I snap. They took his life. Sara. I held him as he died, I shout. Begged for it to be me instead. Michael's voice is cold. He shouldn't have been speaking to you. Well, that's not a problem anymore, I bite. A tense silence. I stand abruptly. Forgive me, I feel unwell. Sara, I just need rest. I leave quickly. No one follows. Later, the fire's long out. Still, I sit before it, the silence heavy. Sheena never came. It hurts. Maybe I never knew her at all. Sighing, I turn to something I can control. The tunnels. I grab a hidden chest under my bed and change into dark clothes, the same ones I wore back in Silva. When I lace up my boots and tie my curls back, a piece of my old self returns. Some women aren't made for tiaras, some are made for shadows. Cloaked and ready, I slip into the hall. No guard, no surprise. Footsteps, voices. I duck back and wait. Sheena and Paul. My stomach churns. They open the secret door and vanish into the tunnels. I follow, staying far behind. After 10 minutes, they climb stairs and exit into the woods. I step out too, cold air nipping at my skin. But I don't know where they're going, or why they're out here together. And suddenly, I'm not sure who I can trust.
41. Tristan. It's a strange twist to find my brother hanging on to every word I say, like they carry divine truth. Honestly, it's just further proof he's lost his grip on reality. If I weren't so distracted by the memory of my little doe, the way she felt so perfectly mine, I might laugh at the irony of the man who used to spit on my name now asking me for guidance. Of course, none of this is accidental. I've been carefully guiding his delusions, using them to steer him where I need. I spotted his weakness, and I struck. The rebellion is growing by the day. I've got allies everywhere, even in places no one would expect. But I'm not reckless. If there's a chance to tip the odds even more in our favor, I'll take it. That's why, last night, I gently floated the idea that Timothy shouldn't receive a formal burial. I knew Edward could use the disrespect to sway the people's view of the crown. No one likes seeing their own treated without dignity. Brother, I hate to trouble you, but I don't know who else to turn to. I pace slowly, pretending my thoughts are dragging me down. Get to the point, Tristan. I'm busy, he snaps, reclining and lighting a cigar. It's about father, I murmur, glancing around as if worried someone might overhear. That gets his attention. He sits up, eyes narrowing. Did he speak to you again? Another dream? I pause for effect. Yes, but I'm unsure. Tell me, he demands. In the dream, the king of Andalusia was preparing to send troops to our southern border. Michael grips his hair, eyes wide. You think they plan to start a war? Exhaling hard, I shake my head. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe I'm losing my mind. I lash out, kicking a chair. It's driving me insane. No, he says, standing quickly and coming around to face me. He grabs my shoulder. You're not crazy. We're not crazy. I nod, rubbing my face with my palm. Did he say when? I shrug, glancing up at him. It wasn't clear. Michael bites the inside of his cheek. We can't tell the council. They'll think we're mad. Michael, you're king. This isn't up for debate. Don't let people without our blood call the shots. His eyes spark, chest rising as my words sink in. We'll send troops to the southern border. Just to be safe. That's the right call, brother. Edward eyes me from his seat at the tavern's bar as I light a joint, the taste bitter on my lips, a reminder that Sara's scent no longer lingers on my skin. Every part of me is screaming to chase her down and keep her close. I know it's not healthy, but obsession rarely is, and I've never claimed to be stable. You seem different, Edward says, lifting his ale. Do I? I reply with a smirk. Maybe because I'm on the edge of getting everything I've ever wanted. My brother's gone completely off the rails. He thinks I'm some kind of prophet who hears whispers from beyond. By this time tomorrow, most of the royal army will be marching south to guard against a ghost of a threat. Edward grins wide. And then? I smile. Then I claim the crown, and I build a new council, one that respects me. To victory, Your Highness. I can feel it. My men are restless. They're done with the old ways. He claps his hands and takes a drink. And what of the ones who tried to take Lady Beatreaux's life? What's your plan for them? The rage stirs in my chest at the mention of those fools. Keep them locked up. I intend to offer them as a gift. A gift? To whom? To Sara, I say simply. His eyes flicker with understanding, but before he can respond, the tavern door swings open. Shayna steps inside, scanning the crowd until she spots us. Her face lights up at the sight of Edward, who straightens immediately. Just as planned, Paul Wartheg follows close behind, his expression tightening when he sees the crowded room, and then shock washing over him as he spots the iron cage in the corner, where Xander lies unconscious and chained to the wall. I snuff out the joint and approach with a smile. Paul, I say warmly, clapping him on the back. Glad Shayna convinced you to join us. It's you, he whispers. You're the rebel king? My smile widens. I'm many things, but tonight, just a friend. As Shayna moves into Edward's arms, I gesture to the tavern. You've been feeding these people for months. If it weren't so late, you'd see children eating their first real meal in days. Mothers holding their babies, weeping with gratitude. Not because the monarchy helped them, but because you did. I turn to him, locking eyes. And I'm deeply sorry about Timothy. His face tightens, pain flashing behind his eyes. We don't speak of it, but I know. the stolen moments, the forbidden love. And though I didn't grieve Timothy's death, I understand the loss. I know what it's like to love in silence, to have your heart ripped out by forces beyond your control. It's unbearable to be told you can't have the only person who ever truly felt like yours. I rest my hand on his shoulder. I promise you, they will pay. They won't even give him a funeral, he says through clenched teeth. I nod solemnly. Then we'll hold one for him here. A single tear slips down his cheek, and he wipes it away quickly. I pretend not to notice. I didn't order the attack, but I'll carry the responsibility. I believe you, he says softly. And I know you'd never let harm come to Lady Beatreaux. My chest tightens at the implication, but I manage a calm smile. You're right. I never came before because I didn't want to take sides, but I can't stay silent any longer. The monarchy is corrupt. Gloria Terra deserves better. We need a king who will lead with honor, not disgrace. The weight of victory presses in, thick and sweet. Then tell me, Paul, do I have your loyalty? He drops to one knee, eyes shining. I extend my hand, and he clasps it, kissing the lion's head ring. I swear it. Together we rule. Divided we fall. I whisper. Welcome to the rebellion.
For 42. Sara B. A chill races down my spine as I watch one by one every person in the tavern kneel. Paul leads the charge, bowing to kiss Tristan's hand in utter submission, and I stand frozen. Tristan is the rebel king. Of course he is. How did I not see it? I followed Shayna and Paul through streets that grew darker with every step, where streetlights flicker out and paved roads decay into crumbling paths with potholes deep enough to swallow a small car. The buildings are run down, glass long gone, and replaced with boarded-up windows. Silva's always been poor, but this is something else entirely. When I peeked through the cracked door of the Elephant Bones Tavern, this is the last thing I expected to see. Anything but this. My eyes search the room, heart thudding wildly in my chest, but I force the panic down. I can't even think that the man I gave myself to is the one who orchestrated my father's death. The tavern is dim and musty, its wooden floorboards warped and creaking underfoot. The scent of mildew and age heavy in the air, but there's a sense of anticipation here, a hum that buzzes through every person present. They believe they're on the brink of change. In the far corner, an iron-barred cage has been set up. I squint at it, unease prickling beneath my skin. Why would they need a cage? I inch forward for a better look, but I can't move without being seen, and Tristan's body blocks the V. Then he shifts, and I spot what's inside. My cousin, bruised, bloody, slumped against the wall, one hand missing, but alive. I nearly gag. Relief battles with horror. The fire of vengeance in my chest flares anew. Tristan steps away from Paul and makes his way toward the raised platform at the front. A makeshift throne, a battered high-back chair, waits at its center. He climbs up, arms outstretched. "Friends," he calls, voice steady and commanding. "The moment approaches. You've trusted me, and I will not let you down. A new dawn rises." The crowd erupts into cheers. No longer will we be pushed to the edges while the elite bask in luxury. Our time has come. More shouts of agreement. Someone throws garbage into the cage. It hits Alexander's leg. He doesn't stir. I want to look away, need to look away, but I can't. Tristan's presence dominates the room. His voice, his posture, his energy, it all draws them in, reshaping their fear into purpose, feeding them hope with every word. It's mesmerizing, dangerous. And I hate that part of me still wants to believe in him. My heart pounds harder, my breath catches. I imagine standing beside him, ruling together. Then reality slams back in. I tear my gaze from him and scan the room again. Sheena's in the corner, arms draped around a rebel soldier. I try to remember his name, but nothing comes. Doesn't matter, she's lost herself, just like I did. Falling for the wrong man, the worst man. My legs burn from crouching. I shift slightly, the dull ache between my thighs no longer a comfort. It's a reminder, a brand. Still, I force myself to look at him. I need to. Maybe to prove I'm strong enough to face the betrayal. Maybe because I can't look away from the disaster I helped build. He held me close, kissed away my tears, and whispered promises, right before he sent men to kill me. The betrayal stings like acid, and I taste it in the back of my throat. The rebel king, the scarred prince. My hand covers my mouth to hold back a scream. I gave him every piece of me, let him hurt me, begged for it, wore his pleasure like it was holy, like it could save me. Now, all I feel is hatred, cold and black. I've done things that already closed the gates of heaven to me. But this feels like the worst of them all. I lay with Afasa. I trusted him, loved him, and he killed my father. My heart splinters inside me, breaking into jagged shards that pierce everything I am. Tristan's head snaps up, his green eyes locking directly onto where I hide. I shoot to my feet, legs burning as I bolt. My lungs sear. My veins flood with fire. I run back into the shadows, into the night, away from the man who destroyed everything. I swear to my father's ghost, I won't forget my purpose this time. I will destroy the Fasa bloodline. I will kill the rebel king, even if it tears me apart.
43. Tristan. My brother once asked if I believed in anything, if I had faith. I believe in many things, but blind faith in others has never served me well. Trust placed outside yourself often leads to disappointment, and people always disappoint. I saw her earlier. It was fleeting, just a glimpse, but those eyes, dark and sharp, are unforgettable. Every instinct screamed at me to follow, to find her, to sneak into her room again like I did before. But something warned me not to. Not yet. So I went to her cousin instead. Xander has been our prisoner since the night of the engagement ball. Since then, he's been paraded like a trophy, beaten, broken, his wounds festering. I'm certain infection is spreading fast. It's only a matter of time before it finishes what we started. I toss a bucket of water on his face to wake him. His eyes flutter open, weak and unfocused. He's tied to a wooden platform behind the tavern. Ropes around both ankles and the one hand he has left. He tugs at the restraints, but he knows. Even if he were free, he couldn't run. "Morning, Alexander," I greet with a smile. "I've told you," he rasps, licking cracked, bloody lips. His voice is hoarse, every word a struggle. "Everything I know." I click my tongue. "No, Xander. You haven't said anything useful." "Then kill me," he whispers. "Please." I set the empty bucket aside and walk to a nearby table where a gallon of kerosene waits. "You think you've earned your end?" He nods, slow and stiff. "And what were your crimes?" He closes his mouth, turns his head. Even that takes effort. He's too far gone to waste strength on defiance. I step closer, staring down at what's left of him. "Let's make a deal. I'll go first. A little honesty, man to man." I exhale deeply and crack my neck. "You're going to die today." Felt good to say that. "Your turn." His eyes widen, but he says nothing. "All right then," I say, lifting the container and pouring its contents onto his chest. The liquid soaks into his shirt, spreads across his skin, and pools around the wooden slab. He flinches as it touches him. "This isn't about me," I continue, slowly working my way around him, drenching every inch. This is your chance to make peace. Say what needs saying. Maybe ask forgiveness. He coughs a laugh, the sound wet and raw. You're no priest. I lean down. But I could be the last face you ever see. He pauses. Then, are you going to kill her too? I go still. I don't need to ask who he means. You'll have to be more specific, I say, voice neutral. My cousin. My jaw tightens. He notices. You don't hide it well, you know. That obsession. He coughs again, lips curling into a weak smirk. Your brother's a fool, lucky for you. My patience thins. Don't speak of her. He lets out a bitter laugh. She came here to kill you, idiot. The words hit harder than I expect, though they don't surprise me. I always sensed something deeper beneath her surface. A quiet storm, violent and cunning. The daggers, the fire in her stare. Her silence was a mask. But I'm certain she didn't know I was the rebel king. Until last night. I wonder if that makes her more or less eager to end me. The thought sends a thrill through me. That doesn't shock me, I say with a chuckle. But who sent her? I pull a match from my pocket and hold it above his face. Speak now, or I light this and let the fire claim you. Then I'll douse you again and start over. We'll keep going until your nerves turn to ash. He watches the match. I move to strike it. My father, he screams. His voice breaks. She was meant to end both you and your brother, so the Beatreaux name could rise. I tilt my head back and laugh. You? In line for the throne? We have the Privy Council's backing, he wheezes. That actually gives me pause. My eyebrows shoot up. A coup, then? How ambitious. I drag the match across the box. The scrape sings in the air. One last thing, I say, eyes fixed on the flame. Was it you who poisoned my father? He hesitates. Then quietly, no. That was your brother. I'm not surprised, but betrayal still tastes like rust. Your mother and I only gave him the idea, he adds. I nod slowly. May whatever God you believe in grant you mercy, Alexander. Because I will not. I drop the match. Flames erupt instantly, climbing his body like they've been waiting. I step back, close my eyes, and listen. His screams echo through the backyard, and something inside me howls with him. Rage, grief, satisfaction, all blending into fire.
The 44th Sara. B. My blades are freshly honed.
I haven't changed since last night. The night everything I believed crumbled. I've stayed here, motionless in front of the fire, sorting through each memory like a deck of worn cards. Every moment, every lie, every truth. And only one thing remains clear. I'm done waiting. No more taking orders from people I no longer trust. No more pretending to want the crown. I don't want to be queen. I want revenge. It's the only thing keeping my heart beating, though it barely feels like it's still there. Just a hollow, pulsing ache where something used to live. Can someone actually die from heartbreak? I don't care. Not about alliances. Not about the politics my uncle insisted were vital for preserving the kingdom. His words keep echoing in my skull, but they don't hold up under the weight of what I know now. If I weren't already in pieces, I might feel ashamed at how easily I was played. Instead, there's only the dull emptiness left after betrayal. A dense fog settles outside, coating the castle grounds in silver mist. Droplets cling to the grass as I step out, blades tucked against my body, cloak wrapped tight. I move silently across the courtyard and head toward the cathedral. I know this might be my final day. There's no illusion of survival. But if I go down, I'm taking them with me. Still, I want to pray. Not for forgiveness. There's nothing I regret. But for clarity. For strength to do what must be done. The metal handles of the cathedral doors are cold in my hands as I pull them open. The room stretches before me, quiet and cavernous. And there he is. Tristan stands at the altar, hands in his pockets, tattoos exposed, eyes fixed on the crucifix above. Tears sting my eyes, my chest constricting so tightly I think it might split me apart. But I won't let myself cry. Not for him. Silently, I draw a blade from my cloak and press it to my palm, grounding myself with its sharp edge. My boots strike the stone floor as I walk between the pews. He doesn't turn, doesn't speak. He just stands there like he's waiting. I stop a few steps behind him. My stomach twists, bile rising in my throat. I grip the knife tighter. Just one move. One thrust. That's all it would take. The image flickers in my mind. Him crumpled on the ground, lifeless, and me watching as his blood stains the floor beneath the cross. But my hand hesitates. Somehow, I knew you'd come, he says softly. My breath catches. My heart pounds like it's trying to escape. He turns slowly, those green eyes finding mine as if nothing else exists. Rage burns through me at the ease in his voice, at how sincere he still manages to sound. One of us always finds the other, I bite out. Funny how that works. He gives a sad smile that doesn't reach his eyes. His gaze drops to the blade in my hand. Will you do it, little doe? Is that why you came? My grip tightens. I raise the dagger, pointing it straight at his chest. My hand trembles. Do it. Just do it. But I don't. He takes a step closer. The blade presses into his shirt. I won't stop you, he whispers. Even now, I don't want to see you fail. His words strike somewhere deep. I blink through the storm of emotions flooding my body. You don't get to say that, I snap, pressing the knife harder into his chest. Not after everything. Not after every lie. Ma petite menteuse, he murmurs. Lies are everywhere. The name cuts deeper than any blade. His hand lifts and gently closes around my wrist, the heat of his touch igniting something I wish I could kill. Here's the truth, he says, voice low and raw. I'm yours. Always have been. Entirely. Painfully. Without condition. He guides my hand up until the dagger rests at his throat. If taking my life gives you peace, then do it. I inhale sharply, tears sliding down my cheeks. My vision blurs, my mind reels. This is manipulation, I whisper, pushing until the blade nicks his skin. He doesn't flinch. No games, little doe. Not this time. My lips tremble. You killed my father. The blade cuts deeper. Blood begins to run. Still, he stands still. You tried to have me killed. How can you say these things? How can you act like you care, when all you've ever done is destroy me? My voice breaks. The pain in me spills out in waves. He brushes his hand along my arm, up to my jaw, his thumb stroking my cheek. I lean into the touch, hating how much I still crave it. It's not fair, I whisper, clinging to his shirt. Why did it have to be you? He lets out a broken laugh. You think I chose this? If burning down the world could erase you from my thoughts, I would. Agony tightens in my chest. But it's too late. You're a part of me now, and no matter what I do, I can't forget you. He steps closer. More blood trickles down his neck. And whether you admit it or not, I'm a part of you too. His hand suddenly twists my wrist, gently moving the knife away. I gasp, bracing for violence, but instead, he drops to his knees, arms wide. I am nothing without you. A tear slips down his scarred cheek. So do it. End this. Kill me, Sara, if that's what you need. My throat closes. I can't breathe. His words tear through every wall I've built. I'll die content, he says, voice shaking, if it brings you peace. A sob erupts from deep within me. It echoes off the cathedral walls. Give me a reason, I choke out. Just one. Why I shouldn't. He meets my eyes. Because I love you. The knife slips from my hand. It clatters to the ground, but I barely register the sound. He moves instantly, pulling me into his arms, his hands tangling in my hair, his mouth crashing into mine. I cry out against him, falling into the warmth I told myself I no longer needed, and hate myself for needing it anyway. 45. Tristan. Her presence is overwhelming in the most disarming way. I made peace with this long before I landed at her feet. If she ever wanted me gone, I'd go willingly. There's no fight left in me when it comes to her. If she doesn't want me in her world, I won't force myself to stay. The throne. Meaningless. Revenge. Forgotten. Everything fades beside her. A thin line of blood trickles down my neck where her blade kissed my skin. And still, I'm drawn to her with a pull I can't resist. She's breathtaking in her fury, a storm made flesh. When she finally lets the knife fall and collapses into me, something in my chest cracks open. Let me carry some of it, I whisper, lips brushing hers as her sobs shake through me. You don't have to do this alone. We move without thinking, hands tangled in each other's clothes until they're tossed aside in a blur. She ends up in my lap, warm and trembling, her skin pressed to mine. I pull her close, her body fitting perfectly against me like a song I've always known. I take in every inch of her, the curve of her back, the shiver that runs through her when my lips touch her collarbone. Her fingers dig into my shoulders. Her breath hitches. The world shrinks to just this moment. She murmurs my name, her voice cracked with need. I answer by pressing my mouth to her skin, desperate to leave a mark, a memory, a claim. I need the world to know she belongs here, with me. Anyone could walk in. But right now, I don't care. Let them. Let them see how far I've fallen. This isn't simple. It's not soft. It's fierce, messy, consuming. I know what you're craving, I murmur, mouths brushing as her breath fans across my cheek. My hands grip her hips, guiding her down, and the heat between us ignites like dry grass in flame. She moves like she was born to, like her body knows mine. Her eyes close, head tilting back, a sound escaping her lips that makes my pulse trip. She takes control, her hands threading through my hair, her mouth leaving a trail along my neck. I can feel the sting of her bite, the claim in it, and I welcome the pain. We lose ourselves. I don't know where she ends, and I begin. "You're mine," I growl, eyes locked on hers. Her gaze falters but doesn't break, and I feel something deep shift. I've never wanted anything this badly. Not power, not peace, not even freedom. Just her. Here. Now, she trembles as I guide her hips, grounding myself with the weight of her in my hands. Tears streak her face, and I press my mouth to her cheek, collecting the salt of her sorrow. "Anyone who even thinks of hurting you, I'll make sure they regret it." She leans in, kissing me like she's trying to reach into my chest and wrap her hands around my soul. I kiss her back with everything I have, hoping it's enough. I want more. I always want more. I lift her and shift our position, settling her against the raised edge behind us. The light from the stained glass windows breaks across her skin, painting her in reds and blues like a living mosaic. The space feels sacred, like this moment was written before time began. She leans forward, breath uneven, her posture instinctive. I trail my fingers down her spine, steadying her with one hand, the other tracing slow circles that make her shudder. "Doubt me again, and I'll have to remind you who I am," I say softly, the edge of challenge in my voice. She lets out a breath that sounds like surrender, folding further into me. There's a wildness in this that borders on reverence. Everything burns, nerves, thoughts, restraint, and I let it. I give in completely, giving her everything and demanding everything back. I lean forward, my lips brushing her shoulder, my hand in her hair, tugging until her body bows against me. Her back presses into my chest, and I can feel every tremor. "Say it," I urge, voice low and rough. She gasps, "Say you're mine." My hand moves, gently but firmly, cradling her face, grounding her. I need to hear it. Her voice is barely a whisper, but it shatters me. "Yours." The word breaks through me like a storm. Nothing has ever sounded more right. We move in rhythm, breath sinking, hearts crashing like waves. My hold tightens, my thoughts scatter. And when she cries out my name, everything inside me breaks loose. She's everything: the storm, the stillness, the salvation. And I am lost in her, willingly, completely, finally home.
46 Sara B. Tristan's fingers glide slowly up my arms, his chest pressed to my bare back as we lie tangled in his sheets. It's the first time I've ever been in his room, though it's exactly what I expected. Dark, rich tones of burgundy and black, silk bedding, and a heavy scent of him in the air. My body aches, the aftermath of everything we've done still clinging to me, and I'm too drained to move. Emotionally wrecked, physically raw, and underneath it all, something inside me still feels wrong. I won't pretend. I can't bring myself to kill him, even though logic tells me I should. I don't know if that makes me selfish or just broken. Maybe both. He speaks softly. "What happened to Timothy break?" My chest tightens. "I never ordered that. I told them not to go near you." His words settle in my chest, unsure of where they belong. I believe him, and maybe that makes me a fool, but if he feels anything close to what I feel, I know he didn't mean for me to be harmed. I held a knife to his throat, and still, I couldn't do it. My father was everything to me, I whisper, rolling onto my back until I'm framed by his arms. He taught me that strength didn't require silence, even for a girl. Tristan smiles faintly. He raised a warrior. I give a small, hollow laugh, then swallow hard, just saying his name hurts. He was a duke, you knew that, didn't you? I did, Tristan replies, brushing hair from my face. He cared deeply for our people. When businesses shut down, when families lost their homes, he was heartbroken. He'd gather what he could, money, food, warm clothes, and send me out at night to deliver it. He sounds like the kind of man I would have followed. He was. My throat tightens. When he died, it wasn't just grief. I was furious. Tristan nods. I know what that feels like. All he wanted was help, I murmur. He came to Saxum, got down on one knee, all to plead with your brother to acknowledge our suffering. I reach up, my palm cupping Tristan's cheek, fingers tracing the raised scars on his face. He doesn't shy away. If anything, he leans into my touch. My eyes flick to the tattoo across his chest, the hyena standing over bones. The words inked beneath it. I should have known from that alone. This was supposed to be justice, I whisper, a reckoning for what they did to him. I expect surprise, but Tristan's eyes remain steady. There's only quiet understanding there, and that makes it even harder to hold on to my anger. My cousin brought me here to marry your brother, I say, voice flat, but you already know that. His expression hardens, his hand at my waist tightens. He'll never have you. He never stood a chance, I say quietly. I followed Sheena and Paul to the shadowed district last night. I saw you. I know, he says. Tears prick at my eyes again, even though I thought they'd all run dry. I saw everything, Tristan. He nods. I felt you watching. You had Xander in a cage. He exhales slowly, his fingers still against my skin. Not anymore. My heart skips. You killed him? Would it make it easier if I said he earned it? Oddly, I'm not angry. Not really. Xander and I were strangers for most of our lives. Our bond was only ever tied to duty, not affection. And if I picture him dying by Tristan's hand, I don't feel much at all. Some loyalties run deeper than blood. What did he do? He murdered my father, Tristan replies flatly. The words crash into the space between us. And you murdered mine, I respond, voice barely a whisper. His gaze sharpens. I cup his cheek again. And that's why I can't love you, because to love you would be to forget him. Little doe. No, I cut him off, my voice cracking. Stop with the names and the soft touches. It doesn't change what's real. I slide out from beneath him, sitting upright, frustration boiling over. What else do you want from me? Haven't you taken enough? My family, my plans, my peace? Do you want my heart too? He moves fast, looming over me, eyes dark. Yes, he says, I want it all, every piece of you. I shove at his chest. You can't have it. He grabs my wrist before I can pull away and pulls me into him. I fight back, kicking, pushing, but he's stronger, rolling us over until I'm pinned beneath him, his weight pressing me into the mattress. His gritting my his legs tangled in mine. Heat blooms through me, traitorous and strong. You belong to me, he growls. He shifts his hips once. Slow, deliberate. And if the only way you'll believe it is if I mark you again and again, I will. I scoff. You don't own me. He smirks. That's a lie, and we both know it. He leans down, kissing me. Rough, messy, urgent. The kind of kiss that swallows everything. I've ended lives, he murmurs, and I remember everyone. You're sick, I mutter. Sara, he whispers, I didn't kill your father. My body stiffens, my heart pounds. What? He watches me closely. It wasn't me. Your uncle lied. No, I say, shaking my head. No, he told me. He wants the crown, Tristan interrupts. I want to argue. I want to believe my uncle, the man who raised me like his own. But the memories hit like bricks. His whispers, his guidance always shaping my actions. Was it all manipulation? You were the weapon, Tristan says gently. Their scapegoat. They needed someone to take the blame when the royal family fell. I feel cold. He wouldn't. Tristan touches my lips softly. You already know the truth. Pain tightens every muscle in my body. I'll be your family now, he whispers. Something inside me breaks, but something else is freed. Swear it, I plead. On your father's grave. I swear, he says, brushing his thumb across my cheek. I'll never lie to you. I stare at him. Did you mean it, what you said, that you love me? He nods slowly. All I ever wanted was the throne. I've chased it for so long, I forgot why I even started. But you... He breathes deep. You could tear down this kingdom, leave nothing but smoke and ashes, and I would thank the fire if it meant I could love you. I feel like I've been struck. If that's love, he finishes, then yes. I love you. I can't stop. I run a shaking hand across his forehead, trying to hold in the wave of emotions rising inside me. I love you too, I whisper. His eyes darken, body pressing closer, his breath warm against my ear. And it would be a tragedy, he murmurs, not to see you crowned.
47. Tristan. What are you drawing? Simon's voice slices through my focus, and on instinct, I shift to block his view, angling the sketch away from him. He grins, the gap in his teeth making his face light up in a way that softens something tight in my chest. I relax against the base of the willow tree as he plops down beside me, dropping his wooden sword and trying to peek at the page again. Is that Lady Sara? He asks, eyes squinting for a better look. I hesitate. Simon is just a kid, 10 years old, but he talks. Not maliciously, but without filters, and that makes him a risk. If he goes running to his mother with news that the prince is sketching the king's fiancée, it could spiral fast. I don't even know if she's still sharing Michael's bed, but I do know people in this palace will twist anything into leverage. And Simon's mother? I don't trust her. Any woman who stands by while her son is bullied, or lets him vanish into tunnels for hours unattended, doesn't deserve the title. A familiar surge of old anger rises inside me at the thought of his bruises, the ones he hides like I used to. It is, I answer quietly, praying it wasn't a mistake. Because while Sara is mine in every way that matters, we still need to stay hidden. At least until everything I've set in motion plays out. Michael's sent troops to the southern border, right where I steered him. The Privy Council is in uproar, but they're not king. Not yet. Excitement hums in my chest, sharp and electric. I can almost breathe again. I'd been ready to abandon it all, flee with Sara, disappear. But then she said those words, that she wanted me to wear the crown. Her voice was in my ears as I took her again, the way she clung to me and called me her king. Afterward, she curled against me, asked about the rebels. We spoke until dawn, her whispers fueling my heart like I hadn't realized it needed. She's not just by my side. She's part of the plan. She looks pretty when you draw her, but she's even prettier in person, Simon says, cutting through my thoughts. She is, I agree. A quiet settles over us for a moment. Then he turns toward the palace gates, where 3 cars pull into the courtyard. My chest tightens. She's in one of them, likely with Michael's arm draped around her like she belongs to him. Do you think I'll get to have a lady one day? Simon asks. I drag my gaze from the motorcade and look at him, surprised. You can have anything you dream big enough to fight for, little lion. He nods, but his face falls. Well, what about a dad? He asks, voice barely above a whisper. That hits harder than I expect. I lean my head against the tree, tapping my fingers against my knee. Having a father is overrated. Trust me. His eyes stay locked on mine, wide, hopeful, trusting. Could you? Pretend to be mine? Just for fun. Just for me. No one would have to know. A lump rises in my throat. He rushes on. It'd be easy. Like now. You could teach me things. Tell me you love me. I force a smile, reaching to ruffle his hair. I don't think your mother would like that very much. He shrugs, gaze falling. Mama wouldn't notice. I sigh, close the sketchbook, and turn to face him. I can't be your father, Simon, but I'll always be your friend. He shrugs again, half-hearted. Okay. There's a spot, I say gently. At the edge of the cliffs behind the castle. My father used to take me there. One day I'll take you, teach you everything I know. His face lights up instantly, joy replacing the sadness. Promise? Before I can answer, laughter rings out across the courtyard. I don't have to look to know what I'll see, but I do. Michael and Sara stand close, the photographer snapping photos while he holds her tight at his side. My jaw tightens so hard it aches. I nearly stand, ready to storm across the field and rip his hands off her, but instead, I pull a joint from my coat and light it, hoping the buzz will take the edge off. It doesn't. Not even close. Sara glances up. Her eyes find me. Lock on. And just like that, I'm on fire. My body tenses. I want to walk over there, drag her from his arms, press her against the hood of his favorite car, and remind everyone, especially him, exactly who she belongs to. I've touched every part of her, claimed her with my hands, my mouth, my body, and yet it's him standing beside her for the world to see. Then he pulls her closer, dips her back, and kisses her in front of the cameras. Something inside me snaps. I shoot to my feet so fast Simon startles beside me, but I barely register it. The only thing I feel is rage. It fills every vein like lava, and it's all I can do not to set the world on fire.
48. Sara B. I'd been waiting for him. Ever since Michael pulled me into that staged kiss, bent me back for the world to see, I knew Tristan would come. It wasn't a question of if, but when. Still, I didn't expect him to wait until the middle of the night, only to burst through my door unannounced, fury written in every line of his body. Tristan, I gasped, startled, hand flying to my chest, the other gripping a cup of water, but he didn't answer. Instead, he marched straight toward me. The glass slipped from my hand and shattered as he pinned me to the wall, his mouth crashing onto mine. There was nothing gentle about the kiss, just fire, frustration, and possession. I melted into him, arms flying around his shoulders, lips moving urgently beneath his. His hands roamed my sides as if trying to memorize me, and his breath came hot and uneven. You let him touch you, he growled, the words low and jagged. What did you want me to do? I whispered, even as he traced hot kisses along my neck, his frustration igniting something dangerous inside me. His need for me. It didn't scare me, it lit me up. It drives me mad, he rasped. His fingers gripped my waist tight, and he stepped back just long enough to pull my robe off in a single, raw motion. Goosebumps raced across my skin, but I stood tall, letting him see all of me. My heart pounded. I wanted him to know there's no one else, no one but him. He stared at me with that same storm in his eyes, his breathing heavy, and then I sank to my knees. I'm yours, I whispered, reaching for him, needing him to understand what words alone couldn't say. His hand curled into my hair, lifting my chin until our eyes locked. Then show me, he said softly, dangerously. I did, slowly, reverently, with a devotion that made the air between us hum with tension, and still I waited for him to take the lead. Because when he does, I come alive. He held my gaze, power rolling off him in waves. "You don't even realize how much I crave this," he murmured. I said nothing. I didn't have to. The tension between us said it all. "You drive me out of my mind," he whispered, thumb brushing my cheek. The moment felt endless, breathless. When I leaned back against the wall, he watched me like I was both a masterpiece and a storm about to hit. "I've never needed anything the way I need you," he admitted. "And I've never belonged to anyone the way I do to you," I whispered in return. He reached for me again, this time not with urgency, but reverence. His hands wrapped around my waist, lifting me like I weighed nothing at all. He carried me toward the bed, laying me down as if I were something sacred. As I settled, I noticed the pen in his hand. He crouched between my legs, focused, and began drawing on my thigh. "What are you doing?" I asked, voice barely audible. "Leaving a mark," he replied, "so you never forget." I watched, mesmerized as the ink danced across my skin, his expression filled with intensity. It wasn't lust. It was something deeper, something eternal. "We should talk about tomorrow," I said after a moment, nerves beginning to stir again. His jaw clenched, and for a moment he stopped moving. Then he resumed the drawing. "I hate that we have to," he said. "Just the thought of you being near him makes me want to lock you away forever." "But this is the plan," I reminded him gently. "He'll think I've come willingly, and before he realizes what's happening, you'll be there." He closed his eyes. "It's too dangerous." "But necessary," I insisted. "I trust you, Tristan. Let me help." His hand paused against my skin, and then he nodded once, slowly. "I don't like using you this way." "You're not," I said. "We're in this together." He exhaled a shaky breath, then looked down at what he had drawn. I propped myself up to see it too. It was a heart, but not the stylized kind children draw. This was anatomical. Veins, muscle, blood, a thick chain wrapped around it, secured with a padlock, and written in small, elegant script across the lock. "Tristan's property." I let out a dry laugh, subtle. He smirked, kissing my thigh softly. "For you, I'm primal. And after we end this, when the castle is ours, when he's gone, I'll make sure you never forget who you belong to." His hand moved back up my leg, resting gently over the heart he'd inked onto my skin. "Just as I'll never forget who owns me," he added. I leaned up and kissed him, slowly, deeply, our lips fusing like promises. "We are chaos, yes, but we're also a kingdom of our own. And whatever comes next, whether it lifts us up or consumes us whole, I'm ready, because he is mine, and I am his." 49. Sara B.
My nerves are stretched thin. Before, plotting to kill the king was driven by pain, pure, raw grief. But now, it's morphed into something more tangled, a twisted kind of loyalty. As wild as that may sound, it's that devotion that makes me tuck the laudanum vial into the hidden seam of my skirt. That same devotion pushes me to lean close to Michael, whispering soft invitations into his ear, asking if we might steal a moment alone. Because Tristan has always caught me. When I fell, he reached for me. When I shattered, he held every jagged piece and waited for me to rebuild. Now, it's my turn to return the favor, to stand beside him and help him claim what's rightfully his. My body aches with phantom memory, like he's still there, still holding me. I taste him on my lips. I feel him in my bloodstream. We're fused in ways that defy reason. Maybe we're meant to be, or maybe we've both completely lost our minds. Either way, I'll take madness if it ends with him. "How was dinner?" Michael asks as he settles beside me in his private chamber. The fire crackles, casting shadows across the sheepskin rug. I shouldn't be here. Not before the wedding, but Xander isn't here to warn him, and Michael isn't exactly known for thinking with his head. Too easy. I smile faintly, lashes lowering. Delicious. His hand lands on my thigh, heavy, pressing right over where Tristan left his mark. "Hope you saved room for dessert," he says, tone suggestive. My throat tightens, but I keep my voice smooth. "Actually, I'd love another glass of wine." He turns to grab the bottle, and that's my opening. I uncork the laudanum and pour a few drops into his glass, my hand shaking just slightly as I recork it and slide it back into my skirt. He doesn't notice. He fills both our glasses and passes mine first. "Here you go, my lady." I take it with a soft smile. "Thank you, sire." He stares at me longer than usual, his expression unreadable. For the first time tonight, a chill slips down my spine. "I'm done pretending," he says suddenly. "Is this the night you give yourself to me, Sara?" The words make my stomach turn, but I force a sultry smile. Tristan will be here soon. I just have to hold on. I reach up to toy with my pendant, glancing at the untouched wine in his hand. "I thought we could talk," I say, inching closer. "After all, we're to be married. Don't you think we should know each other a bit better first?" He sets the glass down. My stomach drops. Then his arm wraps around my waist, yanking me into his lap. My fingers dig into his jacket for balance, bile creeping up my throat. "What is it you want to know?" he murmurs, his mouth brushing against my skin. I swallow the disgust and slide my hand up to his cheek, nudging his face so he meets my eyes. "Everything." He groans and shifts me fully onto his lap. I grit my teeth as he presses against me, his hands tightening their grip. Just as I start to panic, he reaches for the wine. Hope flares, until he brings the glass to my mouth. "Drink," he says. I hesitate. A small sip wouldn't hurt, but he doesn't let me control it. He tips the glass sharply, forcing me to swallow as the liquid rushes down my throat. I choke, sputtering, trying to push him back. His expression twists into something cruel. I try to get away, but he grabs my hair and yanks. Hard. "You thought I wouldn't notice?" he snaps. "I don't—" He throws me to the floor. Pain explodes through my arm as it slams into the wood. I scramble to sit up, but his hand lashes out and slaps me hard across the face. I skid across the floor, hip throbbing, vision swimming. He looms over me, eyes blazing. I always know. He yanks me to my feet by the arm. I cry out, the ache in my cheek blooming. My hand darts toward the hem of my skirt, toward the hidden blade, but he grabs my wrist, squeezing until my bones grind together. "Careful," he warns. "Don't make me hurt you in front of your little rebellion." My blood runs cold. "Tristan." He leans in, voice a whisper. "Shall we visit him?" "He's quite safe, I assure you." "You're lying." He smirks. "You'd know all about lies, wouldn't you?" I twist to get free, but he calls out behind him, "Bind her." My vision tilts. The laudanum kicks in, dragging my thoughts like fog. Someone grabs my arms. Cold metal snaps around my wrists. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Michael lets me go and reaches toward the hallway. My stomach turns as he drags someone into the room. "Hello, milady," Ophelia says sweetly. My knees go weak. Betrayal stabs like ice. "She's been quite the asset," Michael says, wrapping an arm around her and tipping her chin to kiss her. "Always watching, always listening." Ophelia beams. My heart burns. "You're talented," I say, voice dry. Didn't see it coming? She smiles wider. You taught me well. I fight to stay upright, even as the drug dulls my limbs. We were more careful than you, clearly, she continues. We played our part better. I don't argue. She's not wrong. I used to wait outside your door, she says, voice soft. Sometimes I'd catch a show. Sometimes I just listened. My mouth goes dry. That was you? The night with Claudius. She nods. I was hoping it would be that easy. But the prince ruined it, didn't he? My chest constricts. He was there? Last night, though, that was the real gift. I heard everything. My stomach coils. You sealed your own fate, she says. Michael claps his hands once. Shall we visit my brother, then? I think he's eager to see how well you held up. And just like that, everything I've risked begins to unravel. Tristan. Blinding pain radiates from my shoulders, clawing down through my spine and into every muscle. My arms are bound behind me, hoisted over a wooden beam planted in the center of the courtyard. Every so often, a guard yanks the ropes, lifting me just off the ground, just enough for agony to spike through my joints. But I won't scream. I won't give them the satisfaction. They dragged me out of unconsciousness with a rag soaked in something that burned my lungs and blurred my mind. When I came to, there were 6 guards and a set of restraints. Now they've strung me up in a form of torture I recognize well. Strappado. Edward's favorite. He enjoys the slow unraveling of the human body, the dislocations, the way people beg before they break. A part of me wonders if this was his plan. Maybe this is how he gets revenge for what I once did to him. But he's not here. Not that it matters. None of it does. Except for one thing. The sickening thought that Michael has Sara. They could cut me to pieces, tear every tendon from the bone, and I'd die gladly, if it meant she's safe. I don't know how long I've been hanging here. Long enough for the sun to disappear and the moon to rise. Long enough for the cold to settle into my bruises. Long enough for the bonfire nearby to burn down, then roar back to life. Michael always did love an audience. My head throbs. Blood trickles from a cut on my ribs where a boot met bone. But pain is familiar. It doesn't scare me anymore. It just is. Then his voice cuts through the night, slick and amused. Surprise. That spark in my gut reignites. Brother, I say, forcing the words through cracked lips. How thoughtful of you to drop by. His laugh booms across the courtyard. I lift my head, and everything inside me ignites into fury. Sara is with him. Her wrists are cuffed. Her gown is torn. There's a bruise darkening one side of her face, but she's breathing. She's alive. And suddenly, I've never hated my brother more than I do right now. Michael's grin is wide, mocking. Touching, isn't it? A final reunion. I don't look at him. I look at her. Even groggy, she finds my gaze, and something flares in my chest. If this ends here, I want her to know. I didn't give up. Not on her. You've always had a flair for drama, I mutter. His smile sours. He drops her carelessly to the ground and strides toward me. When he's close enough, I can see the flicker of fire in his eyes. What am I going to do with you? He muses. I manage a bloody grin. Stuff me. Mount me on your wall. He tuts, then steps to the side and grabs something from a nearby guard. When he returns, I see the iron rod in his hand, the poker. Its tip glows orange hot from the flames. I tense, but I don't move. "Maybe I'll peel the skin from your back," he says. "Use it to carpet the palace floor, a reminder of who won." "Oh, Michael," I breathe. "Even dead, I'd haunt you. Like father does." His face twists. Then he thrusts the poker into my chest. White-hot pain erupts over my tattoo. The scent of scorched flesh curls into the air. I bite down on my tongue so hard blood floods my mouth. Sara screams my name from where she lies. Her voice is distant, blurred, but I hear it. Michael pulls the poker away. "You thought you could lead a rebellion? Take my throne?" His voice rises, shrill with rage. "You thought you'd win?" My body sags, the pain ringing in my ears. The brand he's burned into my skin throbs, stealing my breath. He leans in until his forehead presses against mine. "You've disgraced our name. When you die, the heavens will cheer, and our ancestors will rejoice. I know I've lost, that this might be it. But even if I die tonight, it won't be in silence. When I get out of this," I rasp, throat raw, "I'll end you for what you've done to her." Michael's expression twists into a smile. "Oh, Tristan, I don't plan to touch her. I plan to ruin her. I'll leave nothing behind but pain. And when I'm done, I'll serve you her heart on a platter." Then he presses the poker into my other side. This time I scream. The sound rips from my chest, a roar born of agony and fury and the promise of revenge. He steps back, smug. "And then, I'll erase you both, as if you never existed." My eyes search the ground until they land on Sara. She's gone still. "Sara," I croak. "Sara." She doesn't move. Michael watches me crack. "Pray hard, brother. Maybe the afterlife will be kinder." He turns to his guard. Keep him alive, but hurt him. Every hour until he begs.
50 I Anchi. Sara B. This is my first time in the dungeons, and they're exactly how I imagined. Cold, damp, and reeking of mildew. My head still throbs from the lingering effects of the laudanum. I rattle the chains that bind my wrists, their metal biting into my skin. There's no breaking free. Not like this. I have no idea how much time has passed. I don't even know if Tristan is still alive. But something deep inside tells me I'd feel it if he were gone. Hope is the only thing I have left, and I cling to it like a lifeline. Until it's over, it's not over. A door slams open, slivers of light filter through the iron-barred window in the thick stone door. My stomach knots with dread. Is it the king, come to punish me? Or a guard looking to exploit a captive girl with no way out? It's neither. The door swings open. Marisol rushes in, eyes wide, hair disheveled, a hand over her mouth to stifle her sob. She drops to her knees beside me, scanning my body for injury. "Marisol," I rasp, voice raw and dry. "My lady," she whispers. A key glints in her hand, and the sight sends relief flooding through me. "Be quiet," she says urgently, glancing over her shoulder. "There's no time." She unlocks my shackles, and the chains clatter to the ground. Blood rushes back to my limbs, and I wince at the tingling pain. I grit my teeth and push myself up to my knees, then to my feet. "How?" I ask, rubbing my sore wrists. She offers a small smile. "Together we rule. Divided, we fall. I freeze, stunned. You're with the rebels, but you always spoke of them with such contempt. I was young, foolish, and I fell for a man with nothing but his name. I loved him more than anything. She urges me forward, guiding me through the dungeon's shadows toward what appears to be a solid wall. Her voice drops to a whisper. My father only cared for status. He threatened my child's life to protect our name. Her eyes well with tears. Someone helped me hide them both, my son and the man I loved. They were kept safe in the dark, fed, protected. On one condition. I had to help spark a new future. Hope catches in my throat. Tristan. She nods. The scarred prince, the rebel king, he saved them. No one could know our connection. So yes, I said vile things because my son's life depended on it. I couldn't take the risk. I open my mouth to respond, but she cuts me off. There's no time. Edward waits for you at the edge of the Black Forest. He'll take you to the rebels. You must lead them back. He's alive, I choke out, tears spilling down my cheeks. Tristan's alive? He is, she confirms. She presses her hand to the wall. A hidden passage slides open. Now go. Before we're both caught. Edward isn't alone. Sheena stands beside him, holding my boots, trousers, and cloak, my daggers resting on top. I collapse into her arms, overwhelmed. Shh, my lady. You're safe now. Sheena, I don't know what to do. She wraps me tight, stroking my hair as our tears fall together. We'll save him, she promises. Why didn't you tell me, I whisper. I could ask you the same, best friend. I manage a weak smile and glance at Edward. He bows. Milady, I take his hands. Tristan trusts you, should I? He nods, kissing the back of my hand. With your life. I grab the clothes, eager to shed the torn dress. Sheena, help me, then let's go find the rebels. It takes half an hour to weave through the forest paths and back alleys. We arrive at a tavern, the Elephant Bones, on its second floor where I stare out over the balcony. Below, a sea of people stretches across the land. Hundreds of rebels, tired, waiting. Morale is low, Belinda mutters, strapping a blade to my thigh. She's the same woman who once rolled a severed head to my feet. She watches me, suspicious. You don't trust me, I say. You belong to the king, she replies. I place my hand over hers. Then let's get him back, together. She grins, rotten teeth flashing. Then prove it. Convince his people. My nerves twist. I close my eyes, trying to reach Tristan in the dark, trying to draw his strength into my bones. Then I step outside. The crowd quiets. I'm not your king, I begin. No kidding, someone calls. I swallow. I'm terrified to be standing here. Every part of me wants to run, but your leader, our king, is in danger. I picture Tristan's face, his voice, his love. I came here to destroy the Fasas, including the scarred prince. Gasps ripple through the crowd. But then I met him, and he showed me something better. Belinda appears at the front, Edward and Sheena beside her. Their presence steadies me. He changed me, I continue. He believed in something greater, and I believe in him. We've lost, a woman says. They caught him. And you're ready to give up, I challenge? After everything he's done for you? Belinda turns to the crowd. He saved me when I was meant to die. Murmurs spread. Sheena steps forward. He feeds your children. Clothes them. I press forward. He risked everything for you. This fight isn't just about him. It's about justice. For every bruise, every scar, every silenced voice, this is your moment. Faces shift, eyes light up, a spark of something new spreads. I'm no speechmaker, I admit. I don't have fancy words, but I know this. Together, we rise. Divided, we crumble. Tristan Fasa has always fought for you. Now it's time to fight for him. Belinda falls to her knees first. Then others follow. One by one, a chant starts. Soft, then louder. Long live the queen! Long live the queen! Tears stream down my face as I look out over them, my people. We are warriors, I shout. This is our revolution, and we are taking back our home.
52. Tristan. Psst. My eyelids flutter open, heavy with exhaustion. Everything hurts. Every joint, every bone, every breath. My body feels hollowed out, brittle, like I've been left to rot in the sun. My lips are cracked, my throat raw, and I can't remember the last time I drank water. Tristan? The voice is small, shaken. I force my eyes open. Simon stands before me, his toy sword limp at his side, his face pale and full of horror. What did they do to you? I try to wet my lips, speaking through a sandpaper throat. Little lion, I whisper, you shouldn't be here. He glances around, nervous. The sun's nearly gone, shadows stretching across the courtyard. I catch the guard watching us, unmoved, weapon in hand. Leave, Simon, I say, trying to summon strength that isn't there. He steps closer. The guard shifts, tightening his grip. Simon, now. My voice is sharper. Simon's tears spill over. Where's the lady? Why didn't she come? She would save you. Simon. Pain rips through my torso. Go to your mother. I'll be okay. This is nothing. The guard steps between us, cutting off my view. Panic builds. This might be the last time I ever see Simon's face, the last time I hear his voice, the last chance to tell him he's brave. He doesn't even know we're blood. Simon raises his toy sword and throws it at the guard. Let him go. The man laughs. Work on that growl, kid. Now get lost. A crack echoes in the distance. All eyes turn. What was that? The guard mutters. Another sound, closer. Something shifts in the air. I feel it in my spine. Simon meets my gaze. I'm going to save you. Panic claws through me. Someone's already coming, I lie. Go to the tunnels. I'll meet you there. His lip trembles. Promise. Promise. Suddenly, pain explodes through my shoulders. My wrists are released and I collapse to the ground. Cool fingers find my face. My mind tries to clear through the fog. The air is different now. A trickle of water reaches my lips. I drink greedily, letting it soothe my throat. My vision clears. Sara's face appears, dirty, blood-streaked, radiant. Her hair's tied back, but curls fall free. She looks like chaos and salvation all at once. Am I dead? I murmur. She smiles. No, love. Not yet. We're in hell. She helps me sit. The guard is dead, a dagger buried in his throat. How? Quiet, she whispers. Her hands skim down my chest, gentle and firm. I need to reset your shoulders. It'll hurt. I offer a weak smile. Not more than thinking you were gone. She leans in, kisses me soft. Then, snap. Fire shoots through my arm. I groan, biting down on my lip to stop from screaming. One more, she warns. Yeah. Snap. Another surge of agony. She pulls a small vial from her pocket. Laudanum? Just a little, for the pain. I gulp it down. She hauls me to my feet. My body is failing, but I'm upright. We're both alive. How did this happen? Shouts echo nearby. She grabs my hand. Can you run? I nod. We bolt, ducking behind a wall near the eastern edge of the courtyard. Lights blaze behind us. Dogs bark. They'll be here soon, I say, breath ragged. If Michael hadn't sent most of his men away, I'd never have made it to you. I look at her, stunned. What did you do? You left the rebellion, she says, so I brought the revolution to you. My heart breaks open. I kiss her, desperate and raw. Pain flares, but I don't care. If we die, I want to go out tasting her lips. She kisses back, fierce and alive. Then she pulls away. They're in the tunnels. The rebels? She nods. Edward, too. We snuck through the underground routes. It was the only way. A gunshot rings out. Time's running out. Then a sick thought punches me in the chest. Sara. She glances up. Simon is in the tunnels. Her face crumples. Are you sure? I told him to wait for me there. You have to get him out. I shake my head. I'm not leaving you. She grips my arms. You think I'm weak? Emotion guts me. I can handle myself, she says, lying through her teeth. Save your nephew. My lungs seize. She knows. Of course she knows. Castle doors burst open. 24 guards spill out with dogs straining at the leash. Sara, a voice calls. You can't run, niece. Come quietly and we'll show mercy. She stiffens, rage rolling off her. Don't, I plead. You'll be killed. We've found your friends, her uncle continues. Surrender now, and they live. Go, she says. I panic. Number, I can't leave you. Tristan, she says urgently. You know those tunnels better than anyone. You're the only one who can get them out. Simon is waiting. You can't let him down. I close my eyes. It's like ripping out my heart. I press my forehead to hers. You are not allowed to die. I will come back for you. I know. I kiss her one last time, full of everything I can't say. If anything happens, I whisper, I'll find you in every lifetime, Sara Beatreaux. You are mine. Not even death can change that. She chokes back a sob and pushes me away. I run. Straight toward the tunnels, toward Simon, toward Hope. 53. Tristan. It had to be me. As much as I wanted to trade places with her, to send her away while I stayed behind, it had to be me. I was the only one who knew the tunnels well enough to navigate them blindfolded. I was the only one who could get Simon out in time. The military closed in fast. Chaos erupted among the rebels, fear turning into panic, panic into a stampede. I felt it before I saw it, the tremors rolling through the tunnels beneath my feet. Still, I kept running. My body screamed, every muscle shredded from torture, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Screams ricocheted through the stone halls. Gunfire, cries for help. But I found him. Simon, holding Paul tight. One of his legs bent the wrong way, his face streaked with tears, his mother's body, lifeless, trampled nearby. You came, he whispered. You promised. How could I walk away then? Even as my heart tore itself apart, I lifted them both and led them out, far from Gloria Terra, to save them. That was 3 days ago. My body's recovering, slowly. But my mind is a wreck. Michael taunts me, sending word that Sara's alive, but captive. His promise is simple. If I surrender, he'll release her. I'm an outlaw now. The people of Saxum still don't know what happened. Don't know about the blood in the tunnels, the bodies, the orphans. I could pretend. Mourn in public. Wear the mask. But all I care about is getting Sara back. Nothing else matters. And grief has sparked something in my people. Rage. Edward takes a drag from the joint in my hand, leaning against the alley wall behind the bakery. Are you sure about this? I glance at him. If I don't do this, all your work has been for nothing. While I've been healing, he's been building, recruiting, flipping soldiers, preparing. You should take Shayna and leave, I say. You've done more than enough. I won't let you die for me. He scowls. Our loyalty is to you. Loyalty means nothing if it gets you killed, I snap. You're my friend, Edward, the only one who's never wavered. Let me finish this alone. He straightens. With all due respect, Your Highness, I'm staying, whether it ends with a crown on your head or a bullet in your chest. I sigh, nodding. Around the corner, a group of soldiers stumble into the local bar, laughing. Right on time. You ready? Edward grins. Let's light it up. I snatch the joint back and cross the street. I kick open the bar doors, thick wood slamming against stone walls. Inside, a dozen soldiers drink and joke. They stop. I smile, hollow, focused. Evening! A man at the bar rises slowly, his stool spinning behind him, his hand inches toward his hip. Don't, I say, walking forward. I grab his wrist and twist. His weapon clatters to the floor. I catch it mid-drop. Well, look at that, I say, inspecting the pistol. Another soldier rises, face twisted with confusion. You insane? Walking into a bar full of your brother's soldiers? A few more stand. Weapons are drawn, pistols aimed. But not at me. At them. I smile wider. Oh, I'm every bit as crazy as they say. But I didn't come alone. I lift my arms, the stolen pistol dangling from my finger. Surprise. I glance between the traitors. So. I walk forward, removing the joint from my lips. Which one of you wants to live? They freeze. Not one of them moves. Smart. All right then. I clap my hands. Ash floats to the ground. I'll step outside. You can sort out which one of you gets to deliver a message. A man up front dares to speak. What message? I exhale. Fine. You. I loop an arm around his shoulders, guiding him toward the door. Gunfire erupts behind us. No screams. Just the sound of bodies dropping. I don't turn around. Edward handled it. Clean. Efficient. Outside, I point toward where Edward leans casually by the bakery, then to Shayna across the alley, then to Belinda and Earl flanking opposite sides of the street. See them? The man nods, stiff. Good. I glance down at my joint. You know what I love about ethanol fires? Our soldiers, now loyal to me, exit the bar, lining up behind me. The man stammers. Your Highness. I turn to him. They're hard to extinguish. He stumbles back as I flick the joint. It arcs through the air, hits the bar. Flames bloom. First turn. Across the street, fires spark at 3 other locations. My people were ready. Smoke rises, screams follow. Civilians scramble out, panic spreading. I kneel beside the man now shaking on the ground. Tell my brother, I say, my voice low and steady. If he doesn't return Sara, I'll burn everything he owns. Every street, every stronghold, every corner of this country, until there's nothing left for him to rule.
5th Treachery. The 54th Sara B. This time, though I'm still shackled, at least I have walls around me. Days have passed, they haven't touched me, probably trying to preserve my image for the cameras. A hostage makes better bait when she's unbruised. They're hoping Tristan will come charging in to rescue me. And the only thing that keeps me steady is the belief that he's out there, that he survived. As always, the door creaks open right on schedule. Michael enters, followed closely by Uncle Raph, both of them oozing smug authority. Sara, Uncle Raph begins smoothly, we don't want to keep you in chains forever. Then end it, I bite back. Kill me. Your family, dear? Don't be ridiculous, he says, taking a seat on the bed beside me. My insides burn at the sight of him this close. Change is unsettling. We've lost your cousin, your father. May they rest. His mention of my father makes my blood boil. But change, he continues, can also be a good thing. He reaches out to pat my hand, the chains clinking loudly. I spit in his face. His expression twists in fury. His palm strikes across my cheek, rings slicing my skin. I only smile, tossing my curls back. There it is, the real you, uncle. Took long enough. Michael groans from the corner. You two make me want to jump out a window. I should have killed you already. Go ahead, I snap. See how long your throne lasts when Tristan finds out I'm gone. I'll haunt these halls just to watch him bring it all down. Heavy boots echo in the hallway. A knock pounds the door. Enter! Michael growls. A young guard rushes in, wide-eyed and pale. Your Majesty, he says, bowing stiffly. A message. From your brother. My pulse spikes. Michael straightens. What kind of message? The guard hesitates, his gaze flicking to me. He's burning the city, sire. Said he won't stop unless you return her. Michael stills. Burning what exactly? The soldier gulps. The entire main strip of Saxum is gone. Now it's spreading east. The fires aren't dying. Water's not working. Michael explodes, hurling the side table. It crashes to the floor, porcelain shattering. He wheels around, pointing at me. This is on you. I grin, blood buzzing in my veins. Actions have consequences, Michael. May the gods be kind to you when Tristan arrives. Shouting erupts down the corridor. Uncle Raph rises. Marisol appears in the doorway, breathless and flushed. Relief crashes over me. She made it. She curtsies. Your Majesty. Speak, Michael barks, pacing. The castle's burning. The front doors slam open as Michael drags me outside. I stumble into the courtyard, barely upright, but then I see him. Tristan. Calm. Defiant. Standing like he owns the place, sleeves rolled, suspenders hanging, joint between his lips. My battered, brilliant prince. His eyes lock on mine. My pulse slows. He's here. Brother, Michael snarls, gripping my arm tighter. Tristan ignores him. His eyes scan me head to toe. Are you hurt? No, I say, but I still want you to destroy them. He laughs. Full, genuine smoke curling from his mouth. How'd you get in? Uncle Raph steps forward, cane tapping angrily. We tried the tunnels once. Didn't go great, Tristan replies coolly. Raph glances toward the gates, where smoke is now rising. Call the guards, he barks. You can try, Tristan says, flicking ash, but corpses make poor soldiers. Michael throws me to the ground. I hit the stone hard, rolling down the stairs. Pain slices through my ribs. Tristan's smile vanishes. I warned you what would happen if you laid a hand on her, he says, and I always keep my word. Michael shouts, I am the king! Arrest him! Some guards move, then freeze. They don't follow you anymore, Tristan says, voice like thunder. And those who do know, they've already lost. He strolls forward, composed and cold. While you threw parties and covered up crimes, while you murdered our father, I was out there. In the streets, in the homes, earning trust. Michael scoffs. We killed your rebels. Their bodies rot in tunnels. Tristan turns, smirking. You always did underestimate me. He raises his hand. The gates crash open. Dozens storm in, fury burning in their eyes, hyena patches on their arms. Hope rises in my chest. I scramble to my feet. Tristan's stride is relentless, and when he reaches me, his arms wrap around me like a shield. He cups my face. "Let me show you what real rebellion looks like." And he kisses me. Screams erupt behind us. Fighting begins, but I don't care. He breaks away just in time for us to see the castle doors fly open. Edward, Shayna, and Marisol rush in, torches blazing, fire crawling up the walls. I choke back tears. We are going to win. Tristan brushes my hair from my face. Where's our mother? Still hiding here, or will I need to hunt her down myself? Michael stares in horror at the bodies piling up. His eyes dart to Edward, who now has Uncle Raph on his knees, a pistol aimed at his head. "No!" I scream, running to them. Raph coughs. You've always been clever, thank you." "Did you kill my father?" I ask quietly. His face falls. "You must understand." "Tell me," I shout. "It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. Then you used my grief, twisted it into a weapon." He trembles. "Everything I did was for family. You only ever cared about yourself." He opens his mouth. Too late. My fist connects with his nose. Blood spurts. He crashes backward. I grab Edward's torch. It feels right in my hand, heavy, final. I drop it on him. His screams echo through the courtyard as flames devour his clothes. He stumbles down the steps, writhing, but there's no escape. And I feel nothing, because vengeance doesn't heal. "Milady, we need to go," Edward yells, yanking me away from the inferno now licking at the doors. I search for Tristan. He's gone. So is Michael. "Where is he?" I cry. "He went after his brother." I nod, heart pounding. I believe him. I trust him. I lift my skirts and run, away from the fire, toward whatever comes next.
55. Tristan. Michael's never been brave. So I'm not surprised when he bolts, forcing my bruised, still recovering body to chase him out past the castle and toward the cliffs. Waves crash violently below us, and I follow him with steady steps. For the first time, I can see it in his face. He finally understands I've become someone to fear. "They'll never let you rule," he spits, backing up to the edge. I smirk, closing the distance. "After what? The inferno you caused as a so-called king?" His expression twists. "They won't believe your lies." "They don't need to," I reply. "I'm very good at telling the truth." He glances down nervously as gravel skitters off the ledge, tumbling into the sea. "All these years," I say, my arms outstretched. "You could have guided me. You could have made me look up to you. Instead, you made me hate myself." "You're always so theatrical," he scoffs. "You had everything," I growl. "All I wanted was a fraction of it." His jaw clenches. "Everything? Don't be ridiculous. Father only ever saw you. No matter what I did, it was always Tristan. I was just an afterthought." My teeth grind. My chest cracks. "You don't get to speak his name. Not after you took his life." He shrugs, cold. "We're the same, brother. I killed him for the throne. You're about to kill me for it too." I take another step forward. His foot slips. He stumbles, dropping over the edge with a shout. I rush to the cliff, finding him dangling by one hand. His face reddens, eyes frantic. "Tristan," he gasps. "Please." The fire roars behind me, smoke thick in the air. Time's short, but still, I hesitate. "Quite the position you're in," I murmur, looking down at his hand gripping the edge. "Bit of an anticlimax, wouldn't you say?" A shout breaks through the smoke. Sarah's voice. She and Edward are running from the flames. "Don't walk away!" Michael screams. "Help me!" I turn back. Kneel, grip his wrist tightly. "Your mistake," I whisper, "was turning your back on me." My nails dig in. I'd say long live the king, but we both know that's not true. And I let go. He falls, limbs flailing. His scream fades with the crash of the waves. High tide will wash away what's left. I breathe out, waiting for satisfaction, something. But there's nothing. No peace. No clarity. I wanted to make him suffer, to make him understand. All I got was silence, but maybe that's enough. The flames push closer. I turn away from the edge. Sara is already there, throwing herself into my arms. I kiss her hard, grounding myself in her presence. My hands roam, needing proof she's still real, still mine. You left me behind, I say against her lips. She grins. Keep standing here and you'll regret it. What were you thinking, torching everything? I look toward the castle, my childhood home, my family's legacy. They wouldn't give you back, I say simply.
Sara. Somehow we made it. It's been weeks since Michael died. The Queen Mother's execution is days away, though no one's really talking about it. Not with the fires still fresh. 2 weeks of relentless flames. Half the city's gone. The forest scorched. The castle reduced to rubble. But the people endure. And they're hungry for something new. Someone to believe in. Tristan stepped into that role like it was made for him. Spinning the story of a mad king who tried to destroy us all. And when he speaks, they listen. He could have said anything, but even without the tale, the crown belongs to him now. No one has to know he lit the match. We stand at the edge of the city, ash still coating the streets. Tristan holds my hand, whispering his promises to the crowd. As he speaks, something red flickers in the corner of my eye. First turn, a girl in a hood, red hair spilling out. My breath catches. Ophelia. I slip away from Tristan, following her through an alley, down to the river. The Fiki runs dark with soot now, thick and murky where it used to shine. Ophelia, I call. She turns and I brace for anger, but all I find is grief. Her face is pale, haunted. Are you okay? I ask softly. Tears spill down her cheeks. She clutches a heavy stone to her chest. I was pregnant, she whispers. Shock punches through me. Michael's! She nods. He made me get rid of it, said one bastard was enough. Simon, my heart aches. I'm sorry, she says, voice breaking. Then she steps off the edge. Her body disappears beneath the surface. I move forward instinctively. But I stop. I remember everything she did, everything she cost. I lean over the riverbank, watch the last bubbles rise, and then nothing. When I turn, I collide with Tristan's chest. He wraps me in his arms. Everything okay? I smile. It is now. He kisses my temple, then leans down. She's gone? I nod. He presses into me, chuckling darkly. You're ruthless. Letting her drown while I promise our people hope. His mouth finds mine again, and I lose myself in it. Somehow, in all this destruction, he still makes me feel like I'm the only thing that matters. We've lost too much. Our hands are stained, our souls darkened. But through it all, we survived. And in the wreckage, Tristan Fasa became king. And he made me queen of the ashes.
Epilogue. 7 years later. Tristan, Sara breathes, a playful edge in her voice. They're waiting for us. Let them wait. I murmur into her ear. We're tangled in the shadows of the hallway, her back against the wall, her dress bunched at her hips. I slide between her legs, the heat of her skin driving me wild with need. I sink into her, slow and deep, her warmth pulling me in until I can't think straight. Desire rolls through me, raw and blinding. Every thrust pulls a gasp from her lips and a growl from mine. When the crown no longer weighs me down, I whisper, fingers grazing her throat. I'll spend every day buried in you, giving your body everything it begs for. She gasps, pressing her palms flat against the wall, grinding back against me. "That's it," I growl, palm landing against her thigh. "Take what you need." Her body trembles as she tightens around me, and I lose myself, giving in completely, until she suddenly twists away, dropping to her knees and replacing her body with her mouth. Her lips take me in, and her eyes flicker up with a mischievous gleam. When she finishes, she tucks me back into my trousers, smooths her skirts, and grins. She straightens the crown on her head. "Now come on, we're late. If Marisol sees my hair out of place, she'll have your head." She steps ahead, but I catch her by the waist, pulling her into me again. I kiss her like I'll never get the chance again, hands roaming possessively. Years later, and nothing's changed. The need for her burns hotter than ever. We rebuilt Saxum from ruins, raised new towers, shared wealth, balanced power, gave the people back their dignity, and I'd burn it all down again if it meant keeping her safe. She's always been the only thing that matters. We walk together through the palace hall, then step onto the grand balcony that overlooks the square. Cheers erupt. Sara beams beside me. "Nervous, little doe?" I tease. She shakes her head, but her smile says otherwise. "I know you better than that." I tug her close, not caring who's watching. "I know how every heartbeat of yours feels beneath my hands." My fingers trail lower, brushing against the mark just under her dress, the one I inked onto her skin years ago. My promise, my claim. Even in death, I'll find her soul and mark it again. I kiss her temple, slide my fingers between hers, and turn toward the crowd. The sun blazes above us. To one side, I spot Edward and Shayna. Their little boy waves excitedly from his father's arms. On the opposite end, two guests stand quietly, strangers to most, but not to Sara. She walks toward them as I turn to address our people. I breathe in deeply, taking it all in. The ash still faintly on the wind, the new stone beneath our feet, and the memory of everything we overcame. This isn't just ceremony, it's closure. It's legacy. "People of Gloria Terra," I begin, voice strong. "Serving as your king has been the greatest honor of my life. Together, we've risen from ashes. We've healed what was broken." The crowd erupts in cheers, their energy rushing through me. But today marks a new beginning. I gesture to the two figures at Sara's side. Paul Wartherg, older now, gives the boy next to him a gentle nudge. Simon steps forward. He's taller now, stronger, wiser, no longer the boy I sent away. His gaze meets mine with quiet strength before he wraps me in a firm embrace. "Uncle," he says, his voice deep, steady. "Little lion," I reply, pride swelling in my chest. Sara brings forth a sword, my father's blade, once passed to me. She kneels, holding it out. Simon takes it, his arms inked in dark, intricate symbols, just like he always dreamed. He turns toward the people and gasps ripple through the crowd. I face them. "This is Simon Bartholomew Fossa, son of King Michael III, the rightful heir to Gloria Terra." I lift the crown from my head and place it on his. "Behold your new king,